No choice in the matter.
Chicken jockey.
This is happening whether you want it or not.
So Andrew, how's that gonorrhea coming? Oh, we're live!
Oh my
damn.
good lord! You can't be saying all that.
Very personal,
brother.
Oh boy, I can't believe I did that.
I can't believe you've done this.
Embarrassing.
Yes,
oh,
indeed.
He's so embarrassed. He's not even talking. That's crazy. He's just that embarrassed. He's just not talking.
We are not even 30 seconds in, and Andrew is already about to binge the entirety of Doctor Who season 1. Like, it's crazy.
This is not happening.
I mean, sometimes I can still hear his voice. I don't know what you want.
You can't do this to me. It is I, the enemy of this.
I can still hear his little voice.
Sometimes Andrew, when he's not busy watching Doctor Who all the livelong day, which he does just so often, you guys have no idea. Sometimes he'll just DM me and be like, "You want to watch some Doctor Who with me?" It's his whole personality at this point.
Wow. And he's not even British.
Hi, Andrew. I'll watch
Oi,
it.
mate. It's me. I'm fucking British.
Oh shit! I didn't. Let me do that right now. Look at me being all organized.
She was a bad friend.
You're a bad friend.
Kill him now.
Let me get.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll give my little gushy little spiel for the start of this, because the stream is happening for a very specific reason.
Yes.
Which is, as some of you may know, I, a little while ago, was made effectively homeless because my landlord has refused for months and months to fix a problem with my ceiling that was there before my flatmate and I moved in, and we've been bugging him to fix it for ages. And then over Christmas, a little part of this roof problem became a serious problem when it fell in. The ceiling, over the window, and that was bad. And so we sent him an email being like, this is really bad. Can you please do your job as a landlord and manage the property you own and fix this? He said no.
What he was doing,
job as a landlord,
fill that hole.
I did. I wanted him to fill that hole. But unlike good old Wilson Fisk, he refused to do so. And so we put a bin bag over it and we taped it up and we made do and carried on trying to harass him into doing his damn job, and nothing happened. And then about a week and a half ago, I was away from my flat visiting my sister for her birthday, and I was just about to make my way back when I got a call from my flatmate saying, "Yeah, you can't come back." And I was like, "Why not?" And it turns out that this little bit of the ceiling that fell in has now become the entire roof in that room, all the way to the elements falling in, and so my entire flat is basically uninhabitable, and I had nowhere to go and no money to do anything else. And the landlord was still insisting that he didn't have any responsibilities, that somehow this was our fault, and basically challenged us to take him to court over it, which would take a lot of time that I don't have, where I'd have to find somewhere to live, which I can't do because I didn't have any money. And so I was just kind of fucked. And so in desperation, I turned to the good lads of the community and put up a fundraiser, the link to which is in the description, I think now, thanks to Sheev, begging for people's support. And I was absolutely blown away by how kind and how generous everyone has been in stepping up to rally in my support. Obviously, the money raised is enormously helpful. It is quite literally life-saving. So thank you to every single person who has donated, or even who just shared it around, or even just put messages of support. It really means so fucking much to me. I can't even put it into words. And that's the second part. Just the getting the support on its own, just the feeling of being supported was unbelievable. I was in such a bad place, and it really lifted me out of that. So I wanted to do this stream, which was originally going to be to carry on the fundraising, and indeed you can still do that. The link is in the description, and if you want to donate, I would be very, very grateful for your support. But more than that, I want the stream to be a kind of thank you to the community. Some method of me giving back and thanking everyone in call and everyone in the community at large for all that they have done for me. So yeah, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. And I'm going to try and stop this quickly because I'm going to start crying. But thank you so much. It's really just meant more than I can possibly say. So thank you.
I mean, yeah, but
Jolly,
Jolly,
5 bit boobs for yourself and for yourselves and Jolly.
Woo! Jolly, I mean that's all fine and good, and it's a nice little diatribe. I'm having trouble seeing how that's the landlord's fault.
Yeah, someone in Sheep's community post told me, imagine blaming the landlord for your problem.
Yeah, I wasn't happy about that one. I didn't say anything to the guy, but if he's in chat right now, hello, I saw your comment.
Dick.
You will be dead in 24 hours.
We're gonna hunt
You're
you
on
for
my
sport.
list, bud.
I guess what gets me about that guy, right, is because most people, universally people are pretty decent, and most people have been really good. But of all the people to bootleg for, like landlords, my dude.
If it was Mr. Dickovich from Spider-Man 3, then I would understand. He's a good man.
He is good man.
Yeah,
I am good.
He is good
again,
landlord.
just in terms of all the things of the way in which this has revealed how most people are just fundamentally decent, even when we have disagreements. So there's a guy called Spider-Man Unlimited who's been having a bit of back and forth with Andrew about I think about Born Again things and other such things, and that's been quite funny and memeable. But to that guy's credit, when he heard about my situation, he left a message being like, "Look, I disagree with you guys, but that's a really shit thing to happen to someone, and I'm sending all the best." So. Man, that guy earned back my respect and right quick, and it just proves that most people are fundamentally decent, even when we disagree on things. So that was very nice to see.
For anyone who's not able to find the link in the description, it wasn't in there when I went live because I just forgot because these things you got a lot of plates spinning. So I put it in. You may just have to refresh the stream, and you'll see it there. If not, I've shared it around on my community posts and on Twitter. You should be able to find it.
Yeah, it's on my Twitter as well.
In fact, fuck it, I'll just link it in the live chat as well. Hang on. Pin it.
Someone in the chat said, if I donate through
you're not a good
Super Chat,
friend.
would help contribute to Jolly.
What? Sorry.
They asked if they were to donate here, and I assume that means on YouTube.
Oh, as a
Does
super
that
chat?
help contribute to Jolly. Yeah.
No, those just go to me. If you want to donate to Jolly, just go click the link. Should be fine. Let me just link
but yes,
here.
we dragged everyone back to do more Born Again content because we're not quite fed up with that yet, and Advocate still has some sanity.
Got me to watch some episodes. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You should have done your homework. I followed Andrew's advice.
We have a whole range of people here. We have the kind of Born Again streamers who are fully up to date with what the hell is going on. We have Sam, who was not up to date with what was going on, but has now been tortured by forcing himself to watch the 3 episodes we'll be dealing with today. And then we have George, who's only seen the first 2 episodes, I believe, and Lemon, who is joining us, I think, for the first time, who has not seen any of it. So we're going to have a fun old time.
Oh yeah, everyone, let's welcome on Lemon, because I'm pretty sure everyone else on this roster has been on a stream of mine before, but this would be their first.
Hello.
Hello. We have another Brit. They're invading.
Yes.
Disgusting! Ah! Just one more tick on the Doctor Who roster.
3 of them.
I told you it was coming to this.
2 more shot
The
tickets,
Brits are taking over.
Slowly but
The
surely.
oppression of the Brits will never return.
Counterpoint, no.
So, Sheev, now that we've done the intro, do you want to tell the fine folks what it is we'll be covering today?
Yes, I do. Just one second, because I'm screenshotting a message Steven sent to me that I don't want to read out to you guys on stream, but I want you to see it, because it's funny.
Oh, did he send me the same thing he sent to me? I'm just replying and saying, you need help.
I wonder if those were the same person.
So anyway, yes. We had a lot of trouble figuring out what we wanted to cover today because, again, the original intent behind this stream was we want to promote the fundraiser. So the idea was we want to get a lot of eyes on this stream so that a lot of people hear about the fundraiser, that sort of thing, and we figured, well, cover some Born Again videos, right? That'll be topical. It'll get people to watch. But as it started to become clear that we may not even need that necessarily, the publicity, we were like, well, we can kind of chill then, maybe do something low key, maybe just Among Us stream or something. But Madvocate, I believe, is the one who brought to our attention 3 little videos by a YouTuber who you may have heard of. I agree.
The return of Nando V movies.
Yes, sir. He has made 3 videos about the first 3 episodes, respectively, of Daredevil Born Again. From what I can tell, the first episode being one that gave him great concern for the quality of the show, but thankfully for him, episodes 2 and 3 really turned it around. I mean, he described episode 3 as a banger, so we're gonna hear his reasonings there.
What if he means literally a banger
like a bomb
because
that went off.
Hector's head got banged in.
Banger, I hardly know her. I feel like that's the best version of that joke you can possibly make.
Yeah. Damn.
Anyway,
Damn.
True.
so we're gonna cover those today. They shouldn't be too long because I don't think these videos are particularly that long.
I think they average about 15 minutes each, right? There's one that's like 18 and there's one that's like 12, I think.
Yes. Well, either way, this shouldn't be that long as we just kind of power through it. So, yeah, I suppose without further ado, let's just jump right in.
Oh, wait. Someone in the chat told me to read their super chat, and I didn't see it. They asked the question of, what does Madviget think of Matt stopping to watch, in the Muse? Stopping to watch?
What does Madviget think of Matt stopping to
talk
watch in the second Muse fight? Stopping to watch? When did he... I'm just...
Yeah,
Maybe
so here's
talk?
the thing.
Or something like that?
Here's the thing.
I saw the super chat, and I didn't remember when that happened, so I pulled up the episode and skimmed through it. I don't think there was a moment of stopping to watch.
Because from what I remember, he
Unless
busts
I blinked.
through the window and then immediately gets to work, right?
Yeah, we're gonna need a little more specific, maybe a timestamp of the moment it happens, because I did not see any of that.
I do not see.
We definitely enjoyed the moment where he blew a hole through Muse's shoulder. That was fun.
Let me simply puncture. Like, there's just no longer a pretense of like we're gonna just have a no-kill rule. Like, we're gonna pretend that that's something that Matt still cares about, but like in reality, no. He just doesn't give a fuck.
It's also just a bit where the police officer who finds him in Muse's headquarters is the fucking Officer Powell. It's the same officer from like every corrupt case.
He's everywhere.
There are
I mean,
no other police in
the same way that there's no other therapists in New York, there's no other police officers that Daredevil can encounter in this world. But also, like, in relation to Daredevil and like him fighting Muse and everything, I saw a video of the on YouTube of the Daredevil Muse fight in episode 7 that was literally just titled "Daredevil Kills Muse," and I was like, well, I mean, he doesn't, but I guess if you want to call it that.
Sure. I mean, he does. The show just pretends that the Muse isn't dead when Matt does it.
Yeah.
It's only when Heather shoots him that the show's like, oh no, now he's dead. See, it's permitted now.
There he goes. Before we get started, also another super chat.
Shit!
What's up?
Okay. I'm rewatching the scene. Matt legit just disappears at one point. Like he just he stops existing in the scene.
Wait, seriously?
Wait, so it's worse than stopping to talk. He stops to not exist.
existing.
He's fighting Muse. He throws him onto the ground, and he's like next to him, like less than a foot of distance. And that's the moment Muse gets up, looks at Heather, and then he goes for the knife, and Matt isn't like attacking him or restraining him or anything. That's not even like a stop to watch moment. Like, it doesn't even cut to Matt like taking a breath or taking a minute. He's just not doing anything. That's even worse.
Shark on Don't Stop the Sport.
At least Barry remained in the scene in question throughout the duration of his fights. Like, that's the best I can give him there, is that he was at least present for them.
Do we think this counts as a reverse of the disappearing knife from TLJ? It's like, Muse goes for the knife, but it's the combatant that disappears this time.
This goes beyond jumping a shark when it comes to Don't Stop to Talk. They've changed the sport forever.
I mean, I wouldn't call it jumping the shark if you just never come back down. That's what I always say.
I don't call it jumping the shark if the shark has been made to vanish between scenes.
There's precedent for this now. Like, at this point,
that's the thing. Like, I wonder if this is almost like a meme amongst the directors. Like, are they just going for like disappearing larger and larger things and like to see who can get away with the most?
Yeah, just to see when it's finally like too much for the the general audiences to accept.
It's
like we're gonna have one where Daredevil's fighting someone. Sorry about that. We're gonna have a scene where like Daredevil's fighting someone at the end of the season, and the entirety of New York just vanishes for like 20 seconds, and they are just fighting in like an empty void.
Yeah.
It's like that scene in Fight Club where Tyler Durden is like intersected like shots of like, was it like a groin in like a children's film? It's like that scene, but just disappearing objects.
Wow, imagine watching Fight Club. That's pretty incel of you, Sam.
What the fuck is Fight Club?
Feige Club.
Yeah, we don't talk about
it.
Feige Club?
Yeah, the rule one was we don't talk about it. Feige Club. No, stop it. No!
Anyway, the other thing I wanted to do was read out the super chat that Wisdom gave before I start the video for $10. Thank you very much. He said, yes, I needed to hear y'all today. It's been a shit day, so sending love to Sheev, Jolly, and the rest. Daredevil was just in God mode, guys. I don't think he wants to get a job, innocent or otherwise.
Real.
Indeed. Daredevil was in God mode.
Why don't you get a job?
Matt actually deliberately tanked the court case so he has an excuse to retire early and just live off disability benefits. He's just going for that easy life.
That's racist.
As God intended.
Anyway, let us begin.
Is it going to be impossible for any show to live up to
Or at
Daredevil?
least start this from the beginning.
Was this an impossible task? Was it going to be impossible for any show to live up to Daredevil Season 3? Any season of Daredevil, really. I mean, Season 1 of the Marvel Netflix show, obviously great. Season 2, Punisher half good, Elektra half fine. We don't talk about the Defenders. And then
So
Season
far, so
3,
good.
like borderline perfect. And luckily for fans of Charlie Cox's Daredevil, we have not had none of him. We got a Matt Murdock cameo in Spider-Man No Way Home, obviously.
But that was grammatical. Hang on.
Season 3, like borderline perfect. And luckily for fans of Charlie Cox's Daredevil, we have not had none of him. We got a Matt Murdock.
We have not had none of Matt Murdock. None
of Matt Murdock.
I just wanted to make sure I
had a
caught
none.
that right. So far so good, right? Like season 1 good, season 2 Punisher stuff great, Elektra stuff fine, Defenders sucks ass, season 3 excellent. Good takes all around so far. I do love how he did start this off though with like nothing was ever going to live up to Daredevil season 3, and I'm like, why? Because like I'm not even saying I expected that, but it's like, why not? Something else could have come along
that's the
and
thing.
been as
Daredevil Season
good.
3
We could have.
is really good, but there are better TV shows out there. It's not like it's the highest bar that's ever been cleared. There's also a thing of like, a show doesn't have to be as good as Season 3 to just be good. Like, if the first season of Born Again had been like a 7 out of 10, I would have been largely happy with that.
Yeah,
Even
I mean,
for
like
Disney,
a
that's
5,
I'd take
great.
it.
yeah, at this point I would just accept a 5. But like, no, like the thing is, when it comes to a show like Daredevil season 3 or like Westworld season 1 or something like that, where I'm like, this is fucking spectacular. It's just one of the greatest things. If ever there's going to be a follow up to it, I'm never just like, well, it needs to be as good as that thing that I consider essentially perfect. Otherwise, you can keep it, because it's like, no, I mean. That's a ridiculous standard. It's an achievable one, but like, just because a thing isn't as good as it does not then suddenly make it like not of quality.
You're wrong. Severance Season 2 was bad because it wasn't as good as Severance Season 1.
Meh. Yeah, that's right. Across the Spider-Verse was terrible because it wasn't as good as Into the Spider-Verse. This is what I mean. Where it's like, I don't expect it to live up to. I mean, it can, but I don't expect it to. But that doesn't mean that I'm just going to be disappointed by it just because it's like only, I don't know, 75% as good. Like that's still a fucking feat in and of itself if you're 75% as good as Daredevil season 3.
Yeah, I don't like this false equivocating where people are like, oh, if you've gotten 75% of a good thing, that's basically like getting the turd. I'm like, no, I'd much rather have 75% of a good thing actually than the turd. I'm not going to sit there and be told that they're the same. Oh, well, okay, well, there you go then.
Yeah.
That solves that.
I didn't know if you considered that.
She just suddenly is like, no, you're homeless, you don't get an opinion. Shut up.
Only people with roofs over their heads get to voice opinions on.
Well, you heard him, chat. I need your support to get me that roof so that I can have a valid opinion again. It's part of my polite.
You're washed.
It's over.
I'm ruined. I have nothing left except this GoFundMe.
Cameo in Spider-Man No Way Home. Obviously, Daredevil showed up in She-Hulk, and very recently was in your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. But like, I think
all
this
good stuff.
version of this character in this show, bringing this back, was going to be something tricky because of how people felt about it. X-Men 97 was kind of the same thing. But I guess with X-Men 97, part of the deal was so much time has passed that now we're taking another pass at it. The animation's going to look different. But this was supposed to be a full, like, we're just picking right up where we left off from Daredevil Season 3. Now, for the first week, I'm going to do 2 videos. This is episode 1. Next video will be episode 2. Because I want to say, first of all, I think the episodes are very different, and I don't think it's really useful to judge them together. Besides saying
What?
it was interesting
Why
to
not?
watch. We're going to start with episode 1.
It was interesting to watch.
Explain.
Here we go.
That's
all
what I
right.
not
say when
useful
something is interesting to
judging them.
watch.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not useful judging them together when one is the building of the foundations upon which the other one rests.
I'd go even more fundamental than that. Like the only people who say it's interesting to watch are people who don't want to say it was bad, but believe that it was bad.
That's how you describe like when your mum's like, so what happened at school today? And what happened was like a mass shooting and like 15 like stabbings and like,
like,
you know,
it was
a
interesting.
clown was rampaging, and you're like, yeah, it was interesting.
Not a dull moment, I'll tell you that much.
9/11 was an interesting watch.
9/11 was bad.
That's not entirely wrong.
I mean,
Yeah,
it did in fact
stigmas
turn
where
a
it's
lot
like,
of heads
what?
when it happened. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it garnered a lot of news interest. It's one of those, you know, as a sentence, you are not technically incorrect. It's kind of like when people are like Julius Caesar was killed at least 10 years ago. It's like you're not technically wrong, but like what a weird way to frame it.
I'm gonna make sure that the video is just a bit louder because I'm worried that the audio is not entirely balanced. Chat, you can let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. Also, I'm trying to keep an eye
yell
on
at 'em.
that.
Also, I think it's entirely fair to judge these as a complete package because it is a single season of television.
Well, it is a
It's meant
complete
to be
package,
as
yeah.
a whole. Yeah.
It's this weird thing people like to do where they're like, yeah, but like this episode was really good, and I'm like, okay, the rest of it wasn't. You know, like we got that with Moon Knight a little bit. Like episode 5 had a lot of really great, like strong moments in there. So you know, you get people sharing around clips from that, and they're like, I can't believe anyone thought the show was bad. And then I just have to quote tweet with like, you know, Khonshu moving the stars back to where they were 2,000 years ago in the sky, and I'm like, yeah, same show by the way.
WandaVision was another one where the first like 2-3 episodes were actually like, we might actually be
3.
cooking it. Then it completely fell apart.
Yeah, and it's like,
And
unfortunately,
all the
these
first
are in
few
fact,
episodes were satisfying.
unfortunately, these are in fact part of the same show, and in fact, the same season of television, the same block of episodes. You can't just act like they're two completely different things and judge them on their own terms. That's not how that works.
Yeah, it's like hold on to your hats. You might want to sit down for this, but it turns out that when 2 episodes of a non-anthology series exist in the same series, they do in fact have something to do with each other, and you can't take them separately.
No!
Well, Andrew says no, so I guess I can be done again.
I concur.
Every time I venture an opinion, they're like, no, Jolly, not this time, not today.
L plus ratio plus, you know, no roof plus...
But
No roof is crazy.
no roof. Oh my god. Taking no prisoners today.
You see, we get to joke about this now because it's like gonna be fixed soon.
Now I'm not in actual panic that that I will actually be homeless forever. So it is now funny to make these jokes. It is to go back to the point there. It is that thing of like, anyone can quote shit out of context and be like, I think it's good or bad, right? So like you could take the what is grief but love persevering scene from WandaVision and like post that out of context and be like, God, the show is so peak. And then like, yeah, as you were saying with the Khonshu sample, I could then post the whole like they'll never know what you did for them scene. And just be like, no, you're wrong.
Dialogue.
And the thing is, you cannot, when you evaluate that show, you cannot ignore one of those things and not the other just to suit whatever agenda you want.
What if I want to be bad faith though? Can I do it then?
Then yes.
Become a Jehovah's Witness.
Oh.
Souls are just rocket science yearning to be
It's
solved.
not rocket science.
Of season 4. Or really, it's episode 1 of season 1 of Daredevil Born Again, which Adam Warlock in Marvel Rivals has destroyed the phrase born again for me. It's all I can hear. Born again! And obviously,
Okay.
Does he actually say that?
Or has brain rot.
Is a Daredevil
Say that
comic
again?
arc. This does not seem to be taking very much
Chicken
from
jockey?
that arc. It's just a name that kind of
Chicken
makes sense,
Jackie.
considering the characters being reborn in the Marvel
Well, yeah, that's because, that Born Again already got an adaptation. It was called Daredevil Season 3.
Yep.
So,
Never.
yeah, we're just acknowledging, the name of this show is just a meta commentary on, we revived the show, it's Born Again. Like, okay.
Dude, holy...
Whoa.
I like when
Wow.
the title of a thing is, like, narratively related to what's happening in the actual thing, right? I think that's pretty neat when they do that.
Well, the subtitle of Homecoming was already taken, so Born Again it is.
This should have just been called Daredevil. We built this city.
You mean like you mean like the Jedi, the Witch, and the Warlord?
Oh, don't do this to
Dude,
me.
true. I remember. Dude.
Cinematic universe. If anything, it seems like this season is going to pull from a lot of the late 2010s Daredevil. So like the run with Charles Soule, the Chip Zdarsky Daredevil,
because Mayor
a lot
Fisk.
of plot points are going to cross over, obviously, and now spoilers for episode 1 of Daredevil, the idea of Mayor Fisk comes in around that time, Matt giving up the cowl after some sort of traumatic incident, although it's a little bit more complicated than that. But like, it's interesting, because if you're a fan of Daredevil from the show, like you started watching the show, you didn't really know too much about Daredevil, then you kept up with the comics, you'll be pretty well prepped for what
He's doing the
like
pose.
the entry.
He's doing the how to do it to him pose.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Hello there.
But the problem with episode
Bonjour.
and
Bonjour.
I do think this is a problem, and I don't think this means the show is bad or anything like that, but episode 1 has this awful task of connecting everything from season 3 to everything from Born Again, and like making it all seem like one seamless experience. So like characters and themes that maybe we're probably weren't going to do much with, or like sweeping in some of the information from Echo. No mention of Hawkeye.
And it
I guess
failed.
it's fine. But, like, I think there were 2 problems with episode 1. One was
I'm
pacing.
failing
And it was
you.
paced weird. I enjoyed individual scenes. Going back and just watching the scenes like Matt and Fisk talking in the diner, or obviously that
You
cold
enjoyed that
open,
scene?
Those are very
Why
entertaining.
though?
Oh, and obviously the cold open. I enjoyed that as well.
Entertaining.
Oh, absolutely.
Dude, they were
I-
interesting.
Not
What do
being
you
able to see anything.
mean? This is what I mean.
So
So it's like, yeah, he said Daredevil Born Again has me worried. That's the title of this video. And so you're like, okay, did he think episode 1 was bad? And if so, what were the reasons? Are they good reasons? But then he's like, yeah, the opening was great and I enjoyed it. And I'm like, what? It's the worst part of the episode.
And I liked the chat in the diner with Fisk. And I'm like, oh, you mean the one where Fisk mentions the deal from the end of season 3 that is now fucking broken in a billion ways?
In a way that they just won't
What
explain
deal?
or
What are you talking
address.
about?
He picks the first 2 scenes he picks for saying what entertained him are the ones that do
Fucking
not
sucked.
address season 3 properly and do not connect properly. Like,
Maybe-
what is
the
Deck's
ones
motivation in this fucking intro scene?
Maybe that's the point he's making.
given he
is like,
wasn't hired.
Because he sort of preempted this with the idea of like it has this task of it needs to connect to the 3rd season of the Netflix show and really just to the entirety of the Netflix show. So maybe what he's saying is like,
But
and while I
does it-
did individually enjoy these scenes, like when you look at them on a larger scale and try to act like the Netflix show is canon, it just doesn't really work.
Okay, but so if we ignore the history of previous Daredevil, like what
Yeah, but
what
that's
does he like about this then?
that's
Just the action, just the spectacle?
that's my thing is like, even if we just don't take the Netflix show into account at all and we just look at this scene on its own, it's not good. Like, the action still fucking sucks. All the characters act incredibly stupidly. The directing, the fucking production value, the lighting, it's all terrible.
Dude,
there's-
the score is so overbearing.
It's not like none of it works though, even just in its
Also,
own
it
right.
looks like piss.
Yeah.
It does look terrible, yeah.
Like
The moment Dex walks up the stairs, it really pissed me off.
And it's kind of the same thing as like, you know how when we were obviously when we were covering the Ahsoka show, and even to an extent with like Obi-Wan, but you especially got this feeling with the Ahsoka show because it was obviously meant to be sort of a spiritual sequel to Rebels. We kept saying like, if like this show is trying to kind of have it like both ways, in that like the character dynamics and the relationships they have with each other are only meaningful to you if you've seen Rebels. Like you don't know why Hera and Sabine want to find Ezra so badly, or like what he even means to them. We don't know anything about their relationship to each other unless you've seen Rebels. But then it also has the unfortunate thing of like, but if you've seen Rebels, you know all the ways in which they're damaging these characters in quite significant ways. So it's like really bad. And it's like this show is kind of doing the same thing where it's like, if you know the history, if you know what this is connected to, none of it works. But if you don't, then why the fuck would I care at all about Foggy dying? Like he's not a character. I just met the guy and now he's dead. Like, oh well, he's just a guy.
Yeah, it's like a pilot, if you will, from like a new audience. Like, I have no fucking clue what's going on. Like, who are these people?
Who are you people?
What the hell is that?
What's going on? Why is he saying hello, Karen?
Exactly. It's like, I don't know what any of these characters mean to each other. I don't know what Bullseye... And that's the other thing, too, is like, if you don't have the context for the show, then you don't understand why Bullseye is here and what he wants. But also, if you do have the context for the show, you still don't understand why Bullseye is here and what he wants, because it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
Like, dude, the whole big like crescendo, if you will, of this opening sequence is Matt breaking his own rule and attempting to kill
Well,
Bullseye.
but that's
like,
another thing.
If you're a newcomer, you won't know that.
Yeah, that's the other thing is like, if I'm a newcomer and I haven't seen the Netflix show, I don't know anything about this no-kill rule. I don't know what it means to him. I don't know why he has it. I don't know how much like what journey he's gone on trying to uphold it. Like it's nothing to me. Oh, he threw Bullseye off a roof. Okay, I guess that's something Daredevil does. I don't know. I haven't seen the original. It's nothing.
Yeah, the shows like this, and Ahsoka was another example. You're right. They have this very strange, like almost like Schrodinger's cat-esque like existence, where they depend on their audience knowing the meta around why the show even fucking exists in the first place. Like whether that's just the previous continuities it's tapping into, obviously, but also just like the kind of meta fandom buzz around the shows and the kind of general like back and forth in the production of what the hell's been going on. Otherwise, you're just going to be completely clueless as to what basically anything means. I mean, you're still clueless because nothing means anything because it's all broken. But like, even the attempts to like try and mean something rests completely on knowledge outside of the show itself, which is just an intrinsically broken way to start off a piece of media. Because where do you start with this? Like, do you watch the original shows? But if you watch the original shows and get that context, then the characters are broken. But the characters are broken, so do you just ignore that and because you just want to tap into like the idea of the meta shared universe? But if you do that, then like, what's your investment in this show specifically? Like, none of it seems to function on basically any level.
My investment is I want all the characters to have fun. That's my investment.
Beep. Well, Muse is not having fun anymore.
He was for a little bit there, but
he was having a great old time. We knew him for all of like 5 minutes. But he was having a great time.
He was a
for like 5
very
minutes.
very well-rounded, rich, developed character. He had a lot going for him.
Instead of just like talking navel gaze and crap, I just want the music to just play over people talking, and we just get the impression that okay, they know each other now and they've developed this character.
The navel gazing quote is so bizarre to me because the thing is getting out there is like, oh, there was too much talking scenes in the original show, which is basically saying like, oh, there's too much characterization going on.
Such a bizarre
considering
thing
that's what all
for
talking
a fucking
scenes
writer to
we're
say.
doing. Well, yeah, because if someone says to me navel gazing, my assumption is like meaninglessness, right? Of like just empty space being filled. But that's not what those talking scenes were. They were doing important character work. This time around, we have a bunch of like flashy action scenes, but they don't mean anything. They literally are just there to like take up space.
I take that even further, and like when we do actually slow down in this show and have dialogue scenes, they're fucking nothing. They are navel gazing because they're not adding anything to the characters at all. And honestly, they're really fucking full of themselves. Like, they just play fucking somber music and have a character give a speech about being a good person. And I'm like, okay, this is nothing.
Orchestra after orchestra.
Sorry. Like, sometimes they'll just play the orchestra and just won't have the, you just won't hear the dialogue at all. And it's meant to just be like, well, I guess they're developing as characters. I don't know how, why, or why should I care, but I guess that we're doing this now.
I love how they use the music in the show because it's so fucking hilarious. Like, yeah, it's overbearing, it's preachy, like it's incredibly unsubtle. You know you're being manipulated to what they're trying to do, which is really annoying as an audience member. But there's one specific moment of this which I found so funny, which is when they have Hector. It is episode 3 where they have this, right? Hector talking to Matt about Puerto Rico, and they just start playing like fucking like copyright free
generic Puerto Rican music.
In the background, and it just reminds me of like every bad movie when they like cut to the somewhere in the Middle East and you hear like the weird Arabic wailing, just so and the orange tint over the camera, just to make sure you absolutely know you're in the Middle East.
Now.
Yeah. Like, oh, we're going to Lebanon. It's like
Which by the way, that's a thing they did in the Punisher show that I remember Jolly pointing out when we were watching it together. But like the difference is that like that's still a flaw though, is the thing. Like the show is good, but that's still like a thing you could point to and be like, don't do that. That's bad.
Yeah. Also, the funniest use of music for me is like it's getting to the Aquaman point where you know how in Aquaman every time Ocean Master showed up, they'd play like blah blah blah. And it was really funny. Like they're doing this with Kingpin. Whenever he shows up, they have like this dramatic like booming music. So, like when he gets like the fucking like when he has like his counseling scene with Vanessa and
Heather,
the therapist that they've Heather. And it just like he goes through the door and it's just this dramatic music while they're having this counseling session. I just lost my mind. I just started cackling. It's so funny.
You know, in First Class, at the end of the movie, when Eric breaks out Emma Frost from prison, and they play like the weird dubstep beat as he goes to the prison cell.
Dun-dun, dun-dun,
No,
dun-dun.
no, it's not even the music. It's the like wow, 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 wow noise as he walks into the prison cell.
Oh,
And it
yeah.
just every time
Wah,
the Kingpin
wah, wah.
music, which reminds me of that, where they're just like, hey, it's sudden deep music because villain.
But instead of breaking someone out of prison, he's going to group couples therapy.
Yeah, and Latvian World Heritage Day or whatever the fuck it was, Latvian Day of Culture.
We built this city.
why do I care about Latvian heritage?
Can you imagine if that had been the credit song for that episode?
God.
They should have committed to
They
that.
should've.
I mean, the cowards.
They should have milked that copyright purchase just dry.
The funniest moment for me, just the funniest moment for me in this show has got to be the ending of episode 2, where they have Matt like attack like all these police officers, and it's like obviously like, oh my god, I'm relapsing, and like he's screaming, and then it just smash cuts to, like this pop music during the credits.
That was
just bust out laughing.
Dude, it's cool. Dude.
Like that's something I would do for like comedic effect, even in a dramatic show. I would do that to drive the point home that like something absurd just happened, but like that's not what they were trying to do at all.
Well, it was what they were trying to do originally. They were trying to make it a comedy to begin with, and then they tried to re-edit the movie, the show rather, to be dramatic.
Well, because like here's an example that I was just kind of thinking of. It's like, you know how in Game of Thrones, the episode where Jaime gets his hand cut off, that's right at the end of the show. He gets his hand cut off. He lets out a fucking scream of agony because obviously would, and then it just immediately cuts to like a rock cover of Bear and the Maiden Fair. And you're like, that's fucking perfect. That's such a great way to end that episode. Because like this really awful traumatic thing just happened to a character that we like, and like you've punctuated that with just like fucking rock music in a Game of Thrones show of all things, and it's great. It works so well.
Yeah, 'cause that was intentional.
Yeah, it was intentional, and it was comedic, and it was good. Born Again is none of those things, but it does try every once in a while.
But it is cinema though.
That is true.
Speaking of, let's see what he thinks about this going forward.
Bald.
Feel like this was going anywhere except for to set
My
up what
eyes.
was going to happen in the actual season. And I do feel like I know that because having seen episode 2, I'm
Amateur
like, oh, this
editing.
is the show.
Okay.
This could easily have been the first episode if there wasn't a big time gap. Like, if it wasn't something where they had to address where is everybody and all this time has passed, or what are they doing now? Like, if we could have just started fresh with episode 2, I think that would have been perfect. But obviously there was stuff in episode 1 that was important. And I don't think this did, like, anything to...
We started fresh in episode 2. Because, I mean, yeah, I recognize that was the original first episode of the show, but, like, would that have even made sense as, like, a first episode? I guess as compared to the first episode that we did get.
Sorry, I just want to rewind back to what he says. It's like, we could start fresh with episode 2, but there's stuff in episode 1 that's important.
It's like, so then we couldn't start fresh in episode 2.
Yeah, we
Well,
should.
yes, I think what he's trying to say here, which is like, you know, the reason we had to have the things in episode 1 is because we are now connecting it to the Netflix continuity. We have to explain where the fuck Karen and Foggy are, you know, going forward. If that is like, if we are actually linking back to that continuity, and that the second episode was obviously the first episode pre that decision, before they decided to link that continuity. The problem is like, well, I mean, that is the problem, right? That he's just kind of danced around, which is like, yeah, they have decided to mash together two continuities that do not fit together, and the result is calamity.
Mm-hmm.
The result is cinema.
It's almost like when you have two puzzle pieces that don't even have, like it's not even that they don't, like, you know, the little piece you can't even
From two
fit into
different
the
puzzles.
hole. No, it's like, you have two puzzle pieces that are both, like, out pieces, so there's no, like, indents in either of them, you know, and you're trying to cram them together. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like they're so disconnected that they're just not even. Yeah, they're just not even.
I'm just thinking of that. that viral video of that girl watching someone put like everything through the round hole rather than the holes they're meant for, and getting
The square
increasingly
hole.
like stressed.
That's right. This goes in the square hole. No.
That's just us watching this show. And like, where did this plot piece go? That's right. It goes
in the square hole.
We're like, no.
No, it goes in a hole in the bridge.
Fill this square hole.
It fills the
I
square
want you
hole.
to stop what you're doing and fill this round hole.
Putting shapes in the right holes is not rocket science.
You have the
We haven't
intellect to do
killed by the
so.
show.
All this time has passed. What are they doing now? Like, if we could have just started fresh with episode 2, I think that would have been perfect. But obviously there was stuff in episode 1 that was important. And I don't think this did like anything too MCU-y where there was too much like, hey, you remember what happened in this other show? Like, they kind of mentioned like a
Hello,
vigilante
Karen.
tried to kill me, and I hated that. But that's pretty much it. Like,
Wait, what did he hate? Sorry,
there was too much like, hey, you remember what happened in this other show? Like, they kind of mentioned like a vigilante tried to kill me, and I hated that. But that's pretty.
Why?
What?
What's wrong with that? What? Hang on. What's wrong
That
with
was
them
in the show
referencing?
that Fisk was the antagonist of.
So they're talking about how they referenced Echo.
Yeah, what are you, nerdrotic?
Well, yeah, you have to keep continuity with the show that just immediately came before it. Like that's the last appearance we've had of Fisk until now, and unfortunately,
I also
it's
really
canon.
don't understand him saying that. Oh yeah, they tried to link them, but it wasn't overbearing except for this moment. Like, what do you mean it wasn't overbearing? The entire like cold open was just, hey, remember this thing? Hey, do you remember that thing? Hey, do you remember this thing?
Karen.
It's one of those things where it's like they're, in order to not be overbearing, quote unquote, they're like, we'll mention Spider-Man, but we're not going to tell you where the fuck he is or what he's doing and why he hasn't gotten involved in any of the shit that's going down. And like, we'll have like a joke where a character mentions Skrulls and be like, haha, see, Skrulls exist, and it's like, don't make me question how Skrulls factor into like legal precedents. Please don't do that.
That was so funny though, because like we were like, none of us have seen Secret Invasion, so we're like, and we were not going to watch it because of to just understand that one throwaway line. So we're like, no,
I will.
whatever, moving on. Madvocate will take one for the team.
I'll take the bullet for the
Don't do
team.
this.
But
No,
like, no,
I'm not
Madvocate,
doing
you have so
it.
much to live for.
I've rewatched
Um,
Deadpool and Wolverine and watched this show. That's enough for me.
But-
I'm done. I'm out. Goodbye.
Then we got curious, and we were like, so how do Skrulls fit in? And someone who has seen Secret Invasion was like, oh yeah, so at the end of Secret Invasion, the president tells every American citizen just to kill every Skrull on sight. And I'm like, but the guy tried to use that as a legal defense in this show, that he was a Skrull.
Yeah, that's a real thing apparently.
What is he, stupid?
Yeah, so he
What?
was like, oh. So he was like, maybe I'm not guilty of those robberies. Maybe it was a Skrull. And I'm like, well, considering they've taken you from the place of robbery to here, you're saying that you're a Skrull right now. So you're basically asking Matt to kill you, which
Matt will do now. He does
you know
that
what?
now.
Yeah, first of all, he does that now. But yeah, second of all, I guess he's got, technically got a point. He won't see any jail time if he's dead.
Guys, I didn't rob this
Well-
bank. I was busy committing a terrorist attack in Singapore.
Well, no, isn't he saying that maybe a Skrull impersonated him to do the
Yeah, but
crime?
that can't work though,
Well, yeah, but
because they caught the guy at the
was
bodega
imprisoned
and then
at the
immediately
place of
took him to
crime,
the
yeah.
prison. So like he has to be the person who was at the bodega. Which is why it's just a stupid question outright, but like the show frames it as like, see, what a stupid question. Isn't this funny? And it's like, no. Like not really.
Yeah, as opposed to
I
being like,
guess.
what if I'm a member of an alien race that the president told everyone to kill?
That's like the equivalent of Haja in the Kenobi show saying, like, telling everyone he's a Jedi in a post-Order
In a post-
66
yeah.
world.
Yeah, you're like, but you
Both
maybe
sides
don't
you can't
do that.
see how it
Yeah.
turns out for
It's
him.
like how do I do like an under the table thing where I smuggle people off world for a fee without being noticed by the Empire? I know. I'll advertise to everyone that I'm one of the most wanted figures in the fucking galaxy. It's a great way to get the stormtroopers not to look into me any further. Fucking stupid ass show. This is worse. I think Born Again is worse than Kenobi though, so like that tells you something.
It is, yeah. God, these are the bars we're having to like clear now. It's like you're not even as good as Kenobi.
You couldn't even do a Kenobi.
You could even reach the bar
Oh,
of
the
a
Kenobi.
1 out of 10.
The boy cries you a sweater of tears, and you kill him.
And you kill him.
Also,
Yes.
someone said Sheev be nice to Nando. He's a good dude. I feel like we've been nice to him so far.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Listen, you
and
can
also
be nice.
We've been
but
mean
also
to his
not be
points.
His points are
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, we criticize his points, not the person.
Yeah,
I
I
will
mean, for all I
criticize him.
know,
I hate
he's-
him.
Hate the sin, not the
For all I
sinner.
know,
Right?
he's the world's loveliest person, but it doesn't mean that he's exempt from being criticized when he makes dog shit points.
Yes.
Yes.
Which, by the way, applies
from
to
all
us as well.
accounts-
Like, if we make dog shit points, then like we don't expect people to treat us with kid gloves. Just
Well, yeah,
because people
but
might like us.
also we're bad people, so like it's a lot easier to just kind of.
Oh, that's
yeah.
true.
I like being bad. It makes, me happy.
Much it. Again, no mention of Hawkeye. When Wilson Fisk is thumbing through his suits
Yeah,
to
no
decide
mention of
what to wear-
Hawkeye, and that's a problem because Hawkeye is an Avenger with a lot of sway who knows and has video evidence of the fact that Fisk has been doing criminal activities.
He's
He's
retired.
been fighting
He's-
one of his mobsters, or one of his minions. Sorry.
Look, he's retired now, guys. Come on.
Yeah, he he went to his farm. They had like Christmas. Like, don't worry about it. He's just chilling.
That was a snowplow that got in the way.
It's one of those things where it's like when you watch
No.
Hawkeye and when you realize that Hawkeye knows about Fisk, you're like, oh shit, that means like the Avengers should know about Fisk, right? Like, surely. Like, even if he didn't find out about Fisk until post Endgame when he was doing his Ronin thing, like now that that's a thing, like the Avengers, whatever the fuck is left of them at this point, should be like on his ass, right? You'd think.
Well, maybe Fisk is a bit too
I mean,
small fry
also-
for the Avengers, which fine, whatever. But like, as Iron Man pointed out to Spider-Man in the Homecoming film, like the Avengers do pass that information on to other people who do it,
Yeah.
right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like
Yeah,
you
the
had.
FBI should be on its ass.
Like at the very least, if the Avengers themselves can't do anything about it, then like yeah, either get the FBI involved, which the FBI has a history with Fisk, or I don't know, even have like the Avengers back someone like Daredevil and be like, go take him down. Like we're gonna give you all the resources you need, but like we can't do it ourselves for whatever reason.
Or assign it to like one of their lower level heroes that were training the campus, like Falcon or Spider-Man. Like Tony could easily just pass that off to Spider-Man.
Well, Falcon is Captain America now, so I wouldn't exactly call him a low level hero anymore.
Yeah, but this is.
I mean-
hey, Tony's dead if by that line of logic. Then
I'd
Okay.
say
There's another
I mean,
Falcon.
There's other
Falcon
Avengers than
is-
Tony.
Sam Wilson's Falcon is still pretty low level considering he's not a super soldier. He's just a normal dude. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
good luck against fucking Doctor Doom, buddy.
Like I'm just imagining
fine.
I'm just imagining Sam going after Kingpin and Ross is like, oh you can't, I pardoned him, so don't worry about that.
Where I'm like, oh, where's that jaunty red and white number with the hat? That would be fun for you today. So, first issue pacing. Again, I don't think it is bad, but I don't feel like it's telling a very complete story, especially because
No, I think it's bad. I think the pacing in the show is fucking terrible. Like the first episode is no exception.
This show has pacing?
No.
what it's doing is trying to get Matt from where they end season 3 to where they want him to be in the second episode of Born Again, which is where this really feels like it starts. And with Fisk, it's connecting everything with Hawkeye and Echo and this Mayor Fisk arc and tying it all up so that when
Connecting
episode 2
being a
begins,
very loose
we're doing
word.
Mayor Fisk and we're fully into it.
In
But
giant
that being said,
quotations.
I have a hard time.
We're connecting it in the sense that like technically we're acknowledging those events have happened. Moving on.
Yep, that's it.
That's all you need, really. Give me
Yeah,
wait,
someone else is like, but what about the consequences of those things? Like, yeah, shut up.
No.
Consequences? What are those?
They happened. We're moving on.
You guys can keep it playing. I'm just gonna run grab a drink. Oh yeah, I'll read out the super chat first from Wisdom for $5. He says, if Fisk was active during the blip, I feel like Hawkeye would have absolutely killed him. Well, we know definitively that he was, and that Hawkeye as Ronin was going after him, and like his operation.
He tried.
So I actually don't know how the fuck he didn't kill Fisk. Like I guess he just never fucking found him somehow.
Fisk was in a hole, we see.
We know that Fisk wasn't just like hiding himself. Like he went out publicly a lot. Like when Maya was getting arrested, he himself went there and was like, "Get her out of this." And like, he didn't send like a guy. He didn't send like a not Westling figure. He went there himself. I'm just imagining like Ronin being on the roof across the street with a fucking sniper, just like, all right.
I guess it is worth pointing out that, like, Hawkeye, I know he's just a regular dude, but he is a pretty serious, like, killer. Like, he is a very, very well-trained very
Yeah.
efficient. Like he's one of the most
Cheerleader.
prolific, he's like one of the most like capable people in this world. And the idea that even he, like when Fisk was involved, and when he found out in Hawkeye that Fisk was definitively involved, and he was like, "Oh shit!" Like even Hawkeye, an Avenger, was like, "Man, this Fisk guy, he's dangerous." And yet then he does nothing to stop him, and the Avengers don't get involved, and they don't tip off any agencies, and
It's a little
Fisk is
below
just
the
allowed to
pay
roam around.
grade.
Sure, he's too busy on his farm or some shit.
Okay.
Remember,
I-
Fisk took the super soldier serum sometime during the blip, apparently. That's what the
Right.
theorists have told me anyway, to explain his incredible boost in strength.
That's a nice
I mean, yeah,
argument, fanboy. Can you provide me a source?
No.
This is what I mean by
Sources,
like I
I
just
made
want
it
one
the fuck
thing
up.
to remain consistent in this show, right? Because like even these little things where like, okay, so Hawkeye is afraid of Fisk. Like Fisk is enough of a threat to even someone like Hawkeye that Hawkeye considers him a real problem. But also, Hawkeye doesn't give a shit about Fisk and hasn't done anything to stop him, and no one's doing anything. Okay, these two things cannot coexist. And that's just
maybe
one.
Maybe
Sorry?
Hawkeye saw Fisk getting shot in the head and was like, well, surely he's dead now. I don't have to worry about him, right?
He ran for mayor publicly.
He doesn't get the newspaper in the middle of nowhere. He went to space.
He went to space. He went to the one place uncorrupted by capitalism.
Listen, ever since the Jeremy Renner app shut down, Hawkeye hasn't been getting any news.
I'm fully disliking the episode because of the pacing, because of how much I like the individual scenes. Obviously, Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio are doing really good jobs. These are characters they feel very connected to. It's clear that they're very interested in continuing the legacy of these characters, even if it is outside of the Daredevil show, which I think is great. But also, it feels like these characters are very personal. And even if this version of Wilson Fisk is not exactly like comic Wilson Fisk, like this is a character who has been built up over the course.
What?
I'd say he was a character before Born Again. Yeah, I don't know if I can call a character who, like, I don't know if I can call an entity who has no clear-cut motivations for doing anything, has no logical causality behind any of the decisions he makes or actions he takes, has no, like, sense of identity beyond the fact that people call him by a certain name, and then be like, yeah, that's a character. Like, at that point, fucking anything is a character. Yeah, he's just Kingpin at that point.
He's a simple guy, all right. He just wants to fill holes. Is that so wrong?
Season 2 will give him character. Yes.
I know writers who use subtext and are all cowards.
But also that the defense that Fisk is just the Fisk surface level, what he's literally saying is like, oh, I want to clean up the city, I don't want to be a good mayor. That is his motivation. Doesn't track out just on its own merits, because first of all, he seems to have literally no interest in being mayor. Like he is visibly frustrated whenever he has to do anything mayoral, like vaguely related to his office as the mayor. Like he doesn't like doing the duties. He doesn't like having to go to council meetings. He doesn't like having to go through the red tape. He doesn't like having to campaign. He doesn't like doing any of that. And not only that, but we know he's doing something nefarious. That man fucking killed in the last episode. His plans clearly revolve around Red Hook in some fashion, and that's not just like an attempt to rejuvenate the city. That is very clearly linked to Vanessa and the criminal enterprise, because there are whole shenanigans going on with like the subplot with Luca and the fees and stuff around Red Hook, and Foggy's Foggy seems to have been targeted, quote unquote, because the guy he was shielding in his apartment had information on Red Hook. So just the idea that Fisk is just this straight guy who is just trying to do better and redeem himself just doesn't hold up scrutiny.
Yeah,
Like even
that
the
doesn't
barest
track.
scrutiny.
Look, like I said, he's just a simple guy. He just wants to fill holes. That's when he was at his happiest as
He's
mayor.
just a little guy. And
Little
again,
guy.
this is something we've gone over in the other streams, but it's like, even if that is just like the surface level of what they're presenting to us is actually just what he's trying to do, even if we accept that, it's still like, yeah, but like they've still made him incompetent. They've still made him just a fucking pale imitation of the person he was in Daredevil seasons 1 and 3, and in season 2, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
All of his plotting and scheming to make himself the kingpin of the prison in that one episode where he was the focal point. Like, yeah.
And like, what
Yeah, I mean,
journey
this
has
is-
he gone on to even want to redeem himself? Is it literally
Well, he had
just
a-
Maya touching his head?
Yeah, a Native American girl sent him on a vision quest. That's literally all we can do.
That's
there.
it. Really? We're Rise of Skywalkering this.
But it's good. It's great.
It's gonna be great.
I got a super chat from Beowin is not a name, okay, for £10. He said, "Did you guys see the original writers saying that Matt wasn't super acrobatic due to budget restrictions? I don't want to be bad faith, but it just doesn't sit quite right." So I think what this is referring
Yeah, I
to is
saw
like
that.
the showrunner said we would have done more swinging around in acrobatics that you see in this show in the original had we had the budget for
Mhm.
it. And I'm like, well, then I'm fucking glad
But
you
they
didn't.
still did excellent work with what they had.
Yeah.
Like
Sometimes budget restrictions can bring out creativity.
Mm-hmm.
But also,
Mhm.
the criticism we have is not Daredevil is suddenly more acrobatic, although it is inconsistent with the previous thing. Like you can chalk that up a bit like how the New Hope lightsaber fight is clearly stilted and stupid and bad compared to the prequel choreography, and you just kind of headcanon that away as being like, well, no, the actual fight in universe probably looks better than this. It's just like technical
Production
restrictions or
value,
whatever.
yeah.
Yeah. Like we're happy to do that.
Well, yeah,
the
in-
problem we
in
have
the
with
same way as,
acrobatic
like-
Daredevil is
In the same way as like
Is-
in Return of the Jedi, Obi-Wan as a ghost like moves some leaves, and it's like I don't think in universe we're meant to believe that he just physically interacted with the world there. The actor Alec Guinness pushed a few leaves away.
Yeah,
it's just how it was
but like
filmed.
yeah. So the criticism we have with the acrobatic is just like it looks bad. It's not that it's not that he is more acrobatic. It's the way they have executed the decision to make him more acrobatic has been piss poor. Like it looks terrible. It looks fake. The CGI is very obvious when it's being used. The cuts are jarring and horrific. So all the good work of making him more acrobatic is kind of wasted anyway because we can't tell what the hell's going on. And even when they are making him more acrobatic in a way that we can see, the lighting, the actual movements they're having him do just look bad. In the scenes that they're in. And that's nothing to do with the decision to make him more acrobatic. That's just they didn't do a good job.
Yeah. It looks like shit. It looks like CGI shit. That's all I can really say. Much like everything in the show
What are you
does.
talking about? Those pigeons were so real. I've never seen more real pigeons.
Of 3 seasons of Daredevil and a little bit of Hawkeye and a little more of Echo, so that this does feel like a continuation of what we liked about original Fisk.
Does it?
no.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Are you sure?
In the sense, like, there's no word in that sentence that actually tracks at all. Like, because no, it's
I
not a
too
continuation.
can just say things.
You cannot just say stuff and expect it to make sense. You have to think about what you are saying.
Look, I don't know anything about this YouTuber because I don't watch his content. So I'm willing to take it on faith that most of his videos are better than this. But like, I'm really tired of YouTube critics doing that thing where they just say a sentence which requires evidence to support it, but they just say it like it's a fact and move straight on.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's that point in an essay where I'd be like, citation ?
Like, I only do
Where the hell did
that.
this come from?
I only do that if like the point I'm making is so self-evident that like all you have to do is just see it in the movie, right? Like where I'll be like, someone said, I'll be like, some people interpret this scene to mean this, but like that's fucking stupid because watch the scene, and then I just like play a clip of it or something, like, but even then I never feel comfortable with just saying like, here's a statement anyway, I'm not going to qualify that, move on, because that's nothing.
Yeah. He's like, this is the greatest Wilson Fisk, the most accurate Wilson Fisk we've ever got. And you're like, what? Sorry? And he's like, no, moving on. Beg pardon?
Speak.
Oh,
Say that
according
again?
to Baowen is not a real name. Jolly, I hate to break it to you, but that is his entire channel. If that's the
good.
case, do better, Nando.
Yeah. You gotta do better,
Do
Nando.
Nando.
As I understand it, Madvocate, you've experienced, for lack of a better word, his videos before.
Yeah, I have.
Can you?
But like way back before I even had a channel, like I did like him. I did like the videos he was making. But then came along. I think Shang-Chi was the first, like video that I saw, and I'm like, okay, he's dropped the ball. I wasn't very consistent with watching his channel, but I did like some of his earlier stuff, and then I saw that, and I'm like, oh, he's quantifying his statements with this shit.
Shang-Chi was a great movie, though. So Wenwu was a strategic genius. It was all part of the plan to put Shang-Chi and Aquafina in the same cell as Trevor.
He got his name from a chicken dish, apparently.
Even though he abducted Ben Kingsley because he took his name.
Ben Kingsley.
They retconned the retcon of the subversion.
Of the retcon.
The brain rot is so deep, I'm just imagining Wenwu being like, they named me after a chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey.
I'd say the same.
I think I need
is true
surgery
of
to
Matt.
remove
I
this
guess
brain
the thing
rot.
that's a little trickier with Matt is everything we're doing in episode 1 is going to break Matt down so that we can start kind of fresh in episode 2. And it definitely still felt like Matt. I still really
because,
enjoyed
you know, God forbid we actually take his character in a new direction for the follow-up of season 3. You know? We gotta
also,
just...
it felt like Matt's thing. Like, what do you mean? I get that. This is one of those things where I need you to explain to me what you mean. Because if you mean, like, this was consistent with this character, no, it fucking wasn't. Like, not, like, to an absolutely insane degree, no, it wasn't. And if you're just telling me, like, but if all you mean by that is, oh, it was Charlie Cox and the mannerisms were sort of the same, and, like, I was nice to see, like, you know, he looks the same and he talks the same, mostly. Therefore, it feels like the original one. I'm like, that's so surface level that I kind of just don't even know where to begin with that.
That's nothing. There's nothing I can say. Like, I can't respond to that because it's not even a statement.
And that's what people equate to good writing, unfortunately.
It's like, at that point, like, do you remember in Deadpool 1, the end of the movie, when he takes off the mask and he's got the Hugh Jackman cutout stapled to his face? Yeah, I'm like, do these people who like, you know, who feel like this was Matt, do they people look at that scene and go, oh my god, they got a Hugh Jackman cameo?
Oh my god, it's Wolverine!
Oh my god.
They did it!
Oh my god! It's literally, you know how people make fun of the idea of an objective review without understanding what objectivity is, where they're like, this is what an objective review of this movie is, and it's just listing off a bunch of facts about it. Like, that's almost what this feels like. It's like Charlie Cox was in it. He played a character named Matt Murdock. Tragedy befell him at the beginning of the season, and it made him very depressed. And it's like, yep. Now are you gonna? No, that's it. That's in fact that's your analysis. Okay, cool. See, I got all that from watching the fucking show, but thanks.
A summary and an analysis are completely the same thing, and no work has to be done to, you know, divest a scene of its meaning and explain it to people, or to, you know,
what the fuck is
go
a
through
theme?
with a fine comb. Yeah, what is a theme? Fuck these themes you speak of.
banter, the chemistry with Foggy and Karen, and then like the brutality of the fighting I think was great. All the yelling and screaming. But I think we get better Matt in episode 2.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, just give me...
I love how that came immediately after us being like, you don't do anything substantive. And he was like, there was lots of yelling and screaming.
Cinema.
Guys, 9/11 was great. All the yelling and screaming.
I'm going insane.
That substance in the air.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, that lung cancer in the air was great.
Y'all got any media analysis? We have yelling and screaming.
The London Blitz was just pure bliss. It's
I can't believe
It's
that.
cinema.
I'm making a meme right now.
Let me level with Nando for a second. Let me please. I don't really do breakdowns of like fight scene choreography in my reviews because I'm just not very good at that. I don't go through those with a fine tooth comb. So like, I'm working on my Revenge of the Sith script right now. It's almost done, and then I'm working on recording it. And like every time it comes to a fight scene, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna broadly talk about like why I think this works or it doesn't work. Maybe I'll deal with a little bit of the minutia if I find a point that's worth making. But otherwise, I'm gonna be very quick about it and just move on because I just that's just not part of the analysis that I really feel qualified doing. But I don't just be like, man, I loved the Anakin and Obi-Wan fight because look at that, they're just like running around and swinging their lightsabers and you look at all that yelling and screaming. Anyway, like I just don't do that. You have to put at least some work into it if you're gonna talk about it. Like you can't. I loved the lava and all the fire and the droids and all that. It was good stuff. Anyway,
I loved
Like,
the chicken
If this is
jockey.
your analysis, you might as well just play the clip of just Matt Murd, like a Scream comprehension. Like it's the same substance, basically.
I mean, to be fair, I have seen that on Twitter where people like show the bit where Matt just yells out randomly after hitting the two cops, and they're like, "Oh, see, this is cinema because it shows how he's relapsing." I'm like, no, it's just he yells. He yells and
he yelled.
It's center focus, and okay, moving on. Great.
It's peak.
It
To
was
be-
perfect.
To be fair, I don't know how you can have a substantive video praising a show that is so devoid of substance that it's actually kind of a black hole on media.
Well, you describe all the ways in which it could have been substantive if it pulled its finger out.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is like if you're committed to I'm going to do a positive review of a show like this, then like
Well,
it
then you've
kind of
already fucked up.
it can't be substantive. That's my thing. Is like you just kind of have to be like, I mean, I don't know, this is what happened and I kind of liked it. It's like, all right.
Yeah, that's. I'll stop you there. Like the second that sentence enters your head, I'm like, I'll do this anyway. I'm like, no, stop. You are sourceless. You are actively removing source from the world. You must be stopped.
0% source.
Man.
Than in this episode.
I blame Andrew
I would
for
say
this.
the other issue I
Yeah.
have with this episode is just like the look of it. This episode had a lot going on with how it was shooting everything. Like the frame was expanding and contracting when Matt was hearing things, which I think is
Yeah, that was
fine.
shit.
Yeah, it was
If anything,
terrible.
for me. That kind of stuff feels a little distracting.
Guys, it's
Like, I think
to
there's
show
other
his
things you can
senses.
use to
It's
make that-
art.
So he thinks it's fine, but also he personally found it very distracting.
So it wasn't fine.
Though that's the thing is like, I get the feeling that his standard is more or less like, I'm going to just talk about whether or not I personally enjoyed it, which is, you can have videos where you review media that way. That's not the way we like to do it, but whatever. But like, Andrew, but like at the same time, if that's where you're coming at this from, then like saying, yeah, I think it's fine, but also it didn't work for me is like, well, then it wasn't fine.
You can say it, buddy.
Whatever.
work
It's
without
it
expanding
is that
the
thing of
franchise
just.
at all.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No.
It is just a thing of like refusing to like come down on one side or the other of the subjectivity objectivity divide. If you're like you want to have have a review which you can present as being like somewhat more highbrow than just someone being like I liked the thing. You want to be able to present it like it's like your opinion has some kind of weight that other opinions don't have. But also you don't want to make do the thing of claiming that your opinion is like you don't want to actually say out loud that you think your opinion is more worthwhile than anyone else's opinion on the subject, or than the average person's opinion on the subject. So you strike this
I
weird
am
middle ground.
Enlightened centrist.
Yeah, where you just refuse to like adopt any standard. Because yeah, as you pointed out, if this is just a subjective review, then you need to explain why it not working for you makes it a bad, right? For you, right? Even if it's just the standard of what pleased you, you need to tell us why that didn't work for you. And if you're saying that like, oh, there is no way to describe this generally, so I'm going to say that any decision they're going to make is just baseline fine, moving on, but also I didn't like it. Then I'm like, well, that's just worthless. What are we doing?
Also, I don't know about you guys, but the frame I'm paused on, he looks like he's about to sneeze.
Me?
Yeah.
The frame I'm paused on, he looks like he's leaning in to give me a big old kiss. And honestly, I welcome
That's the
it.
one on the stream, yeah.
Always reminds me. Oh, I'm looking into
Buy
television.
me dinner
I don't know if
first.
that's just me. Beyond that, there were other shots where the camera became like square. I think some of the lighting
He became
felt very
square.
artificial.
square.
Me when I do not understand
My
anything.
man, you review movies.
talking
you should
about
know
aspect
what the 3x4
ratio.
ratio is.
It's a 4:3 aspect ratio.
I think you'll find it became square.
Sure.
Did he like the Snyder cut? Because he should know that term.
That became square. Yeah, that entire movie is square.
This is what I mean by like the laziness of like fucking online critics. Like, it takes you all of half a second to Google like what is the square thing? The square.
He's been doing this for years.
This
though.
really
I feel
does.
like he should know it by now.
But this feels like a very off the cuff. Like I'm just gonna kind of talk about the episode that I just watched and just very broadly. Sorry, what?
He should know.
It feels like something I would write, having known nothing about this. I'd fully blag it.
Yeah, because you haven't seen the show, so it'd be interesting to like sit you down and be like, write up a review for Daredevil Born Again, episode 1. We'll just see what you have to say.
I'd look at summary and just type it out. Like, I think it's this.
Yeah, you read out like the plot synopsis of like Wikipedia, and then you just like you type out like, this is what I thought of that, and I'm just like, okay.
The screaming and yelling, and it goes square sometimes.
It does go square sometimes.
Yeah, it's when you're trying to fill out the word count on your essay, but you don't actually know what the subject is. So you're just like, there were lots of square things in the show, and occasionally there was yelling and screaming, and this is us.
Someone said it goes into the square hole.
I'll say I am enjoying the dynamic we have here of like people at varying stages with Born Again, where like, sorry if I'm talking over other people here or whatever, I'm being annoying, but I am like fired up with the show. It sucks.
You were forced to
Like,
watch 3 episodes.
I'm not
of it.
happy.
Well, so you're sort of in the
Back.
like rage stage where you know how like there's those 5 stages of grief and you're like in the anger stage right now. Where I think Madvocate, Jolly, and I have already kind of reached acceptance, and Andrew, because we've all seen it and had time to like really sit and reflect on it. We're just like, yeah, this is what it is.
Yeah, it's easier to laugh at the show at this point.
See,
When I watch it.
a real filmmaker who's like really testing the limit, pushing the envelope in terms of filmmaking, would go for a triangle aspect ratio, and I think that's the next step. I think we need to do that.
iCarly did something similar. They had the pear pad in iCarly. That was like a wonky. That was like a bean aspect ratio.
I liked that though. It's funny. It's pear phones.
You guys are thinking 2-dimensional. I want this to be shot in a cube.
True.
I want this show to be aired on the Las Vegas sphere.
It felt very natural. Had a lot of hand.
What?
I want this to be filmed on the moon.
I'm going to film it on the moon just for you.
Projected on the moon.
Handheld cameras, a lot of static cameras. I'm not saying the show needs to look one way or anything like that. It just felt like this first episode was them trying to do a lot of different things. It was going for a lot, and I appreciate that.
You're saying
Especially
nothing.
When we're getting into the fight choreography, I don't think it all mixed particularly well. I also think, and I've seen this word used a lot, the compositing of everything that was going on in this fight just looked...
I don't think he knows what compositing means. Because I'm not even saying he's using it wrong here. I'm just saying the way he just worded that makes me think he saw someone else say that in a review, and he's just kind of like regurgitating the point right now.
Well, compositing means like either two things. It's either, if he's talking about like the camera, composite is like the framing, which would be, this is a weird clip to use that for. If he's talking about like visual effects, then this isn't composition, I don't believe. This is CGI. Composition is like the integrating of like, let's say you shoot a model on like a blue screen, and then you composite it into the film. You composite it onto like a, let's say, space.
It's when you're combining multiple different kind of like VFX styles and things together to make it look seamless. So like like an image or a video or a 3D asset or whatever. Like you're just putting it all into one scene and trying to make it all look like it all belongs to the same reality.
Yeah.
Which, like, to be fair, this does not look like, Matt standing here does not look like he belongs to the same reality as everything else around him. It does look like he has just flown in from a PS2 version, a game version, and now he's on a real balcony, whilst in the background someone's got a matte painting.
A matte painting?
Say that again?
Me when I'm on a real balcony.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
But like, even the way he set this up, you're right. Where he was like, "I've heard a lot of people throw this word around," and I'm like, "Okay, I know you've heard that. Do you understand what they mean when they said that?" Because I don't actually think
say things. and expect
I
it
don't
to
actually think-
make sense. You have to think about what you are saying.
Because
No.
again, I was not behind the scenes, and I don't know if this is necessarily true for this specific thing of Matt like riding in onto the balcony. But I'm fairly certain that this is a real Matt and a real balcony, and that the green screen is what's behind him. So that doesn't, the compositing argument doesn't explain why Matt himself looks so fucking fake.
Unless he's talking about the fake smoke used in the bar scene, which I know he's not showing it on screen currently, but it was what he was showing before this shot.
Then he's poorly edited
He said that-
this because
He said he liked
Yeah.
that.
over
He liked,
this. Yeah.
he liked the smoke.
Oh, he did. Oops. Well,
it was
Well, he
Foggy.
pointed-
It was
pointed
just
to,
thematically relevant because that's the episode where Foggy died.
Ooh,
He
never heard that
he pointed
before.
to Bullseye walking through the fog to be like, I liked that. And I was like,
Yeah.
oh,
You're like, you did? You like that?
I
Did-
too like not being able to see what the fuck is going on.
Did you like how Bullseye teleported all the way from Foggy's apartment to somehow behind Matt and across the street from Josie's bar? Did you like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every
I
time,
wanna
sorry,
die.
every time they mention Josie in the show, or we mention Josie, all I can think of was the song was like, Josie's on a vacation far away.
I think
I wish I was on vacation.
you are on vacation. You're chilling in a She Talk stream talking about Peak.
With the homies.
Yeah.
You've been born again.
Yeah, I'm fine, chat.
Sam Montgomery
this is
born
great.
again.
He has been born again, folks.
I feel
Yeah.
born again.
This feels.
But anyway,
so good.
this specific shot on the screen is not a compositing issue. This is a lighting issue. Like this is like
And it's-
they did not know how to light Matt so that he doesn't look fake as fuck.
Mm.
Yeah. And also, this is just like a bad CG model where like just the weight is off, like the way he lands and moves. He looks like a 2000s like we did like CG doubles during like the early 2000s,
I mean, like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man.
or like there's
Hang
some
on,
other
the
stuff. so, like,
which Sam Raimi Spider-Man? The close-up with Mary Jane where she's just clinging onto what is clearly like a static dummy that's being like,
Yeah.
cycled through
No,
the
I'm
wind.
thinking like Parker's first swing
Mhm.
while he's still wearing the wrestling suit. That level of like, oh,
Oh yeah.
or in like so I think in like Terminator 3, was that the one that came out in the early 2000s where there's like a CG Arnold like hanging over a crane and he looks fake as fuck.
Oh yeah, that happened. I don't
Yeah,
want to think
you're
about
right.
that.
It was peak. You don't know writing.
Weird. Some of the
I agree.
action looked kind of stiff. Like, for instance, when they're on the roof and fighting, like, that felt like something that was added in CGI or something like that. It's so hard to tell because I'm not an expert on that. I'm just an expert on watching it and going, nah, I don't love the look of that. Or that shot of Matt jumping around on
I can't see anything.
What?
What's going on?
I don't want to hammer on this point any more than we already have. I just wanted to say like that's such a telling sentence because everything we just went over about
Yeah.
like you don't seem to know what like anything about filmmaking and you're just kind of saying, oh well, I'm only an expert in watching it and being like I don't like the way that looks. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. So by definition, then you're not an expert. Like,
yeah.
I don't think you know what the word expert means, friend.
He's doing that thing that like humble sort of I'm just a guy with a microphone and a camera and my opinion is no
Just a
more
silly
valuable
little
than
guy.
yours and blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, but like why should I listen to what you have to say, right?
Yeah, I don't get that kind of humble brag. It's a bit like when people are like, "Oh, I voted for this politician because they feel like one of the lads or like one of the people." I'm like, I don't want one of the people ruling me. I want somebody who knows what the fuck they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why am I listening to a media critic who doesn't know, who admits they don't know what the hell they're talking about? Like, I wouldn't accept that. Like, if I hired a plumber to come around and fix my toilet, and they came around and were like, "Well, I didn't actually do any like plumbing training. I'm just a guy with a wrench." I'm like, "Get the fuck out of my house!"
Just a guy. I don't want you to think of me as your plumber. I want you to think of me as the guy who killed your plumber and took his wrench.
Yeah.
I'm
I don't want you to think of me
Mario.
as a therapist. I want you to think of me as a mental patient who killed the therapist before you got here.
It's like
Okay. Now give me $300.
There's this connotation though of like you're a conceited douchebag if you say I know what I'm talking about. So like if you're a YouTuber and you do film criticism in any capacity, you kind of have to come at it with this veneer of like, yeah, but like at the end of the day, I'm just a guy who likes watching movies. My opinion is no more or less valuable than yours. I know nothing more than you do. I'm just a dude with a microphone, just giving my 2 cents, and throwing my hat in the ring and seeing who picks it up, basically. And it's like, okay, and that's the way they feel like they have to play it, because otherwise people are going to look at them and be like, oh, what an asshole. And I kind of understand that to an extent, because I also don't consider myself any kind of you need to listen to me, I'm an authority on. But at the same time, like, I think about this stuff a lot. I generally think I know what I'm talking about. I wouldn't just be putting my opinions out there.
You quantify your statements, at least.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like, just have your references, right?
I sort of get what you're saying, right? Of like, there is a kind of veneer of potential. But the thing is, I would put this more at the feet of people like Patrick Willems, who are like, I went to college and I did English literature courses, therefore I know what I'm talking about. Which, like, no, that means you got an English literature degree, and you might know what you're talking about, but that's not the same thing as definitely saying that you do know what you're talking about.
Yeah, show that you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's
Don't
the
just
thing.
say it.
When you set yourself up as a critic, you are claiming, whether you like it or not, you are claiming expertise. Now, that expertise can be arrived at from multiple different ways. Like, maybe you trained, like, in some kind of professional educational setting. Maybe you are just someone who has absorbed hundreds of hours of footage of various films and has come to well thought out opinions of your own. Effectively, you are a self-taught critic at that point. But that is still a training. That is still like an acquiring of authority, and then you back up your points with arguments that you can make on the basis of that. So I get the whole you don't want to come across as a smug git, but also there's a middle ground there of being like, I'm not claiming I'm the world's greatest ever person in this, but however, I think I do know what I'm talking about in these specific areas because I have bothered to educate myself on these things. And and here's my argument, which you may or may not accept.
That's where I was going with all that, is basically like, there is a kind of niche that I fill in, that, like, if you ask me to do a video talking about music theory, like, I'm not your guy. I'm not going to be able to, like, break down why a song choice worked in a movie any more than earlier when I was talking about, like, I don't break down fight choreography because that's just not my forte. These are the things that I generally have a lot of knowledge on because I've studied it in my own ways. I'm going to back up all my arguments with sources and references, and you can do with them what you will. But, like, I'm only going to talk about the things that I know. But, like, I'm not going to sit here and do this off-the-cuff review where I don't really say anything substantive, and I'm just like, but I'm and the last thing I ever want to do is hide behind this idea of, but I am just, at the end of the day, just a guy with a microphone. So don't take my opinion too seriously. Because, like, at that point, I'm essentially inviting people to just stop watching my videos because I am bringing them nothing of value. What's the point of that?
People who liked the show just want someone to have the same opinion as them. It brings them comfort because big mean people like us are saying it's bad. You don't get it, Sheev. You've never been loved before.
It unironically is that, and I don't want to be cynical about this because I don't know how many of the people like Nando and others like him who parrot these kinds of takes. I don't necessarily want to accuse any one of them of, like, doing this intentionally, because for all I know, they don't realize that's what they're doing. But you are right in that what you've hit at there is a specific demand that they're filling for people who just want to hear someone online say that the thing they liked was good. And so anyone who's trying to be an honest critic who saw the thing and doesn't think it's very good is going to say that, which means there's going to be fewer videos that say it, the thing is good. And then you can come in and just be like, well, I liked it. And then those people will kind of flock to you and be like, okay, cool. You're the YouTuber that I'll go to for opinions in the future. And again, like, I don't necessarily think Nando or any other YouTubers like him are doing this on purpose. Some of them may well be. I don't know. But it is something that is happening, unfortunately.
It's toxic positivity. Yeah. It's not healthy.
Yeah.
So, someone in the comments, and I appreciate this is probably a joke, was like, Jolly's an advocate of class-based oppression. Like, no, the opposite. I'm saying that, like, okay, so put it this way. I would trust Sheev's opinion on a film, like on a new piece of film, like whether it's a Marvel or Star Wars or high art, quote unquote, whatever you want. Like, I would trust Sheev's opinion a lot more than I would trust Patrick Willems. And of the two, Patrick Willems is the only one who has a quote unquote, like, higher educational degree in a relevant subject. But I've seen Patrick Willems' arguments, and I've seen how he makes them. So I don't fucking trust what he has to say. I don't give a shit what piece of paper he has hanging on his wall. Whereas I know that Sheev has a brain in his skull and actually has taken the time to learn these things and come to informed opinions. So, yeah, it's not about which college you went to or didn't go to. It's just about, like, can you show me that you are an intelligent person who makes arguments that make sense.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Wrong.
Say that again?
On the rooftop. Like, I think
Oh,
a shot like
brain
that
rot.
is awesome. I love that they're doing that. That felt a little unfinished for me, which I feel like I only didn't like because there was so much going on in those fight scenes that I had to rewind and rewind again just to like fully see what happened. Like, listen, I'm sure I'm going to say this, and people are going to say, "What are you talking about?" I watched that and I had no problems with that. I'm not saying that it wasn't incredibly clear. I guess we've seen Matt fight Bullseye before. Obviously, there were a couple of examples of this, but the best one is the fight in the bullpen, where Daredevil is trying to close the distance.
No, the church is better.
Bullseye's really good from a distance, but Daredevil's really good up close. Like, the objectives of that fight were great. The
I thought he
tension was
said
great.
bullpen
It was very slow, but
instead
also,
of
like, it was very
bulletin.
focused. You knew what Daredevil and Bullseye were both trying to do in any given moment. There were a lot of bits here where, like, Daredevil would go throw Bullseye through a thing, and I couldn't fully see what was going on, but I could tell Bullseye was throwing
That's
something,
not good.
hitting some guy over.
Okay, I think he is being critical of it, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair to him, he is saying this is not good.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't even say he's not that he's saying it's not good. He's dancing on this very thin line of like, it didn't work for me, and these are some of the reasons why. But like, if you liked it, then good for you. And I'm like, okay, but like, you don't have to do that. You don't have to qualify it that way.
There, and it just felt like such a
Yeah,
cool
you can grow a
but I
spine and
don't
just declare
feel
an
like
opinion.
I got
Yeah.
a great
Get
look
off
at
the
it. I like
fence.
how angry
Get off.
and dirty the fighting was. I like the idea of Bullseye just pulling out knives and flicking them at Daredevil very casually. And I think it's very interesting for the character of Daredevil.
Why didn't he throw any of them
that
at his
Matt
face?
decided to throw Bullseye
Um,
off that building, and I'm so happy.
Why
that
did
he arrived.
Bullseye
I'm
go
so
up to like the edge of the ceiling?
Sorry? No, Sam, sorry. We're going back to get that
very
last 10
casually.
seconds. What the
I think
hell?
it's very interesting for the character of Daredevil that Matt decided to throw Bullseye off that building. And
Very
I'm so
interesting
happy
for the character.
Uh-huh.
Well, no, hang on, because he's about to say
He's
about
happy he survived.
Wait.
he arrived, and I am so happy that Foggy is dead. I had nothing against Foggy.
Hey.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. We gotta. We need to keep hearing it though. We need to see what he says next.
Okay.
But like, I feel like we were good with that character. I did want to give this show some space to move on. I mean, I wish the character could have just retired, but that's not how characters in these shows work. But I like.
Wait, why not?
Wait, so his argument is that we.
What?
Well, hang on. So his argument is that we were just done with Foggy. There was nothing more that Foggy could have contributed. That was just.
Yeah, well, there's two steps to this. A, that's not fucking true. What the hell are you talking about? And then B, yes, you can just retire him. You could just say that he and Marcy moved to fucking Washington State. I don't know. Like, oh, I got like this job that I just cannot, pass up. Like I've had so much fun working with you guys at Nelson, Murdoch, and Page, but like this is an opportunity I need to like take. And Marcy's got family out
Marcy's
there.
my life now.
Yeah, and like I have maybe he's got kids now. Like I have all these other priorities.
Yeah, I was going to say, alternatively, maybe Marcy is pregnant or has just had a kid, and Foggy's like, look, I've loved working with you, Matt, but like your world is dangerous, and I need to put my kid's life first.
Yeah.
Like I'll always have your back from a distance, but I can't be in ground zero anymore.
It's
Couldn't he have?
There's
also
so many
changed, like,
ways
his
to write
career
off a
Become a
character.
judge.
yeah. I mean,
Foggy as a judge would be so funny. Just like he's a judge when Matt putting forward the White Tiger case, and everyone's like, wait, what? Conflict of
He's
interest.
gonna be like, you gotta be kidding me, Matt.
that's such a weird thing.
No.
Like, I'm so glad they killed Foggy because it was time to move on from that character. And I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean it was time to move on? There was so much left to do with him. If you wanted to, there was so much to explore.
Insane, degenerate piece of filth, and he deserved to die.
Yeah, you could move on from a character, but also not kill them.
No, kill him.
No,
Kill him
He has to
now.
die.
that's the only way.
He's too dangerous to be
I
left
think
alive.
Death's the only way. Well, I say death is the only way, but death isn't even death isn't permanent in this fucking universe anymore. So
Could
no,
Foggy
he's
have
death
been
is
a
a way
gone.
to end the character.
Could Foggy have been a scroll? I feel like we need to consider this. Very real possibility.
So he's gonna break when it's revealed that Foggy is actually in witness protection.
We're like, no.
That's gonna break his mind.
I mean, to be fair, it's gonna break my mind. I mean, even though we've seen it coming, it's gonna just break what's left of my spirit.
Yeah, I'm saying that assuming he hasn't read any of the theories people are having, which I'm sure he has.
Well, again, this feels very much like an off the cuff review, quote unquote, that he did immediately after watching it. So for all we know, he has no knowledge of any of these theories as of recording this video.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't want to be mean, but like something about this guy's vibe is giving me like James Somerton vibes.
I was thinking that too.
I'm not saying this guy is James Somerton, but
I just think
he does sound like
I
him.
think he kind of looks like him just a little bit, with like the facial hair and like the shape of his cheeks and stuff. I wasn't gonna say anything because that's honestly like super mean to compare anyone to James Somerton, but yeah, kinda. It's the hairstyle too.
Or maybe. We were joking that James Somerton may not even be a real person. Maybe he plagiarizes so much that he steals his own identity as well. Maybe this is the guy he stole it from. Maybe this is the real James Somerton.
Oh,
Nando
man.
V Movies was the blueprint.
This is so mean. I don't feel comfortable being this mean to him.
Yeah, let's.
I'm not being mean to
No.
him. I'm sure he's lovely. It's James Somerton I hate.
Opening up Matt's world a little bit. The Bullseye costume also, like, it's not a classic Bullseye costume. Bullseye is a pretty iconic costume. I'm sure it's changed, somewhat since its original, outing, but, like, for the most part, it's been pretty consistent. During the Zdarsky Chichetto run, I believe it's issue 19, we see this look on Bullseye for the first time. I think it's cool. I think it's a good, like, proto-costume.
His suit went from blue to black. That is the change.
Going on his black suit arc.
But da 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 da.
What's the point that's being made here? Is like I didn't like I wanted Born Again. I wanted Bullseye to have his comic accurate suit, and I'm like, right, okay. I wanted a bottle of wine to come free with my viewing experience, but
Colin Farrell Bullseye wanted a costume, but god damn it, he didn't get one. And then he killed a fly, and then they referenced that in this show. This is the thing they did.
I mean, they put the Bullseye logo on his. They put it on his gloves, and like, yeah, okay.
Like, man, I don't care.
That's. I mean, it's a little on the nose, but whatever. That's good enough for me. I don't want it to be blatantly obvious what his code name is by having it on his forehead or whatever.
We should have it literally on his nose.
I just think it's always so funny putting an actual Bullseye logo like on your forehead. Like, what a great way of just literally putting a target on yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if it was a comedy, then yes, like I'm on board. Similar to how Colin Farrell had it like branded on his fucking forehead. It wasn't even a tattoo.
Fucking branded.
Bro is tempting fate.
I don't understand why they had to have rattlesnake sound effects accompany him every time he like did anything in that movie. What was the point of the rattlesnake?
He was a snake.
Where do the rattlesnakes come? Like, no, that's what do you mean?
He has snakes in his underwear.
Oh, I got a super chat from
There's a
Boxfox
snake
Scoot.
in his boot.
I got a super chat
There's
from.
a snake in my boot.
Okay, I'll just die painfully now. Thank you.
No.
Yes, kill yourself.
I got a super chat from Boxfox Scoot for $5. He said, I'm sure he's lovely. 5 years from now, ex-YouTuber has been arrested for child slave trafficking.
No.
You can't just... Oh, man. We're being so mean.
Oh, yeah, no. This is not us.
It's great. It's gonna be great.
Matt had the proto Daredevil outfit in the beginning of season 1. I hope, since Bullseye survived, that he will get a full Bullseye costume.
Somehow.
Somehow,
like
yeah.
Wilson Bethel's performance, because at the end of the day, like, once we've gotten over the introduction to Bullseye and making him feel, like a little sympathetic, but mostly like this guy's a weirdo, he's unhinged, Kingpin is able to take advantage of, and this is all stuff you get in season 3. Now
Stuff
we
that
have
this show
pure
completely
psychotic
ignores.
Bullseye, and that's what's so fun about Bullseye a lot of the time in the comics, is this guy just loves to kill. He wants to do it. It can be like challenging for him, if he has to kill someone that's hard to kill, that can be fun, but he's more just in it for the love of the game. Like killing.
Okay, sure, but like, characters have motivations. So, like, Bullseye is a character who's always only ever killed people, from what we've seen in the show at least, because he has some motivation behind it. He went after Karen in the church because Fisk asked him to, and he was working for Fisk at the time. He killed the lady who had the Rabbit in the Snowstorm painting just because he wanted to impress Fisk and sort of try to be like the new Wesley. And he killed Father Lantom
Even his fucking
because Lantom was in the
baseball
way. Yeah, he killed it. Well, that was, and yeah, that was just because he was like fucking pissed off that his coach was benching him, right? And he was like
Yeah.
he wasn't. Not to say he's well adjusted as an adult, but he wasn't like taught strategies by his therapist yet to be well adjusted and to at least have like this guise of someone who is like a functioning member of society. The point is, he always killed people because he had like reason behind it, which is, you know, the hallmark of any good villain character who kills people. You know, like I don't.
Yeah, the killing wasn't the goal in itself. It was the means to acquire a goal.
Yeah,
always. Like he had motivations that transcended killing. He's never been presented as someone who's just like
he's not like
wildly out of control and just loves killing people.
He's not this like mindless Winter Soldier who just gets like, you know, someone points him in a direction and he shoots and you know, he doesn't have any say or control over it. Like he does it because he wants to, but also because he has to. Right? That's just how characters work. That's just it's kind of like how in Echo, right? Fisk was, you know, all the nuance of his villainous characterization was stripped from him, and it was like, yeah, well, that like ice cream vendor was mean to Echo, so he just took him in an alleyway and beat the shit out of him and killed him, and it's like, oh, okay. Or like even then later, like he just had his interpreter killed for no reason other than, I guess, she knew too much? ? And it's like, villains don't just kill people for no fucking reason. That's not why they're interesting.
I do.
Well, yeah, but you're an insane,
we
degenerate
have
piece of
people
filth.
doing that in the show where they're like, oh, you know, Fisk took that guy's head off with a car door, and there's the meme of like, oh, you embarrassed me in front of Vanessa. But like, first of all, even if that had been the sole motivation, that's not just I love killing. But secondly, like, no, it was more than that. It was like the dead body of is it Vladimir?
Vladimir's the brother. He's I want to say Isaac. I know that's wrong.
Ivan,
I think.
Yeah, so when he takes Ivan's head off, it's to provoke Vladimir into a specific reaction so that all the Russians will assemble in one place so we can blow them sky high.
Yeah. And specifically to buy time for
yeah.
all of these things to be orchestrated in that way, he's going to then frame Daredevil, so they're too busy like going after him without even suspecting Fisk had any involvement in his death.
Yeah, the only thing that the loss of Fisk's temper does is move up the timeline of like how quickly they need to move to get things into position. Which, by the way, is a neat bit of foreshadowing for one of his weaknesses, is that he does, like, you know, where his emotions are concerned, he does sometimes rush in ahead of time and leave himself vulnerable.
Remember when
that is how he is taken down in that season.
Karen's whole strategy to stopping him in season 3 was, I'm just going to piss him off so much by talking about how I killed Wesley that I will cause him to like attack and potentially even kill me. But as long as that happens in front of the FBI, they have no choice but to send him back to jail. So it's a win as far as I'm concerned. And he almost does it, and it only doesn't happen because Foggy realizes what she's doing and stops it.
To mention this, the Russian's head that got hit by the door was Anatoly.
I don't know where the fuck I got Isaac from.
I just want to point out, Bagel, I was also thinking the exact same thing from Rick and Morty. I just love killing.
Here I go killing again.
Ooh-wee.
I love Crumbobulous.
Yeah, Bullseye isn't Conquest from Invincible. He's not just running around murdering people for shits and giggles.
Like, I guess I can stress, like, you can have a character whose only motivation is I just like killing and I'll just fucking do it to whoever. Like, you know, Mr. Frog from Smiling Friends, and it's kind of just like a meme.
Joker.
Even the Joker, there's more to him than just I like killing.
Yeah.
Like, he's trying to make a point.
Michael Myers.
The Joker's making a philosophical issue. The Joker's making a philosophical point. He's not just killing because he likes killing.
It's not about money. It's about sending a message, that sort of thing.
Like, you know, I guess you've got like characters like Michael Myers or Jason Voorhees who just kill for the sake of killing.
But even Jason is motivated by like an anger and a sense of vengeance to the people who fucking let him drown when he was a child.
Yeah, not to mention that, like, those kinds of villains who are just there to kill and just be a threat because they kill things, those aren't characters. They're more like just, you know,
they're plot devices, essentially. Like, you know, Michael Myers just kills because it's there's something deep within him that just cannot be controlled. He just does it. It's almost like an instinct.
No,
it's like breathing.
He is a part of a cult, and he was cursed to keep killing until he transfers that cult.
Don't fucking... Paul Rudd was in that movie. Like, why?
All right, let's carry on.
Yeah, we got 2 other videos after this. So.
And it's fun.
Oh, he literally just made the.
Villain, like-
He literally just compared him to Crumbopulous Michael, the Rick and Morty character that we were jokingly comparing him to.
Hey,
Guys,
Wait a minute.
Nando,
I
buddy.
am a
Unironically did
prophet.
the meme.
Oh my god.
that. Especially when Daredevil has this very rigid moral code, or at least he tries to have a very rigid moral code. But Bullseye's just like, yeah, I don't know, I just like killing. We can't, you can't convince
Oh
me
boy,
to kill.
But there was
killing.
more to his
And I will
character
say,
before.
I do like what they do with this show about the audio design. I think they always have done cool stuff there. But like, I like how during that fight you take a break and you can hear Karen talking to Foggy,
Just
trying to
repeating
talk
the
him
same
through,
audio line.
you know, being shot and dying.
They're gonna be right here. They're gonna be here any minute, okay?
And that
I love hearing
motivates
that
Matt
3
to fight
times.
harder. I did think there were some really excellent shots here. Love the shot of Matt jumping onto the roof from inside the hallway.
For whatever
Yes.
reason.
You know, Bullseye thinks he's fine.
What?
That's a terrible shot.
Okay, hold
Yeah.
on.
And it doesn't make logistical sense because it means he had to go, like, I guess down and
He
then
went
out to the
downstairs.
side of the building and then scale it to the roof rather than just follow him up the stairs.
Yeah, but he
Andrew,
got
I
plus
think you're-
3 aura.
Andrew, I think you were about to chime in and say something about this, which, like,
Yeah, I was like, I really like the shot where Daredevil has to literally break down a wall in order to make a cool entrance that doesn't even make sense. I like that. It's
what you see,
Also, again-
it looked cool, Andrew, which is all we care about. We don't care about logistics or
It doesn't
characterization.
even look
or...
cool. It's rubber CG bullshit.
well, even like this was the scene you chose to say, yeah, this is cooking. Like, if anything, like the best looking thing in that sequence is probably the dolly zoom where, like, it's Daredevil and he like is zooming in while he's listening. I mean, that was like okay.
There's someone in chat who's like been kind of pushing back lightly against the points we're making, and like literally the most recent one he just put out is like rule of cool, dude. I'm like, okay,
No shot.
Okay, so
don't care.
The rule of cool is nonsense. I hate to break this to people, but like you cannot actually just break everything about a piece of media and then be like, oh, but it looked good. Okay.
So
it
what's
looks good.
What's great about competent writing and directing and filmmaking is that you can actually have something look really cool and it also makes complete sense within the story. Like you can do that.
Like you're acting like the only way we can get cool things is by breaking the
Yeah,
rest of the medium. Which, by the way, even if you do that, the story is broken. Like, yeah, we have one shot that looks cool, and like if you in isolation, what we have is a cool looking thing. But that's worthless compared to the damage you've just done to the larger story.
Well, it's kind of a nonsense defense just on its face because it's like I'm saying the story is broken, you're saying yeah, but it looked cool, and I'm like okay, but the story's still broken, which is the point that I'm making right now. I don't give a fuck if it looked cool.
Someone threw my cat out of the window and into a blender, and they were like, "Hey, but it looked cool though." So I'm like, "Okay,
what have you done?
Fuck you, dude."
Also, to respond to the whole Daredevil, the acrobatic superhero comment, this version of Daredevil is not acrobatic.
Well,
he's
at
a boxer.
least he wasn't.
He wasn't, and then they just forced him
Have
to be
you ever
that.
heard of
and,
Taekwondo? I prefer boxing.
and
Ever
like
heard of comics?
like it's still he took like it's the same thing with taking the time to put his suit on, right? Like he really like took the time while this guy's probably being killed or has already been killed, and the killer is like now running away. He took the spare time he had to put on his suit and get there. Like
I've got time.
It doesn't make it cool. It makes you look stupid. Like he took the time to either break into another apartment building, go out the window, climb the walls like Spider-Man to get up to the top of the building.
I assume he just threw his cable up to the roof. Which I guess how long does that cable like extend that he was able to like throw it up to the roof and just like grapple up there?
That's not even the issue, right? Like his cable doesn't retract like mechanically, does it? It's just a line once he's extended it.
I'm pretty sure we're meant to believe that it does. Yeah, he uses it like a grappling hook. Like I shoot it up there, it lands, it like latches onto something and it pulls me up to the roof. I'm pretty sure that's what we're saying.
Okay.
It's not
right,
broken,
then.
though. You just can't allow yourself to see how he got up there. You have to be satire. I don't believe you just said that.
You're not a real person.
You're not real.
You're not a real person.
What do you mean I can't allow myself? I see how he got up there. I'm just saying that like it doesn't make sense as a decision that he would make.
Listen, at the end of The Dark Knight Returns, we cannot allow ourselves to think about how Batman got his ship to get over there again.
Dark Knight Rises.
Dark Knight Rises, whatever.
Dark Knight Returns is a comic.
How he escaped a nuke.
Oh my god.
Like, how does punching his back fix his back?
Because
it's cinema.
Just on the it's not broken, you just can't allow yourself to think about it thing, which it is just the don't think about it fucking excuse. But so just walk me through this one, man. Like, so Matt, canonically, these are things that he did. This is in the show. He knew someone was in imminent danger, probably getting killed, and he took the time to get into his suit rather than just like shove a scarf over his face like he's done before and get there immediately.
At this point in his career, he should have just like a makeshift mask in like his back pocket for emergencies like this.
Yeah, but like my point is like that's a decision that Matt Murdock made, which means that Matt Murdock prioritized getting into his suit and looking cool over being effective and saving a life. You don't think that does damage to the character? You think that's just something we shouldn't think about?
But
if we don't think about that, then what's the rule? What rule are you applying for when we do and don't think about this?
Whatever I want,
because I can play this both ways. Yeah, because like, so if Matt has a really great scene where he shows compassion to a child who's suffering or whatever, do I just go, no, you don't think about it, you don't apply that to the calculation of what he's like as a character?
that didn't factor into his characterization at all. It was just a nice scene. Don't worry about it.
Guys, the rule is sacred.
And Foom right on top of the thing. Really cool. And I think all of the action in the first episode between Deborah and Wool, Eldon Henson, like,
I love
solid.
Fooming.
Like, Karen specifically, very, very good. A lot of moments that could have felt very cliched, but felt very genuine. And that, I think, is always what
This
is
entire thing felt cliched.
I also think the new Daredevil costume is good. I think it's so plain. But
No.
I'm fine with that. I do think still...
I loved the giant man boobs he's got.
I love the awful
got
fucking
the double D's, baby.
MCU texture that they put on the helmet. I think that's great.
Hey, look, Jolly, let those tits hang.
Woo!
True.
She-Hulk costume is like my favorite one.
His favorite one is She-Hulk. Okay,
Oh.
Nando, buddy. There's only so much I can do for
he
you.
wants
here.
mustard. No!
I'm trying so hard here, buddy.
I'm trying to
guys,
benefit of that,
mustard
my friend,
is
I really
arse.
am.
They asked me to be nice, and I'm trying. But like, the ketchup and mustard suit, really?
I am
Try
trying
harder,
to be
Sheev.
better. Do not.
Try
gotta do better.
harder.
You see, it was actually red and gold because that's the colors his dad wore on the boxing robe, and therefore it's meaningful. See?
Oh, C has joined us, which means I need to readjust
Oh,
the
it's the C.
icons.
Oh,
Give me
God.
a second. Ugh.
Hello, C.
Well, we have yet another person in here now who has not seen Daredevil Born Again. We're just kind of collecting them like Infinity
But
Stones.
C can still bully people from chat. It's fine.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yes.
We brought on a bully.
We brought on the guy who is mean to the audience
All right.
and everyone
The-
else.
Hold on. The MCU does.
Shit up good as
Hell yeah.
Oh,
crazy.
never mind.
What, Andrew?
She-Hulk costume equals good. Never mind.
Oh,
No, I will not explain.
okay then.
I will not elaborate. Goodbye.
Goodbye. C, are you
Move
in the
along.
watch? Oh, he is. Okay, cool. You're gonna watch
All right, let's
Nando
do it.
versus movies. Tell us why Daredevil Born Again is good.
Oh, Nando. Yeah, his videos are pretty bad.
Well, this video is him saying it has me worried, but then episodes 2 and 3 were both very good. So which I didn't.
Yeah,
know.
they
I had
changed
no
the
idea.
tide for him.
Yeah.
I was wearing that for this, but whatever.
Us
But then we really got
v
two
Nando
developments in this
v
first episode that I
movies.
thought were interesting. One, I was not expecting this dynamic between Wilson and Vanessa.
Nor
With
was
this
I.
crime
Neither were we.
family, Fisk political ambitions and
Join the
this
queue,
idea that
bud.
she had to survive while he was in jail. I think that's kind of cool. I don't know where that is going, but I think setting that up.
Agreed.
as-
Neither do I. And again, we
7
are now
episodes
7
later.
out of 9 episodes into the show, and I still don't know where the fuck it's going or why they're doing it.
Why is he there? Why are you here?
Why are you here?
Don't you have a criminal empire?
No, don't worry about
He
it.
turned a leaf.
He went God mode.
Because of how much the first 3 seasons are defined by their relationship, him doing things to protect her or then eventually, bring her into the crime that he's doing. And then we got Matt dating. Now, I love the idea that Matt is always, fooling around with different women from
Fooling
comics
around.
like Elektra and Black Widow, like superheroes, but also just regular people. And we have so many of these shows where you have a character as like a one true pairing, right? It seems like in superhero media, it's either like Mary Jane, right? One true pairing. This is the characters this character has to be with, or characters with no romantic interest,
With
like
no
your
bitches.
Falcon. But I like a character like this who does just date around, because you get this interesting relationship where he's dating a psychiatrist. A psychiatrist doing episode 2, we'll find out is doing something interesting. A psychiatrist that I wish I heard we were doing.
We're gonna find out in episode 2 that this character is actually doing something interesting. Don't you worry.
But like so far with Heather, like he's not fooling around. He's with one person.
They've been together for like 5 months. As of
I fooled around, I fell in love.
His definition of fooling around is dating someone when you're single.
I guess what he's trying to say is that Matt is apparently unique as a superhero in that like he has multiple love interests, and I'm just like,
in the comics.
Well, that's
Sorry,
not even
my
true.
bad.
Spider-Man, he was like Mary Jane is kind of like the one for Spider-Man, and I'm like, no, what?
Black
Gwen
Cat,
Stacy.
Black Cat,
Stacy.
Gwen Stacy,
Silk.
fucking Liz Allen, even Silk.
Silk, yeah.
There's a lot of fucking Spider-Man love interests. I don't know what the fuck. Betty Brant, even. What are you talking about?
Your shots are so good.
I'd love to shoot you sometime.
Peter Parker.
So I think
Peter.
Nando's issue is
Parker!
Spider-Man exclusively through the movies, and that's why he's saying that.
I don't believe that. All he's done so far is reference how like, oh, this is kind of like how in the comics they did this.
Huh.
He
I
has to
guess
be
what
a
he's
comic
saying
fan.
is that Daredevil's kind of throughout all the seasons we've had so far that he hasn't stuck to one person, and I guess he's happy about that.
Okay. I don't care. The thing is, even with the original show, like, yeah, they paired him up with people like Karen and Elektra, and he even had a little fling with Claire, and I'm just like, I don't care at all if Matt Murdock ends up with someone. Like, that is so, like, low on my list of priorities for how to write this character. With this, it's like they've given him a new love interest, because Karen's obviously, like, was not written into this season. And they've been together now for, like, 5 months as of like the 7th episode of the show, maybe even longer than that. We don't know how long it's been since episode 5.
It could have been 6 months.
Could have been 6 months, fuck it, funny Venom number. But like they've been together for like half a year, and I don't know anything about their relationship, and they've barely actually had any kind of meaningful conversations with each other. It's just nothing.
She wants to interview the Punisher.
Okay. For some reason she thinks she can ask Matt, who she'd have no reason to know would have any contact with the Punisher, if he can get her an interview with him. And I'm like, okay.
Well, as you know, Sheev,
Well, that's
New York is
entirely
very
true.
small,
Didn't-
and we're bound to all have the same therapist.
True.
I was gonna say that's not entirely true either. Didn't Matt and Foggy represent the Punisher in season
9
2?
years ago.
Yeah, 9 years ago, and then he went to prison, and then he escaped, and then was presumed dead.
Oh yeah, no.
Like,
no,
legally
relevant,
speaking-
like confirmation, like of contact info recently. But I mean, like, it's not too far of a stretch to like kind of, I guess, hope.
No,
It is very much a
Like,
stretch
no,
to be
George,
like, hey Matt,
George,
do you have any contact
Yes,
at
hey-
all, or like any way of finding the guy you represented a decade ago who was like a mass murderer that like is presumed dead? It's like, why the fuck would I? What?
Presumed dead. Okay, that's a little different. I did not know.
Well,
he
at
was
least
presumed dead.
as of the end of
Well, hang on, hang
Punisher,
on.
but like for all we know, he's
Yeah.
like people know
as,
he exists.
as of the current show, apparently people don't. Well, I guess we haven't had this confirmed, but it seems to be the case. That
Well, I
people
think we
know
do
that
have it
for a while,
confirmed
although-
because Fisk mentions him in his like anti-vigilante
Yeah.
campaign.
Which there's all sorts of questions about exactly how Frank has stayed under the radar for 9 years without being caught. But anyway, moving on. It's just like the idea that just because Matt represented Frank 9 years ago one time in a case that Matt barely turned up for, by the way, that Matt has a fucking phone number to a fucking wanted serial mass murderer and can just summon him for a fucking interview is kind of insane. No, not even kind of.
It
It's
isn't.
just absolutely insane.
No, it isn't. I have one, don't you?
Well, I mean, Jolly, you told me
That's a
you
bit-
met you told me
What
that you
don't
met
you?
Daisy Ridley once. I mean, could you maybe give me her number so that I could talk to
Yeah,
her?
fuck it. Let me just pull up her number that I definitely have.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm best friends with John Boyega, so
Yeah. I worked on House of the Dragon
Oh
season
yeah,
2.
yeah.
so-
You're definitely best friends with John Boyega. Yeah.
Steve, you got a visiting offer to sign like an autograph. Haven't you got his number?
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to him.
Oh, he and I are getting drinks on Saturday. Like, it's a whole thing.
I briefly bumped into Dan Povenmire at Disneyland. So like, I'm working on the next.
You guys are
season.
basically best buds, yeah.
Oh yeah.
But even for people who like, we're memeing right now, but even for like people I was, you were close to 9 years ago, like I don't have my flatmate from 9 years ago fucking number.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have like, the girls I dated, the guys I dated from like 9 years ago. I don't have their numbers.
Yeah,
I have no idea where they are.
9 years ago, I was a completely different person. I don't keep up with anyone that I knew back then, except for family members, and
No,
even
yeah,
then
true.
barely.
If someone came to me and was like, Jolly, can you give me this girl's number who you dated when you were 21? I'd be like, no, I have no idea who this person is.
9 years ago, I was in the trenches.
And that's with someone who, like,
Yeah,
presumably maybe you follow them on social media or something. You could at least keep up with them vicariously through that. With the Punisher,
Matt
it's like he's
follows
just
Frank's
off the
social
grid.
media.
He's off the grid. Hasn't been active for God knows how long. You, like, don't even know what he's been up to. Well, why the fuck, from Heather's perspective, would Matt fucking Murdock have any contact with him?
So
Plot
Bagel
twist.
in the comments was like, 9 years ago I was still straight.
Same.
Plot twist: Heather is just trying to incriminate him.
True.
Season 2.
Heather's like, I'm going to have
Season
you
2.
arrested in a sting operation with the Punisher.
We all know how much Punisher loves sting operations.
Psychiatrist. I was like, oh, did I miss that this is Carla Sofin, aka Moonstone, and she was going to be a bad guy in this, or just like set up as like a kind of mean or manipulative psychiatrist. I'm fine with that not being it, but I just want to see that character in the MCU at some point, and this seems like maybe it could be the avenue. I think Matt's chemistry with Heather is good. Curious to see how that develops. I'm very
Chemistry is good?
interested
Okay, not
in
true,
The
but fine.
parallels between Fisk for mayor and Trump for president. Not
We're doing it.
Yes!
Hell yeah!
I can contribute! Let's go! I can contribute!
Woo! You knew this was
Actually,
coming.
art imitates real life, so it's
I
possible.
can
Actually,
contribute!
Yes! All right, let's hear what he has to say, guys.
I mean, it's impossible for these two things not to be linked, right? The rich crime guy runs for office and wins, and the hero's like, oh my god, what's going on here? It's easy to see why they decided to have Wilson Fisk do that right now. What I think is interesting, though, is what we get from the character played by Michael Gandolfini, who is like kind of the youth outreach figure.
Oh, come on, Nando.
He's doing the meme.
Guys.
He's doing the meme.
It's so fucking. I'm so
Okay,
tired of
Baron
hearing
Trump?
this. Baron Trump.
So those who've watched our streams will know that we've jokingly pointed out that like not Wesley, as we call him, Daniel, seems to be like a character who's just written like he's not a character. He's just written to be like a tokenized idea of the idea that young people are, particularly young men, are like gearing to starting to swing towards fascistic or authoritarian figures. And we were like, oh, are they going to explore that in any meaningful sense? Are we going to get some kind of insight into the kind of psychology of people like not Wesley? Are we going to get some kind of nuanced take, or even just a take that is bolder than just stating an obvious thing that everyone already bloody knows? And the answer is no, we didn't get that. But now we're having this like be presented to us as though this is a good thing. Like, oh well, they have this character who isn't a character, who just exists to tell you a thing that you sort of already know, but not make any kind of point about it because we're cowards.
it's just like
And that's good.
it's
Apparently.
annoying because it could be interesting. Like, so, like, I don't know, you could maybe explore like his backstory. So, like, maybe I know, growing up during the blip, like kind of like what we're seeing, like what's been going on here in Britain for like 15 years now, where it's just like, it's just austerity, just slashing the welfare state, just constantly, and that's just leading to him getting angry at just this boring centrist politics. There's just like neoliberal politics that's just not getting anything done, and it's just making living standards worse and making his life worse. And so when he sees someone who's claiming to be like someone like Fisk, who's like, yeah, I'm the everyman, I will fix all your problems, you can explore how that would really affect him, and he'd be like, I want to follow this guy because he's just something else. I'm desperate.
Yeah, I mean, the closest we get in the show is they present it as like, oh, because the thing Not Wesley says is like, oh, Fisk is a man who gets shit done. That's why I voted for him. Like, he's outside of like the normal, boring politics. He's gonna go, he's gonna cut through the red tape and just get things done. And the problem is, like, the show then spends 7 episodes having Fisk not get anything done and like be constantly befuddled and confused about what he's even doing as mayor. Like, literally, there is a scene where he's even like yells out loud, "What am I doing here?" Like, he has absolutely no clue what he's doing. So if you're going to present this kind of idea that like Fisk is a go-getter and gets stuff done, actually do that. Or if you're going to present the idea that he isn't like that and he is a bumbling fool, which by the way is a character break, but if you're going to do that and commit to it, then maybe show us that he's a bumbling fool beyond, in ways that are
well, and like
more, more consequential than just him waddling about looking confused.
And if the entire purpose of Daniel's character is to be like the frustrated youth who just wants a change and is voted for Fisk because he believes that Fisk will bring about that change, then like when Fisk ends up just spending 7 episodes bumbling around not getting anything done, you'd expect the direction they take his character to be like, oh, maybe I made a mistake putting my eggs in this basket, because like he's no different,
Yeah.
like his faith should be wavering, but like we haven't seen any of that.
Or even just to go the other way, because you could even have it played off as like, everyone is pointing out that he's failing, like the Fisk is just failing, and Daniel just sinks deeper and deeper into this delusional cult because he just can't face the reality. Like that, even that makes a kind of message, but we don't get that either.
Yeah, like I put everything I have into this candidate, like it has to work. He has to be what I wanted him to be, because if he's not, then what the fuck am I doing? Yeah.
Mayor Fisk.
What?
Mayor Fisk is the coolest thing I've ever heard.
Mayor Fisk is the most disappointing thing since my son.
Did you not know the rule of cool?
Fisk,
true, dude.
Ever heard of the rule of cool, buddy?
I love how we're in a universe where, like, there's a celestial in the ocean, and yet, like, Mayor Fisk is the coolest thing he's ever heard.
Well, I was just going to say, this guy, when he was a kid, probably had superheroes battling aliens in his hometown.
Yeah, he lives in New York,
so there's a fucking wormhole in the sky.
Yeah, there was a wormhole in the sky, extraterrestrial life was confirmed, the Viking...
Well, Fisk would have stopped that.
The city was going to be nuked!
Hang on, can I point out something really obvious though as well, which is like, so in our world, the reason we have this kind of like, I like a go-getter and people like Trump is because, again, there isn't really anything else. Like, everything else is just the system, and the system sucks. But in this world, vigilantes are literally that. That's the entire battle over the Sokovia Accords was like the fact that the Avengers just like bypass fucking red tape and go in and do shit. So why, if Daniel likes that, if these disenfranchised young people like don't like the system and they do like the people who just like go around and flout the rules to do what they think is right, why is it that they gravitate to Fisk and not the heroes? Because Fisk is standing on an anti-vigilante message. Like, Fisk is saying we need more system. The system should rule.
Yeah, so this is actually kind of the opposite, which is, and again, since we know nothing about Not Wesley, for all we know, that's his motivation. Maybe he thinks that, like, the world as it is too unruly and chaotic, and maybe it needs to be reined in a bit, and Fisk is promising to do that. Which, again, I'd still say, but he's not doing that. He's not getting anything done, so you still have, like, those directions to take Not Wesley in terms of how he should feel about Fisk. But, like, the point is, like, he's kind of just... like with every vacuous like addition to the cast on this show, like with Cherry and Kirsten and whoever else, he's kind of just Schrodinger's character. You like, since there's nothing there, you can kind of just put whatever you want there in terms of like how you interpret his actions. In the same way that you can for like the Mandalorian, for example, where he's not a character, so you can just project whatever you think it should be onto him. It's just that. You can say, yeah, Daniel represents the oppressed youth who just want a regime change, and I'm like, oh, I guess. I don't know. I could just as easily say he represents my buddy Carlos, who owes me $10 for buying him tacos that one time. It's like, it's the same thing.
I mean, ultimately, what we're saying here... yes, do it. Ultimately, what we want to do in summary here is like, it's just like, it's the same thing we've been saying the whole way through, which is if you're gonna, it's not enough just like to vaguely gesture at cool shit. You actually have to put substance behind it if you want us to praise it. Like, you can't just be like, oh, we're doing political messaging and then not do it, but then expect me to give you brownie points for saying that you were going to do it.
But Jolly, they did the thing. Insane. They did the thing. They said Daredevil bad and Fisk good. They did it.
Yeah, they're like, oh, they compared Fisk to Trump, and so we mentioned Trump. We mentioned the bad orange man. There we go. Job done, everyone. Analysis over.
In episode 7, Fisk was like, "I'm
Knock
gonna
it
just."
up, boys. We did it.
In episode 7, Fisk was like, "I'm gonna give all the credit to killing Muse to my anti-vigilante task force. We're just gonna say Daredevil wasn't here." And I'm like, "Well, that doesn't make any fucking sense." For just a number of reasons, but that's just what the show's going for. And they're like, "Fuck it, yeah." We're just gonna say that even when Daredevil does good, it ultimately helps Fisk, and isn't that a theme? And I'm like, but it doesn't make sense. What are you doing?
Yeah, especially because Muse isn't a vigilante; he's a serial killer. He just happens to wear a mask.
No, Bagel's right. She brought up a good point. Themes are for 8th grade book reports.
That is true. I hadn't considered it.
Yeah.
Going back to this not Wesley character, I think like a better example of this like young kid just delving into incest culture / incest crazy incel culture and like just falling into like,
boys.
Just the alt-right pipeline. I feel like a better example of that is just Cyril from Andor, because like we see his life and he literally has nothing. Like he has no friends. He just has work.
He has no
That's
prospects.
He just has a mom who like is just like, why don't you get a job?
Why don't you get a job, Cyril?
Get a goddamn job.
Yeah,
you got a negative attitude, Cyril. That's your problem.
And they barely like say anything about him. They just show you his life. And like you see the stormtrooper action figures he has in his room, and it's like this is just his life. Or like I guess it's the Clone War. Yeah, that's his life. And he has nothing else but Spider-Man.
Yeah. Also,
she was muted. Oh, he's back.
I just needed to close my door. But I was gonna say, like, I was just rewatching Andor season 1 because season 2 is coming out soon. So fucking good.
In like a week, dude, or 2 weeks.
Yeah, and just tracking Cyril's arc on the show, I'm like, I see what they were like. I also made the comparison because I was like, this is almost like what it seems like they're trying to do with not Wesley, but like so badly, and it's done so well here.
Wait, I just realized something. Is there going to be like a week where we get an episode of Daredevil and an episode of Andor?
So I actually think there's an overlap in that, like, the same night even that Born Again releases its finale, is Andor's going to release its premiere.
Could we do a double feature stream? For its first act, Daredevil Born Again, and why we want to blow up the Earth.
See,
second act. Hey, this is kind of neat.
I would do that. The thing is, though, when Andor season 1 was coming out, She-Hulk was also coming out, and I made the mistake with my roommate to do a double feature of that, where we watched She-Hulk first, and then we went and watched that was She-Hulk episode 3, the one where they assassinated Wong. And then immediately after that, we went and watched Andor episode 4. And I was in such a bad mood after the She-Hulk episode that I just couldn't even enjoy the Andor episode. So I don't know that I want to do that.
No, I think it'd be funny though. Counter argument, it's funny.
Maybe.
The frame you're paused on is literally just Trump and Elon.
So true.
For some reason, besides just he is there, like he's very eager and stuff, but he seems like the kind of person that would exist in the Trump campaign, right? Not necessarily like high-level staff or anything, but some sort of kid who is able to break through and has a message that's like, I like him because he messes with people, he trolls people. He talks like a regular guy, gets stuff
We do a little
done,
trolling.
that kind of.
So we're saying the way that we're characterizing not Wesley here isn't that Fisk gets things done and he wants to see change. It's just I like that he's kind of a meanie to like people that I don't like. Like he'll go on Twitter and say absurd and outlandish things, and isn't that entertaining?
I was gonna say earlier. We haven't seen enough of it. I was gonna say earlier, the whole Fisk gets things done thing is even funnier when it's like, what history is he basing that off of? Fisk's time as a fucking mob boss?
Well, see, what you weren't shown is that Fisk has his own Twitter, and much like Donald Trump, he always just tweets the most like inane shit you've ever seen, and he really pisses off the liberals. Those woke moralists.
That's definitely something that Fisk would do. You know,
This Fisk, honestly, yeah, probably.
Oh my! Can I want to point out something in chat again.
Okay.
Sorry. So, Tired Moon Rabbit, who's been trying to defend the show and is like, "Oh, just don't think about it," has just said, "I just couldn't get into Andor. It was just too slow moving." This makes so much sense now. I hate to like target people and like
No, but
bully
like
them,
every
oh my
time.
god.
This happens every time. You
get
get people that are defending like the new Star Wars shows or the new Marvel shows, and then whenever you bring up Andor, they're like, "Oh, Andor, I couldn't get into that." And I'm like, "Damn it, come on, every time."
Which like, hey, it's fine to like not be into something like Edge Runners isn't my cup of tea, but like it's all right. Like, but like, it's just I don't know. It's just the pattern is funny.
Yeah, exactly.
I do not care for the Godfather.
I want to row back on a bit. We're like, yeah, we don't want to target Rabbit. Like, Rabbit, you might be a lovely dude. I've no idea. Obviously, we don't know you, so you're probably a fine person. The point we're just making is like every time we see people defending what we would consider to be the slop shows, like the Marvel shows or the new Star Wars shows or whatever, the fact that they all find Andor difficult to get into tells me that part of the problem here and part of the reason they like the Marvel shows is just a lack of attention span. And I'm not saying that as a criticism. I think that's just a very common problem in the world right now, that we have had our attention spans just degraded systematically by the world we live in. But it is, I don't know, it's a little sad to me that shows that have like excellent theming and excellent plotting and excellent ability to like carry through characters and meaningful arcs and do interesting things that are more engaging than just there was a flashy thing on a screen for 2 seconds get ignored because people just can't hold their interest long enough. There's not enough flashy things going on long enough for them to engage with. Whereas like this show, Born Again, we can just have like infinite slop, infinite key jangling, and people will just like that because they're forgetting moment to moment the thing that just happened that makes the next thing that happens fucking stupid. You don't seem to be digesting this thing as a show. You seem to be digesting it as a buffet of moments that you like, which fine if that's what you want to do, but like that's not a story.
Yeah.
Also, he has said, I have literally stated complaints about the show. If that's the case, I'm sorry we didn't see it.
Well, also, I double down and say he was the one that told me to not think about how Daredevil got to the roof.
Yeah,
he's the
one who made the rule of cool argument. So I don't like. I mean,
I'm not gonna call him stupid. I have no idea who this guy is.
Oh no, I'm not calling him stupid. You are defending slop, and I'm gonna make fun of you for it because it's funny.
Yeah.
All right.
You literally said that,
brother. No, it's fine.
I am going to rip my skin off.
We have 2 other videos after this one, guys. Can we?
Yeah, let's go.
Oh my god.
Energy. I feel like it's very interesting, and it's very specific to the young male Trump supporter. I don't know what to do with that. I also think this kid is basically.
I know you don't know what to do with that.
We're getting young Penguin again, and not just because
he's basically the Penguin.
Don't you dare!
What do you fucking mean?
You know,
roll back.
Hang on, no. There's no need to roll back. But please tell me that he's not just basing that on the fact that this is a slightly overweight young man. Please tell me that goes deeper than that.
Well, he's also Tony Soprano's son, so I guess there's that makes him like Penguin because he's a Soprano.
Okay, so there's a meta thing of his dad played Tony Soprano, and he's a slightly overweight, like large man who is sucking up to a larger figure overtly. Therefore, he is like Penguin.
If he's like Penguin, then like what we should be getting characterization wise is that like he sees an in with Fisk, where like I can put myself at the head of this organization as long as I, butter up Fisk and try to get in, within his inner circle and slowly but surely gain more trust in his organization, more power, more authority, until eventually I just fucking kill him and take the throne. Like that's what the Penguin is. I don't get that impression from him at all. I certainly didn't just from the first episode. So I feel like if you're arguing it just that like that seems to be what they're setting up for him just based on episode 1, then I don't know where the fuck you're getting that. The similarities do actually begin and end with he's slightly overweight. Got some chubby cheeks.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
He's an Italian-American character. in a city that might as well be Gotham, but he's a hustler in the same way.
Penguin isn't
was.
Italian
I
American.
also think he's kind of the driver or something.
hang on.
New York isn't Gotham.
Hang on, I want to hear what he's saying.
Italian American character in a city that might as well be Gotham, but he's a hustler
Might as
in the
well
same
be.
way the Penguin was. I also think he's
He's
kind
a
of the driver
hustler.
or something. I don't know what his job is.
Okay,
really,
hold
but
on.
yeah,
No, he isn't.
He's not the
No, he isn't.
driver.
I think
Okay.
his entire interactions on screen so far has been continuously fucking up, like genuinely fucking up, like just giving information to fucking reporters
Yeah,
when
being
drunk and
like
stuff.
being really stupid about it too. Like Ozcob would never.
Yeah, there's a difference between like how Ozcob maneuvers the crime and political landscape of Gotham, and just being like, "Oh, please get rid of me. I know I fucked up. Please,
Yeah.
please don't get rid of me."
The scene in question too, where he fucked up and then Fisk found out about it. Like if that had been Oz, I'm sure he would have had some way of like talking his way out of it, but it would not have involved groveling and being like, "No, I love you and I'm a simp for you," and rah. That's not what would have happened
Or
there.
because the closest equivalent is the bit where Sophia has Oz tied to a chair, which I think is again in the episode 1 of the Penguin. Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And like they're like, we're going to torture you until you tell us what we want to know, and then we're going to kill you. Like he's got
Okay.
quote unquote no way out of that. But actually, it turns out that Oz, being the fucking intelligent bastard that he is, anticipated this and has had Victor like set up a way to like get him off the hook for the thing that he did by putting it on the rival crime family, thereby not only saving his own life but getting a trusting in with Sophia and setting the two families at each other's throats so that he can profit in the chaos.
Mm-hmm.
Like Oz is a really clever character. He's
Like-
a fucking strategic genius.
Yeah, like Oz wouldn't just out himself and say, "Yeah, it was me." Or if it came to like the point where he absolutely has to admit this, he'd probably be like, "Hey, you know what? You know what's good about the people hating you? It's because they fear you."
He sure as shit wouldn't apologize.
You can just
for
do that
it.
shit.
I'll tell you that much.
He wouldn't. He'd be like, "You know what? Actually, I meant that, and you know what?
Yeah.
You're welcome."
Not Wesley wasn't even caught. Fisk was like, "I'm gonna find out who did this," and he was like, "It was me." He just fucking owned up to it.
please.
Oz would never.
Please don't hurt me.
He'd be like, "All right, what are the ways in which I can play this to my advantage and like get even if they do find out or like find out to an extent that I was involved, like how can I position it in a way that I'm actually like helping them as far as they're concerned." Kind of like what he did with Sophia when Sophia was asking about her brother, right? Where she was like, "He went to your club the night he died, so you want to tell me about that?" And so he was like, "Okay, what if I convince her that I was in on the Bliss operation and that like we were partners on that, and like I feel just as betrayed as you do, Sophia, that he didn't tell me that you were involved in the same way that he didn't tell you I was involved, and blah 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 blah." Like there's no way of getting out of the fact that she knows he went to the Iceberg Lounge because he did. So he has to just be like, "Well, yeah, he was there because we're doing this business venture together that you're apparently also involved in." See, he spins it in a way that's like really smart.
Mm-hmm.
What we're saying is Penguin is a much better show than this.
It really
Penguin,
is.
not
I love
Bodyguard.
that show.
Even in the first 10 minutes, you see him doing this shit. Like when he goes there and he's going to like take the jewels, he runs into what's his name? I don't know,
Victor?
the brother who he shoots later. Yeah.
Oh,
No,
the brother.
Or no,
the brother.
yeah.
Alberto.
If some
Anatoly.
yeah, Alberto.
Anatoly.
And Alberto like I don't know. I was like, "Hey, Italian," but he's like immediately. I almost called him Anatoly. I got holy shit.
Alberto.
Immediately, he's like, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing here?" So, and then
he's like,
like-
"Oh, I'm glad you're here because I was just collecting these diamonds that I was clearly stealing for you."
Yeah.
It's like
it's such a small thing, but with like, it's also just such an easy thing to write. Like just writing that scene. There's other like complex things where it's like, wow, I'm surprised that the show was able to pull this off. But especially with that, it's just like it's such an easy like, oh, he just like talked his way out of it by just glazing him pretty much. It's like you could just do that.
And the thing is, too,
It's not that
you can
hard.
just-
that scene's great for another reason, too, which is that, like, you have, obviously, not Wesley fucking up, like, actually fucking up, and then, like, having to deal with the consequences of it. Whereas that scene with him and Alberto also showcases how even Penguin can fuck up, right? Like, he became so enraged at Alberto because Alberto was making fun of his disability that it set him off, and he killed him, and he was like, shit. Like, this is not, like, this was not the time to do that. And now I have to
Yeah, I
deal
mean,
with the
imagine-
fallout of this.
Even then, later on, when he's talking to his mother about it, he's like, "Oh, I fucked up." She's like, "Not really, though, did you? Like, part of you always wanted to do this because, like, you knew this was the moment to make a play for things."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also like imagine if there's like an alternate scene of the Daredevil scene specifically, where the kid is just like, actually no, I meant that, and like, trust me, it's gonna do you good, and like Fisk is just like, oh, what the fuck? This kid's like something that I didn't think he was.
Well, like,
so,
yeah, a precocious
our entire
young
perspective
man
on the kid just...
who just lies his way, like bullshits his way out of it. Like, no, actually, yes, I did tell BB Urich about the thing, the anti-union thing you're doing, but like, here's the reasons why, and this is how it's actually going to benefit you in the long run. And I know I should have come to you first about it, and I'm sorry that I didn't, but like, you'll see how this is going to be a benefit for you. And then Fisk can be like, okay, shit, yeah, I'll keep you on because you have good ideas, but like, you know, don't ever fucking go behind my back again.
Think about it, Fisk.
I think that's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. The only other character that was introduced here is Kristen McDuffie, which I like
Kirsten.
this character. Another lawyer, someone who
Fuck this character.
skews closer to like your, you know, corporate law or your like high profile law, as we saw in that conversation between her and Foggy at the bar, but isn't a bad guy and, you know, sets Matt up on dates and stuff like that. I don't know. It's good to have characters like that around, and I'm fine with this being not Karen and not Foggy.
Like, we already commented on the fact that he doesn't say anything substantive, but it is so funny that, like, when he's like, okay, this is a new character that they've introduced, this is an OC for the show, I have to say, you know, I'm committing to the fact that I like this character, but there's nothing to really say about her because they don't give her any development, so he just has to be like, yeah, I kind of like that she, like, I don't know, she's kind of a homie. Like, she seems like a corporate bitch of a lawyer at first, but actually, no. She's, like, kind of cool, and she sets Matt up with a girl, and I'm like, okay.
I like that she exists
gives
in
good
this world.
Vibes.
He's like, okay.
Aura.
She is aura farming.
And I do feel like
Or
looking at
she doesn't do anything.
Fisk's victory, the close of the episode felt very reminiscent of being around a Trump victory, and like, if anybody,
God, stop.
I say this in all the videos now, but if you complain about being political, I don't know what to tell you. One of the guys in the show is a public figure, and this character is clearly informed by Trump. But I don't.
Cinema.
Clearly informed by Trump. Okay.
Yeah,
Clearly informed.
because
I mean-
Wilson
I mean,
Fisk.
You and I am informed.
It is clear the writers are going for that. It just doesn't make any damn sense.
It's kind of in the same way as, like, anytime I make fun of Homelander in The Boys, they're like, he's just an allegory for Trump, that's why he's stupid. And I'm like, okay. Unfortunately, though, he wasn't stupid in season 1, in the same way that Fisk wasn't stupid in the Netflix show. So you don't get to just make him stupid so that you can make a fucking Trump commentary. That's not how this works. Build your own character if you want to do a Trump allegory.
Trump allegory's got to be like the most lazy shit you could ever do nowadays.
But it's topical because he's in office right
like,
now. What's like fuck
But
off.
also, to like the opposite of that, you have stuff like The Apprentice, which I've heard is good, and I've seen stuff from it, and like I think it, from what I've seen, it looks pretty good. But like people being like, yo, let's just make this about like Trump, bro, and then people will, it's such, bro, put the fries in the bag. What are we doing here?
It's so lazy.
Also pretty tired of it too as a political commentary because Trump is obviously terrible, but there are so many more evils in America and the world as a whole, where focusing exclusively on Trump when there's so many other things to cover as well just seems like a missed opportunity.
Now you see, Trump is supposed to be. Fisk is supposed to be Trump if he was smart. Well, I got bad news for you, tired moon rabbit. If that was the goal,
wouldn't I feel like Fisk would be way more better as a like an Elon type character that like
don't
just finds a candidate.
I was gonna say I don't want either of them. Just like stop it.
Like I mean, if they even
Fisk could be his own thing. If you're going to make any kind of allegory to Trump, it should just be like how both Fisk and Trump are symptoms of a larger problem rather than being the problem themselves.
Bingo.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that like, and especially if we're going to go down this route of like this kid is angry at the system and the system has failed him, and the system quote unquote in big capital letters has failed everyone, and everyone's scrabbling for an alternative. That people like Trump, people like Fisk, people like insert name here, are just the manifestations of deeper issues that we need to sort out, and then we can in a vigilante show we might even then have a commentary on the role of people stepping outside of that system to fix what's broken about it from the outside rather than like manipulating it from the inside, because you can't necessarily trust the people who come up from the inside and claim they're fixing it, because they might be like Fisk, who's a fucking liar and just self-interested and is ultimately a product of that same system.
Yep.
And the crazy thing is we've already done that in season 3.
Yep. And season 1.
Dude, I love the
season 2.
Scene. Yeah, well, I love the scene where it's like he finally does shit in season 3, like fighting people, and like the person that he helps in the mugging, and then like you have the like, thank God for you, God didn't save you, I did. And then after the conversation with Karen about how that sets up like how the people are now viewing people like that who are stepping out, it's just good. And it's like,
I mean,
why are we just retreading this?
Yeah, but I think my favorite thing about all the fight scenes in Daredevil season 3 was the yelling and screaming. So
True. That was yelling
and screaming.
They did a lot of that. Yeah.
Woo! It's like it's just Michael Bay dialogue.
Bumblebee, Optimus.
My favorite summary, by the way, of this degradation of Fisk's intelligence is like his entire his entire plan in season 1 was about tearing down like Hell's Kitchen to build his better tomorrow. So everything he was doing politically, in terms of his machinations, was to acquire the capital, the political capital as well, the political like blackmail material, the way the power over people to manipulate the system intricately in the ways that he wanted to get that final goal. Like, we literally had scenes of him doing fundraising and talking to senators who were implicated in his dealings. He knew how the system worked. He was playing it to his advantage because the system was broken, right? But now we have him wandering around not knowing how zoning laws work.
I need you to fill this hole. It's not rockets.
You have the equipment and the manpower.
Not even to fill this hole, but it's like an episode.
The dock. Yeah.
In like a later episode, he's on the dock. He's like, I want to build something here. And Sheila, one of his like cabinet members, is just like, well, yeah, but you have to like, there's all this red tape. You have to file these permits and these and this, and you have to talk to these people. And he's just staring at her like he doesn't like a fucking idiot. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but hell yeah, man, I'm gonna speak my truth.
This like in the same way that the show has like a very simplistic understanding of basically everything that's happened in Daredevil and in real life. It's the same thing here. They've just gone, mob boss is man who points at someone and yells, get thing done, and it get done. Therefore, mob boss not intelligent. And I'm like, actually, being a high level mob boss and getting away with it probably requires quite a lot of intelligence, given how much you have to juggle and how much you have to navigate.
You would have to be,
like,
yeah.
You can't really head up a gigantic organization and be a complete idiot. In every possible way.
Especially one
running the system.
Especially one as competitive as like a fucking mob, a fucking gang.
Yeah.
Right, where like everyone's constantly going to be trying to undermine you for their own power and their, to advance themselves, right? And that like they will kill you if they see an opportunity of doing so without getting like facing dire consequences, right? Which again,
you'll never see
something
more
the Penguin show
than the black market, dude.
Yeah, that's something the Penguin show explored very well, because like even by the end of the show, like Oz is on top, all of his enemies are defeated in one way or another, but like there is no misconception that like he's untouchable now, because that's just not how that works.
No, we literally end with a shot of the bat signal.
Yeah,
so he's definitely not untouchable.
Well, but that's the point. That's the point, is that like you have people like Fisk and Penguin, and then you have characters like Daredevil and Batman who are meant to be like, you aren't untouchable. Like, you present yourself as untouchable. You present yourself as all powerful, but I stopped you. I found a way. That's what makes the ending of season 3 so fucking impactful and meaningful.
Yeah, and I did it without just becoming you.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I did that while remaining a person who was actually worth being, and proving, therefore, that we can build a system that does work. And just because the current system is broken, and just because you're broken, doesn't mean that that's the way the world has to be.
Mm-hmm.
Like not to be that guy who quotes Batman, but it is one of my favorite Batman quotes, and it is like applicable to this, which is like the whole like the world only makes sense when you force it to thing.
Mm-hmm.
Of like, yeah, Batman is acting outside the system, but he's not doing it because he thinks everyone is intrinsically broken and bad. He's doing it because he's like, you need to forcibly build a better world in order for better people to like be able to come to the fore and maintain it.
Mm-hmm. Oh well.
Nah.
Trump. Fisk is Trump.
Moving on.
There. Something I wasn't expecting, where it comes as a surprise to Matt, as opposed to like something that is kind of expected. Because I think you could do that if you had a couple of episodes of him running for mayor. I'd say, you would have him steamrolling through different opponents episode through episode. But instead, we're starting here where like he is the mayor.
Somehow.
He got a surprising amount of support from certain people. We don't know who it was.
Agreed. Very surprising.
I don't know who it was yet. It's almost like that's a problem.
I love how he was like, I love how he was like, I love that it came as a surprise to Matt. I'm like, it came as a surprise to all of us. What do you mean?
It feels like it came as a surprise to Fisk as well, considering he doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, he was like, "I'm gonna kind of jokingly run for mayor." Oh shit, I won. Whoa,
I was
okay.
just gambling here.
This was just a
Hey,
shit
it's like
post.
2016.
I made a bet with Vanessa. That's all this was.
Okay, I guess we're winging it, folks.
All right. I mean, it's literally that fucking scene at the end of The Boys season 3 where like all the crowd is cheering on Homelander, and he's like, "All right."
All right.
Michael Gandolfini. And we did see all of those little interviews with different people on the
Oh, they
street.
made the show
I'm
square
50-50
again.
on those. I think they're kind of cool, but I also think, again, because of how much they shift like the frame of what we're watching, I can't help but be able to take it out of it.
Hang on.
It's very similar to that bit in this first Spider-Man movie where the New Yorkers are like, he stinks and I hate him. And that never felt like that to me. It always felt natural, even though...
Okay, yeah, what he's...
Wait, he's complaining that the aspect ratio changed for the BB report?
No. What I think what he's saying is like the BB report segments felt out of place for what this show was doing, whereas like by comparison they did that kind of similar in Spider-Man 1, but it actually felt natural there, which I think is I'd say that's correct.
I thought he was complaining about the framing.
No. I brought that up just as a reference to earlier when he said the fucking square thing.
Well, no, to be fair, because he says
More
the word
square.
framing. That's why I said sorry. Because again, I agree, Chief. I think that is the point he's making. But this is another case of like he does not know what words mean.
Yeah,
because
well,
that's not what framing means.
When he said framing, he meant it more in that like the way they're framing these segments is strange and doesn't fit. Which I don't.
I guess because he complained about the square ratio, my brain immediately went to he's complaining about it again.
Yeah, we hear framing and we're like, okay, that he's talking about the aspect ratio because that's what framing is in a very literal sense. But like, no, he just means narrative framing.
Maybe.
See, you missed it earlier, but when talking about aspect ratio, I guess he like forgot what the word was, so he just said, the show becoming square was a bit too much for me, and it was just like, brother, this guy, like, this is his job. Remember that this is his job. He does this for a living, and he doesn't know what an aspect ratio is.
Okay. A little side tangent. This just further justifies my desire of making a video ripping apart internet critics, because holy shit, the fact that we have people who don't know the most basic terminology but are still seen as authorities in the subject actually hurts my brain.
It's cinema.
But he's not an authority on the subject. He said earlier that he's just a guy with an opinion.
To be fair, he's not an expert.
He's just a guy with an opinion, but people on the internet will still treat him as an authority, which is
but he's just a guy,
which he knows.
You don't got to worry about it.
He's just a low-key chill guy, though.
He's just kind of doing his thing.
All right, let's try and get through this.
We're almost done with this. I was gonna say we may just go ahead and only do 2 videos if we find ourselves short on time. So let's not like pressure ourselves. But yeah,
it was much sillier and faker, whereas this is a much more real, grounded version of that. And the editing and stuff I think is great, but I just don't love the way it's presented. So overall, I think episode 1 of Daredevil Born Again might as well be like episode 0.5. It does not feel like episode 1. And I'm only saying that because I've seen episode 2, and that feels like episode 1. But this feels like getting everybody to the places
an
you
episode
wanted
0.
Okay.
To have been. You know, resetting Matt, resetting Fisk, and I understand that bringing this show back, you're gonna have to do a lot of that.
See, this video is titled Daredevil Born Again.
But don't settle for that shit.
No, this video is titled Daredevil Born Again has me worried. And like, yeah, he's mentioned a few little criticisms that he has here and there, but like the general vibe I get from this video is he was mostly positive with it and that he thinks it's like an okay start.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what he's worried about in terms of going forward through the show.
I guess the vibe.
But like the thing is also, you can't ignore the fact that he watched this and episode 2 back to back because obviously they released back to back, and he thinks episode 2 is good. So I'm like, even if you had like some worries coming out of episode 1, like surely those are alleviated now that you watched episode 2 and it fixed those issues for you. Like it made you
why not just do it as one video?
Yeah, I don't see why he wouldn't just do one video talking about the first 2 episodes.
Well, because 2 videos makes more views, I guess, which makes more money.
Yeah, kind of.
Yummy.
But as a result, you have this weird thing where like he'll reference episode 2, but then he'll be like, yeah, but like this thing is happening and I'm worried about that, and I'm like, okay, but like then.
But Chief, you're acting as though he's doing this to be any kind of good critic or make any kind of valuable artistic point, rather than just milking content for cash.
Yummy.
I'm in pain.
But I think the episode itself suffers, and I think if you just watch this one, I would understand if someone's like, "Oh, I'm like kind of worried about this," and then by the time you get to episode 2, I think it all becomes much more focused.
He did it. I'm sorry. Okay, hang on. He did the same thing with the same shot where like there was a flash frame when he cut. Did he just like copy paste that section of his video for B-roll and just
Probably.
Dude, like please.
I don't remember if they were the same.
It was this exact same shot that they
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how you like I can understand if you have like a general like you have a couple clips that like work really well together and you're like talking in generalities, so you put those over and you like shift them around so it's different. But like, how do you not notice the flash frame?
Yeah,
Because he's rushing to get it out in time to
the
make
thing
some
is,
money.
I take so long to meticulously edit my videos, and I constantly rewatch the sections that I edit because I want to be like, okay, I want to catch and make sure there aren't any flash frames or any other editing mistakes here. So every time I watch a video where someone just doesn't do that, I'm like, come on, man, come on.
Even when I'm doing like the dumb skits with Andrew that I did of like him playing Among Us, like if I notice that shit, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna edit that out. Like, it's not hard to notice. I'm sorry, dude.
Well, you don't know editing.
True. Yeah.
But
You don't know editing.
I'm doing a
Like,
unique
Sam.
Nope.
Season 2.
Focused, and it starts really moving. That being said,
Wait,
I think
that's
something
just
very cool
I
and
need
ambitious-
I need to make a you know the absolute cinema meme. I need
Yeah.
to do that. But season 2. Season 2.
You got any good writing? We got season 2.
Yes.
fight scenes. I love seeing Bullseye back. I think some of that fighting didn't look perfect and was kind of messy, but I appreciate them going for it. I appreciate them trying different things, trying to mix, practical
This is the
effects,
bar.
CGI, whatever it was they were doing.
They tried.
I just don't think it fully worked.
Whatever it
People
was
love
they
about
were
the show.
doing.
I hate this.
No, carry on.
this is-
I don't want to start to discuss this. Let's just carry on.
Yeah, we're almost done.
We're nearly at the end.
And Vincent D'Onofrio as Wilson Fisk, and I think both of those actors and characters felt completely like carried right over from.
No.
I
Daredevil
didn't.
season 3.
I didn't.
No.
There's this other thing too that he's doing where it's like he's kind of just doing like a general broad recap of his review, but also like the review itself was just these points without any qualifiers or like expansion, so it just feels like you're repeating things you already said.
Well, not only that, but because this is more succinct, I'm not only am I going, yeah, you've repeated this. I'm going, why wasn't this the review? You could cut out all the first 10 minutes of this video, 14 minutes of this video, and just have this, and you would have said exactly the same thing.
But he needs
just
to
quicker.
hit. He needs to hit the 8-minute mark so that he can get mid-roll
This
ads.
is an 18-minute video. He's done it. He did it.
But he needs it to be longer to hit his channel
The
average.
longer it is, the more mid-rolls I can put in it without being obnoxious about it.
I will put 500 mid-rolls.
Cigarettes.
Before I let this company die.
way that I think the show could have fully lost people is if it was like, oh, they just reset them to be a cleaner Disney version, and it's not going to be as cool and fun, and it's not going to feel as real. And what's the point? Like, this feels like something that is very true.
I
to the
agree.
original
What is the
series,
point?
And for that reason,
Oh
I
my
definitely can't
fucking
hate it, but I
God.
think there's more good stuff to come now that episode 1 is finished. And
That aged like
in the
piss.
next video, which you watch early on Netflix.
All right. Is there any more to this video that's worth watching, or is it just
No, it's just an
probably it.
outro. He's probably gonna shout out his Patreon or some shit.
okay?
I think
I
he's just sponsoring Nebula.
fucking hate that he says that this felt like Matt and Fisk feel like straight out of
What's
season
this?
3, and he's showing the fucking cafe scene
Alright, this is episode
where
alright, this is
they don't
episode-
address how they're even fucking there. Well, how Fisk is there.
Yeah.
That really gets to me.
Mm-hmm.
But Matt,
All right, well,
how is Trump in office? Like, you see, art imitates life.
Oh yeah, they have the down to a T the same history. Both of these guys.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like one of them
Yep.
was already in
Yeah.
prison for years.
Yes,
They are
precisely.
interchangeable.
They're
One is a
buddies.
convicted murderer and FBI corruptor, and the
Yeah.
other one is a guy who maybe had a court case once or twice, but never actually went to jail. Yeah,
Daniel
Maybe
took a
really
look
not
at the
to
guy.
a particular island.
Daniel took a look at the guy who corrupted the FBI for his own benefit and was like, you know what? I want that guy to lead our country.
He gets things
No,
done.
all convicted felons are the same.
He does get things done. Jolly has a point there.
That's true.
Yeah, he does things.
Anyway, George Lamont, did you say you had to jump out after that video?
Yeah, you gotta go. It's
Yeah.
bedtime for me.
Okay.
All right. Well, it's been lovely to have you on. So thank
Yeah,
you for
thanks
being
for
here.
having me.
Indeed.
Mhm.
Yeah, this was great.
See ya.
See ya,
What
everyone.
is this
Bye.
bedtime?
Bye,
Which is-
guys.
Goodbye, George.
Bye.
Goodbye, Lamont.
Imagine going to
What
bed
is
at
a
a reasonable
bedtime?
hour.
I do
Imagine
not
sleeping.
sleep.
I'm going to read
all right, so
Jolly
I-
don't need bed.
I guess before we go into episode 2, this is the time for people to like get drink refills and do their business, and I will once again thank the new people who have joined since we began for all the good stuff that I said at the beginning. For people who've just turned up. For those who were not here at the beginning, this stream is happening because I was rendered homeless by the actions of a dickhead landlord recently, effectively homeless, and I was in very dire straits, and I had no money to secure a deposit on a new flat so I could carry on living in the city that I live and working in the job that I work. And I was in a very stressful and bad situation, and the community have rallied around me in a way that is unbelievable and extremely important and meaningful to me, and has quite literally been life-saving. So this stream that we're doing is to thank all of you guys for all of that support. The fundraising thing is still up. The link is in the description, and I think it's pinned at the top of the chat as well. So if you want to be generous and give a little bit of cash to help me find a new home, that'd be much appreciated. If you can't contribute, that's also totally fine. If you're just here, your support as a fan, that's more than enough. But just so you know, it is still up, and this is being done because I wanted to say thank you to all of you lovely people who have been, like I said, absolutely life-saving. So thank you.
I will drink to that.
Charlie, you are one of the good Frenchmen.
You're one of the good ones.
You're one of the good
Congrats.
ones. Yeah.
You're the best thing to come out of France.
Yep, aside from mayonnaise.
That's true, but mayonnaise is French, and it's good.
Ew.
I mean, to be fair, we've also got cheese. We've got cheese and wine and souffles and things.
Oh, of
We've got
course
nice
you
stuff.
got cheese over there. You
I
fucking-
Well, I don't drink, so
forgot the
wine's not a
gets.
factor for me. Cheese isn't a France-specific thing. Cheese existed around the world.
No, but like we have a lot of cheese. Like we have a lot of good cheese, and we also have loads of butter for some reason. We love our butter here.
I do like butter. I like eat that shit. I put it in like a fucking coffee mug, throw it in the microwave, drink that shit. It's
All
so
right,
good.
hold on. You need help.
Oh, that's just
I don't-
who is what's her name? Crazy religion Melanie Mack, who was just like eating sticks of
Oh.
butter.
I am gonna preface
least
that is a
I-
joke. I don't want anyone treating that seriously.
Oh, that's crazy.
I mean, to be fair, we've all been bullying a chat. We've all been bullying Sam for the putting mint sauce on lamb.
Oh my
Oh yeah,
God.
that's just fucking
It's
disgusting.
not
bro.
just
Put
me.
fucking
That's what us
toothpaste-
That's vile.
Brits do. It's
And I'm
good.
telling you, there's a
It
reason
must be
why we
stopped.
hate you.
Toothpaste on lamb, bro.
Chat,
It's vile.
validate me.
No,
So
no one
like,
valid- if
good.
you validate
Don't
him,
validate
you are
him.
banned.
I saw this good sheet. You know what
Validate
it
me.
needed? Colgate. It needed some Colgate.
Hey, 9 out of 10 doctors
You rally to
recommend.
Jolly, you must rally to me. Vindicate
No,
me. Validate
hate
for
you.
me.
I
Love
hate your
me.
mint sauce and lamb.
Yeah, and
It's
if anyone's
good.
confused about what we're talking about, it's literal mint. It's not any
Yeah.
like fancy term for a different sauce. It's just it's toothpaste sauce. Okay,
It's not
on
exactly
lamb.
toothpaste.
it is. Yes.
Oh no, we have validators in the.
Are we
in
doing the
Oh,
lamb
no,
sauce
Joseph.
debate again? I
Joseph,
stepped
I'm
away for
sorry,
2
you're
minutes.
Yes.
Kidding.
Thank you, chat. Thank you.
This is a man who eats crisps or chips, as you guys call them, in bread as a sandwich.
Sam, I
Why,
have
do you
a,
As a
why are
savage.
you people eat normal
What do you
food?
mean, you people?
Good.
Listen,
Sam,
listen,
You
yeah,
people.
I have a question. I have a question for Sam, and I want you to answer me honestly. I'm not trying to put you on blast here. I just need to know. Approximately how many hours has it been since you last showered?
I showered about 12 hours ago.
that's a lie. It's been 7 days.
I
The crust
will-
is forming.
I will tentatively accept that answer.
Yeah, in fairness, it's midnight there, so that means he showered like halfway through the day.
Nice.
Like I don't. It's listen. Americans don't got that great of food. We just steal other foods and make them better. Yeah,
Hell yeah, brother.
But woo, but like chips on bread and you call it good?
Don't lump me in this. I fucking hate
You're
that.
supposed to eat lamb with apple mint jelly? What the fuck is wrong with you?
No!
It's good.
No, it's not. Okay.
No.
Just watch
Must
the
be stopped.
fucking video.
Sam, in the God forbid we ever meet in real life, but if this ever happens where we some sort of Sheev Talks little grifter meetup happens and I see you putting some just abominable shit on something,
I will tie you down and force you to eat it until you like it.
I'm just gonna kill you. You're just gonna be first in line.
Good luck.
There's
I
no
hate you,
civilizing
I
the
swear to
two
God.
people.
I can't with you guys. I just.
Alright, so this is episode 2 of Daredevil Born Again. This episode was really, really good. I think this was where we started. You know, obviously there'd be some gaps we need to fill in, and those you could fill in along the way. But like just this intro, this opening where Hector is going to fight these guys who will turn out to be cops, accidentally kills one, and that sets the season in
when
motion.
I'm really standing in front of a train.
Arc in motion. I think is very good.
Oh, that's so.
Oh my god,
young man.
Young man.
Kill yourself.
This opening scene is a fucking
goodness.
travesty. It has shit choreography, shit dialogue, shit directing. Obviously does not look very good, as you can clearly see. It's super contrived. There's nothing about this that works on even the most basic level. No, sorry.
If you can't be trusted to play with the show properly, we're taking it away from you, Nando.
Nando, this isn't a good start, buddy. Let's
have not dealt with before. For me, one thing about Daredevil season 1, 2, and 3 that I didn't love was how much it kind of pretended to be about the court and the lawyer stuff, but frequently pushed that aside.
Are you what?
Are you stupid?
No. Hang the fuck on. I need a second. It pretended. What do you mean it pretended? That was like the whole fucking point. That's like how they brought down Fisk.
Sending you a pipe bomb in the mail.
They brought down Fisk by using the legal channels at their disposal. They had Detective Hoffman flip, and that caused a whole domino effect that brought down his organization, or at least
I think he's talking about
swath.
season 2. But even then, like, that's still bollocks because the court
season
case is incredibly
2,
important to what
Frank
happens.
Castle's trial was extremely important, not only to his journey going to prison and then meeting Fisk. It was extremely important for the sort of fracturing of the relationships between Matt, Karen, and Foggy, because he was prioritizing the hand stuff over the court case, but Foggy was still very much prioritizing the court case because that's his job. And the whole point was that like Matt was spreading himself too thin with this double life, and he wasn't he hadn't figured out how to balance his priorities yet. Like, it's a whole thing. Like, if anything, the absence of Matt doing legal procedure is the point. But it's still about that. By necessity, it's about that.
Nah, the law is about doxing superheroes.
The law is sacred. This is like...
Excellent start. No, let's see where he takes it.
I'm just sorry. This is like if I'm watching Better Call Saul. If I'm watching I'm watching a scene in Better Call Saul that's focused around like Nacho, right, and like Mike or something, and I'm just like, well, this is supposed to be a lawyer show. It's like, yeah, it can do other things too. Just give me a second. Give it a second.
I can like the only place that this quote unquote criticism applies is like maybe season 2, but the thing is he's missing the whole point of that season, which is like Matt trying to balance his lawyer job and his Daredevil job. Like, that's a big part, like handling his relationships with Elektra and then Karen. It's like, what is he going to do? How is he going to be able, like, he completely misses a court date, and like Foggy has to like just go off vibes for his little speech he does. So like he's missing the points. Like, I hate to be like
a real law show.
I hate to say you're watching TV shows wrong, but I think you might be watching TV shows wrong.
I can practically hear Andrew's like soul crumbling as he crashes out.
You're
on, Andrew. Sorry.
Before we continue, I do have something I want to add, just slightly off topic, but it's based on something that's going on in the chat right now with the philosopher. No disrespect, obviously. I'm sure Nando's a great guy, but I do need to emphasize that if you're going to be calling yourself Nando v Movies and your entire channel is based around movies, I would kind of expect you to do some research before you get involved in a field that, I mean, you don't need lifelong experience to be able to discuss movies. That's totally unfair of an expectation to have. But I do expect that you're going to do research. I do expect that you're going to, you know, try and posit ideas and stuff. I do expect that you're going to have some consistent argumentation or beliefs and stuff in this field. So it does rub me the wrong way when a movie YouTuber doesn't know what an aspect ratio is. It's a little concerning.
You don't know what 3x4 is, bro.
Like, that's not even a movie thing. That's just a video thing in general. He makes his own videos. He should know these things.
I feel like this is just like it's almost like that scene in The Menu where it's like, tell me the last dish you had since you've been here, and they forget it's like lamb, or what was it?
No, she said she had him say halibut. No, trout.
Yeah.
And he was like, it was halibut. He said something. I can't.
It's like
most recent comment is saying a more appropriate analogy would be if a YouTuber who covered astrology didn't know the sun was a G-class star, which, for one, astrology is not the same thing. But also, this person saying that they're not watching Nando for in-depth film criticism. He doesn't do that.
Then what are you watching him for?
Well, yeah,
I mean,
so that's
for
my
one,
question. So what are you watching him for?
Yeah, what are you watching him for? But also, I get that he's not an in-depth film critic. I'm not expecting that either. But also, too, I'm not even asking for that. I'm asking for literally the most basic, fundamental understanding of the most simple elements of video production. Not just film production, but video production. An aspect ratio is something that someone who makes YouTube videos should know.
The thing that sounds to that, right, is that people were like, oh, it doesn't bother me that he doesn't know these things, and I'm like, you know, you can, you're a good person, probably. You deserve good things in life. You're allowed to demand more from people than just that they give you the bare fucking minimum, right?
Exactly.
Like, you're allowed to ask that your people who are demanding your time and your money and actually bother to do something to earn it, and not just exist and say vague sentiments that you sort of agree with, but you can't put your finger on why. Like,
my
that's
expectation for big YouTubers is going to be much higher than expectations for smaller YouTubers because they get so much more of an audience. So I expect them to at least provide something of value. If they cannot do that, then I automatically think less of them. Simple as that.
Well, yeah, especially because this is his full-time job, right? So there's no excuse for him to like not reshoot something where he gets the term wrong, or not to do basic research to make sure he's saying the thing properly. You know, just he has all the time to do this. This is his job.
I don't even think he's
full-time job.
Now Philosopher's saying, go to his main YouTube channel right now. I don't think he has a movie review in his last 10 videos, maybe one. He makes a wide array of content that's tangentially film related. Okay, but the thing is,
doesn't fucking matter.
No, but no.
So he's still a film focused.
Yeah, but it's still that still means it's film focused. But also, like, if he doesn't know enough about film to give meaningful critiques of a show or a movie that he's reviewing, don't make videos reviewing shows or movies. What part about this is like hard?
Also, so like the idea of like, oh, I don't watch him for like his ideas. It's like what, like, because like from this, at least my opinion of the guy, like he's not entirely interesting as like a person who talks about movies. He's not really even, he hasn't like made any jokes, which like he doesn't. But like I don't see the value in this. Where like someone like. A podcast I listen to is Mr. Sunday Movies and the Weekly Planet. They like, I disagree with them. Like, they believe more into subjectivity and stuff, and I disagree with them on that. The counter to that is that they're really funny.
They're really entertaining.
I like them because they're funny. They're entertaining. They're just like chill guys who are funny. You don't even, like, they have something.
You don't necessarily only
also
watch
do
them.
A lot of research on like behind the scenes.
Yeah, you don't just watch them for their movie opinions. They're also very entertaining and have charming personalities. They again, like Andrew just said, they research a lot of things, so they can give you a lot of cool like behind the scenes trivia about how a scene was shot, how this was done, what this reference to the comics is, this and this. It's like there's so much more to their videos than just they made a movie or they did a video talking about why this thing happens.
They get the basics right. They give you the basics.
Even like people are like, oh, like you guys just want to talk about objectivity all the time. It's like there's a lot more to like film discussion than just like the objective merits of something. There's like the impact on society something has, even like your personal enjoyment, like
hang
expressing
on,
your personal enjoyment.
Someone else is in chat now is saying, okay, so y'all are just saying don't have an opinion. I'm confused on what the actual critique is here. I feel like we're making ourselves pretty clear.
I feel like at this point you're
Straw man
intentionally
pieces.
strawmanning us because you don't like what we're saying.
Yeah.
It conflicts with any lack of argument you can't make. Like, I don't mean to be rude here, but if you're gonna just say like, because the thing we've been very clearly laying out is like anyone's, opinions are like arseholes. Everyone's got one, right? And you're entitled to it. But if you're gonna set yourself up as like making a career off the back of your opinion being one that other people should seek out, because that is what he's doing. Like, whether he presents himself as using the word expert or not, he is making a living by having his opinion be the one that lots of people seek out. So if you are going to do that, it is incumbent on you to make your opinion worth listening to, right? Whether that's because you are an expert in the field and you know what you're talking about and you have something valuable in terms of educating people, or whether that's because you contribute something that's entertaining, as Andrew was talking about. You have to contribute something. But if you're just going to sit there and just say vague stuff in a poorly edited video that that's meandering and boring to watch, that's not enough. And you guys deserve better than to be given that and to accept that as just like, oh yeah, that's fine.
Well, and also,
I mean, again, this comes down to the question of like, why are you watching this guy? What are you getting out of it?
I don't want to toot our own horns here, like act like we're just like the greatest media critics ever. But Tired Moon Rabbit said people would still watch you guys if you just spoke your thoughts on things, and I'm like, so the reason behind that though is that we present our arguments with references and sources, and we argue our points well. At least I think. A lot of people think that since they watch us and continue watching us. I'd like to say we provide our like a valuable experience that other people can watch and enjoy and listen to. And like, yeah, I don't necessarily think I have the most charming personality, but you don't come to me for that. You come to me, to hear what I have to say about the dumbest, the dumb new Star Wars show.
I think you've got a charming personality.
True. That's fair.
Also, I'd say to that, like, yes, people would still watch us, I guess, but like I'd say like the reason, or at least I hope the reason people watch us is because like we make well-constructed arguments either against or for something,
and,
so that
and in support or against an actually interesting perspective.
Yeah, and like if we just like didn't script anything and I just hit record on the green screen and was like, I'll just put whatever in the background, like no one's gonna fucking watch that. I'm just yapping.
If I was like, I'm gonna talk about the new Daredevil episode now, and I just hit record, leaned back in my chair like he's doing and just said, I mean, yeah, I thought like the fight scenes were kind of weird in a few places, but overall I liked it. Like no one's gonna watch that, and I don't deserve your view if that's all I fucking do to put out to talk about my opinion. It's
exceptionally lazy, and I think it's funny that who said this? So this one user said, "It's not that I don't like what's being said, but the context of the presentation also matters to the critique." By that line of logic, it should be a bit of an issue that Nando doesn't provide fucking anything. He's just a guy sitting in front of a camera.
Yes, presentation is everything.
Shit.
Okay, hang on. Sorry, I have to address this. Neo Arcadia, this is not just circle jerk. The reason well, first of all, we're addressing things that are being said to us in chat, so it's not circle jerking. We're responding to people who are asking us essentially questions. But regardless, the reason this is important is because like this guy and what he's doing, and Born Again and what things like Born Again are doing are not unrelated. Right? Born Again gets away with the bullshit that it gets away with because the standards that people have got as a result of people like Nando are so fucking low. Right? People will just watch complete crap and turn their brains off and just drool into the carpet, and then which again they're entitled to do.
Minecraft movie.
Yeah, like again, you're entitled to do that. If that's all you want out of art, and art, if that's all you want out of entertainment, then sure. But like, don't then have the fucking brass tack to tell me that like that is a good thing, like that is the best way to view art, and they're like that's worth more or even worth anything. Right? Like, I'm sorry, it isn't, and like. You're older than a 2-year-old. You can cope with being told things about reality that are, that conflict with the way you view the world. There is more to media, and there is more to media criticism than just saying shit.
And backing Jolly up, if you guys are upset with sort of this view of like, oh, this is a circle jerk, or oh, we're criticizing someone, opinion or whatever. Funny enough, we are just holding a guy to a certain standard. You don't even need to do that. You don't even need to agree with us. We're just saying we're holding these people to certain standards. if that's a problem, ironically enough, you're kind of doing the same thing you're accusing us of doing to Nintendo.
Well, also, like, you can just click off, right? Like, there's no one's holding you captive here. If you don't like what's being offered,
I
you
am.
go elsewhere. And I don't see that. I don't say that as a criticism. I just say that as a statement of fact. But also, yeah, the point here is like the reason we're sticking on this so hard of like we are holding this guy to standards is because again, if you're like get on with the video, right? So you want us to get on with holding something to our standards, right? You see how these two things are not unrelated?
I don't want to.
Anyway,
I don't want to dwell on this for too long.
Let's carry on with the video.
Yeah.
Look, I just want you to think.
Because I could argue with chat. I could argue with chat all the live long day, but that's not what we're here for.
Right.
You do this all day.
Because it was like they were investigating, doing a lot of investigating about Wilson Fisk, and then Matt was, shirking his responsibility as a lawyer to do Daredevil stuff full time, and then he died in the Defender show or whatever. God, I forget he dies in that, and then he comes back to life in season 3. But anyway,
he doesn't come back to.
How do you forget that?
What? Okay.
I guess he's being hyperbolic. Like he's not actually saying he fucking died.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say this is just hyperbole.
I mean, to be fair, he is right. Like he fucking died in Defenders, and there's no surviving what happened to him there. But so
yeah, that's true.
Fair enough. They may from a meta perspective, they may as well have just resurrected a dead character.
Yeah, no, I know he's being hyperbolic. I just mean, how do you forget the event that like kickstarts season 3 basically?
I think he's making a joke that just Defenders was so bad that it's not even worth remembering. But then I'm just like, so why do you think Defenders is bad? This is one of those things
to episode 1.
This happens so often, like when we talk about Star Wars shows, where I'm like, you and I agree that the prequel trilogy is bad, for instance. So why is it that when it comes to something like Ahsoka or Kenobi or The Mandalorian, why is it that you're not holding that to the same standard, seemingly? Why is it fine or, even good? Like, what makes the prequel so bad that somehow doesn't exist in a show like The Mandalorian, which has all the same problems and more? You know what I mean? It's like, why is Daredevil Born Again good or fine or okay or whatever, but Defenders is the bad show? And it's like, they're both bad for very similar reasons.
Yeah, the answer is because this is new and therefore flashy. Like in 2 months, we say this all the time. In 2 months, people turned on this. People are already starting to turn on this.
Well, I have a more cynical view of it, which is this: like, if a thing is agreed to be one thing for enough time culturally, then any new thing cannot. For example, like nothing can be worse than the prequels, nothing can be better than The Dark Knight, right? Because those are both agreed to be those things. So, like, if a new Batman movie comes out and you say the Batman is better than The Dark Knight, it's like, well, you can't have that opinion because we've agreed for 15 years now that The Dark Knight is the best Batman movie. And I'm like, who the fuck is we, first of all? But second of all, a new thing can come along and be better than it. Just like how a new Star Wars thing can come along and be worse than the prequels. And that happens basically every time. I mean, it's the same thing as like whenever I say that Andor is better than the OT, and people are like, but the OT is the OT, and I'm like, okay.
But the OT is the best thing ever made.
And like with the OT, I'm like, can we agree that better things exist than the OT? Yes. Okay. Then is it possible then, theoretically, to agree that even something like new Disney Star Wars can produce something better than the OT? Like by that standard, we have to agree that it is possible for them to do that, right?
Counterpoint, you're wrong. You don't know, right?
But it's just this thing. It's like, well, Defenders was obviously very critically panned back when it came out because standards were higher back in 2017 than they are now. Which is interesting to say because that's the year The Last Jedi came out, and broke film criticism forever. But like standards were higher back then, so that show was critically panned. So now when you look back at Defenders, you're like, yeah, that was bad. But Born Again is fine, and it's like, no, they're bad for the same reasons.
God, imagine if Defenders came out today.
They'd say it's fine.
Honestly,
yeah.
Yeah. It would be.
I kind of want to go to.
You know what? Unironically, it's better than Born Again.
It is better than Born Again. So is the 2003 Ben Affleck Daredevil. Like, it just is. I'm sorry.
No.
Let's proceed.
Blind, superhuman lawyer, vigilante. We got blind, obviously, superhuman, and vigilante all the time, but I do think the lawyer slipped away from the show. But the idea that Daredevil Born Again is going to make that the central focus of Matt's arc, and he is going to be representing...
Because the central focus of Matt's arc in this show is not rooted specifically in that he's a lawyer. Like, his representing White
Nope.
Tiger is, well, I say it's part of it, but then again, what even is Matt's arc on this show?
I mean, again, it's I think the only arc they're going for is that, like, it's not even an arc, right? It's just I don't even know how to phrase it. Like, yeah, he's gonna put on the mask eventually. Oh, he's gonna become Daredevil again. That's the where he's going.
He's relapsing.
Yeah, it's like, okay, but thematically, what does that mean? What are we doing here?
He will be born again.
I even just want to know
Didn't
what
get
events
that
are playing out and how do they affect him in terms of that journey, right? Like, he has to save someone from a bunch of corrupt cops in episode 2, and that involves fighting and beating the shit out of them. Okay. He gets White Tiger killed through his own stupidity by said corrupt cops. You know, we have all these things that happen. It's like, okay, how do those then inform his journey into becoming Daredevil again and finding meaning in being a vigilante? You even have that scene where White Tiger is in the prison cell talking to him, and he's like, you know, you don't seem to understand that, like, being this vigilante, I can't just stop doing that. It's like, it'd be like stopping breathing. It's a part of me. It's who I am. And it's like, is this meant to be informing in any way what Matt's arc is? Because it doesn't seem to. I guess
No.
any further than, like, the arc that Jolly touched on a second ago of, like, the theme they seem to be going for with paralleling Matt and Fisk is that, like, you can't change who you are. You are just this thing, and no matter what you try to do, you will eventually, no matter how hard you try, you will eventually revert back. Which completely spits in the face of the themes of redemption that, you know, that are peppered throughout the entirety of the first show, because that was the entire point of Matt's entire no-kill rule. Like, it's all so broken.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
A person who,
Cinema.
at least in the beginning, is just a vigilante, but accidentally killed some crooked cops and now is, you know, on trial and has the entire system stacked against him. Like, that is very compelling, good Daredevil stuff. When we find out that this character, Hector Ayala, is the first White Tiger, I think that makes it even better, and I think it's very interesting. I assume this is going to be a bigger problem for Matt as time goes on, but I think that is very...
Literally, just tell me why. That's all I want from you.
I just want some kind of explanation for anything you're saying.
At this point, I don't even care if you're wrong. I just want to know your reasons for literally anything you believe.
Very fun. The trial of a superhero or vigilante or whatever. And I really like the performance of Camar de los Reyes. Rest in peace. Apparently, the first thing we see in this episode is it is dedicated to him. Apparently, he died of cancer. Hang
on, what do you mean? Apparently, he died.
Apparently.
Apparently, he died.
That's such a funny way of phrasing it. It's like, well, apparently.
Allegedly, he died. Yeah. I don't know. I believe it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if we got to the point where, like, people are so distrusting of deaths in Marvel that even when the actor is announced dead, they're like, no, I don't believe you.
They're going to come back for a surprise cameo in Secret Invasion.
You know what? I guess with AI on the way, that might actually be a thing that we have to live with in the future. But like, oh yeah, just because the actor's dead doesn't mean that the actor's actually gone.
Well, I mean, T'Challa's coming back, right? So who cares?
Oh.
Excuse me, what?
Yeah, you didn't know about that? I'm pretty sure.
Fuck, I haven't paid attention to MCU stuff in a while.
I'm pretty sure that was part of, like, that concept art they released for Avengers Doomsday. That's what it's gonna be. Is that we got concept art of T'Challa, Black Panther.
Please, for the love of
I
God.
assume it's an alternate universe version.
Didn't they fucking kill him off in universe too?
They
though?
did, yeah, in Wakanda Forever. I don't fucking know. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's just concept art, Sheev. You're thinking too hard about it.
I'd say take concept art with a grain of salt, but like, if they do something like that, I just hope it's a different actor. If they use fucking deep fake shit, I'm probably
It'll be Jonathan Majors.
Oh no!
Yo, let's go.
It was filmed in now, but I liked how troubled this character was and determined. Like, he knew what he was doing, and he really wanted to do it. Like, he wanted to protect the neighborhood, and he had his White Tiger outfit, and he also had some sort of magic amulet, which we never really see the powers of the White Tiger. We see him, like, beat up some guys that
Yeah, no, we don't.
something. And I assume he gets super strength. That's kind of how Matt describes it. But I like that we're mixing it, right? We're doing the more grounded versions of superheroes, and we're playing it very straight. But at the same time, he does still have a magic amulet that gives him powers of the White Tiger.
They don't, like you just said, they don't define what those powers are. We don't know anything about this magic amulet.
Man gets blindsided by a guy just walking up to him and shooting him point blank. So clearly this amulet wasn't really worth very much.
I mean, to be fair, he kind of deserved it for just like waltzing about the street in his costume.
He was gonna go
just walking around,
fucking
getting on the bus.
fight Muse. Sam, you don't even know about this because this is information that's revealed post episode 3. But apparently, like, Muse has been active since obviously before episode 1, and he's been killing people. And apparently, White Tiger was like investigating that and narrowed down his location to a specific part of like the New York subway tracks, and didn't tell anybody about this after getting arrested, except for his 14-year-old niece.
Sam has drowned himself.
I think we just killed Sam.
We're moving along. Move along. Move along.
And I think that's great. Now, on the other side, I think the Fisk stuff is super compelling. The idea of
You do?
how does Fisk operate as mayor? What happens when he goes up against a mayor problem?
How does he operate? He fills
What
holes.
you're doing.
No.
I wanna hear-
Wait.
I want to hear what he has to
I
say
wanna see
about
this whole
this.
thing,
Yeah.
Stuff is super compelling. The idea of how does Fisk operate as mayor? What happens when he goes up against a mayor problem? Can he Fisk his way through it, or is the system going to
Fisk
fight
his
back
way
against
through
him?
it.
Then who's going to win? We see that twice here.
I'm
We
gonna
see
say
it
that
first
in
with a
bed now.
pothole. I mean, that's more than a pothole. That's like a big, giant hole in the middle of the
Fill this
road.
hole.
I don't know what
Sounds
that is.
hot.
I like the idea that he feels like he's a disruptor. Again, like we said in episode 1.
Okay, yeah, that's all. I guess that's all he has to say about the whole. He likes the idea that
Yeah,
Fisk will just Fisk his way through it. What do you mean? What does that even mean?
My favorite part of Daredevil was when Fisked all over the place.
He said it's fisking time.
It
and
means
proceeded
he
to
just
fist
said,
me.
"Do it,"
Yeah,
and they did it.
literally.
It's good.
His only solution
compelling
was
about
just,
this?
I'm going to go in there and I'm going to say, do the thing, and then the people do the thing that I want them to do. It's like, okay.
I like. It's like I find this compelling. It's like I like how the show just has Fisk just like do nothing except to get frustrated in the car and then say fill this hole and then move on. This speaks volumes as to his character and his plot and his plan and what he's doing. Boy, riveting stuff. I'm glad he's in it.
He's just a simple guy who wants to fill holes. Got a problem with that?
Yes, I do not like this man.
Very Trumpy. This like
Very Trumpy.
Oh.
There we go again.
Thing, and then people are gonna do it, and everybody's gonna be like, "See, this is what we wanted. Results." Now, obviously, something.
Oh my god! Stop it! Stop it! Stop comparing him to Trump.
See where he goes with this.
It's gonna happen, right? Something there is gonna go wrong. He cannot Fisk his way through being mayor. I cannot imagine.
He can't Fisk his.
anything
What do you
of this show.
mean?
It's like he did a very good job as mayor, and I hope he continues. Like he's either going to do too much corruption, or the results of these
I mean,
things.
when I slip and accidentally do too much corruption.
That could be the name of my
Also, yeah,
autobiography.
Also, yeah, just to pick up what you just achieved, what do you mean by like Fisk his way through? Because as we pointed out, the Fisk and the way that he operated in the original show was that he very carefully gamed the system. He didn't disrupt it. He didn't like break it up and go like "fuck the system." He manipulated it
He
from
gamed
behind the
it,
scenes.
yeah.
Like he used all its dirty edges, all its broken pieces, and like turned them against each other to get what he wanted. But he was always operating within the quote unquote rules.
It's almost like
of the
that's what
system.
makes Matt's journey in season 1 so meaningful. That like I don't believe, or even in season 3 too, but like I don't believe that I can do anything to Fisk without breaking the law and going after him as Daredevil and even killing him if need be. And then he learns like no, the system can work. So like you have this parallel where you have one person using the confines of the system to his advantage, whereas and using that to hurt people and get his own way and like do whatever he wants, and you have someone using the confines of the system to like actually change things for the better and put a stop to people like that and showing that the system can work. It's like Fisk didn't just like force everything to happen the way he wanted it to and blah blah. I'm gonna tear it all up and do my own thing. I'm gonna Fisk my way through it.
I'll say I am loving chat right now. Frisky Fisky. It's Fiskin time. Fisky Friday. Freaky Fisky. It's Kingpin time.
Both Matt and Fisk operate within and without the system. That's part of the parallel between them, right? They both have elements of, Fisk is the dirty nature of the world insofar as like, he is the corruption that breaks the system, but he's also the corruption that like drives the broken system in ways that it was never intended to go, or in the ways that it was perhaps intended to go, but for nefarious like purposes. Whereas Matt is the guy who's like, I believe in the system, I believe in what the system was, the ideals the system was set up to theoretically do, and I will use those where they still work. But also I recognize that it has been broken by men like Fisk, and I can't always trust that system now as it is. So sometimes I have to go outside and fix it from the outside. So it's neither of them, but particularly not with Fisk, can you boil it down to just, Fisk breaks the rules and he breaks shit up and he just punches his way through problems and makes them happen.
I fist so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Brain rot.
Will Fisk it.
That he's trying to strong arm his way through are going to turn out bad. I think you get a little bit of that in season 2 of Invincible, where Adam Eve tries to like build things and then it collapses, and it's like there's a reason we have permits and regulations and stuff like that. I could see
the show is spitting in the face of that in episode 2, in the scene that you just said you like.
You know what I love about that is I'm like 100% certain that Andrew was planning to use that Adam Eve example, like to make this point in reverse about how the show fails to do this.
Well, he still can. And technically, we can say it was his idea still, because he was muted for he was deafened for this part.
I know, but I just find it so funny that this guy's like using Andrew's like quite clever comparison to destroy itself. Whereas like, see, they're doing this thing. Whereas like, no, they're not. This is the thing they should be doing, and they're not doing.
And, yeah, Andrew's dad, Bagel, he hanged himself. That's why he deafened first.
Oh.
I'm tying my knot right now.
Not today, old
Congratulations.
A world where like this bridge collapses and then Fisk is in trouble for it in like an episode. I don't think right now we've gotten a great sense, besides just him saying, I love New York.
I don't think in episode 7 we've gotten a great sense of what he's trying to do. So, better get on it.
Status quo.
City. We don't know why he's doing this, because this feels very unusual. This feels like something that he is poorly suited for, especially considering how many times he's been arrested.
Just a bit.
And how many times he's
say that again.
I hate that fucking drip. The thing is, if it's Fisk from the original show, who is actually smart and cunning and manipulative and is able to game the system, then I don't think he's ill-suited for the role of mayor at all. I think he could use that to his advantage in a lot of ways.
Well, he is, insofar as, like, as he's just pointed out, there's no way the Fisk from the original show should ever have been able to become mayor.
I mean, sure.
Given what people know about him.
But that's just the thing either way. Like, if we're committing to doing that anyway, then, like, him as mayor would be a really compelling storyline that with a lot of potential to see, like, what does he use that power to gain for himself? Like, what does he do to advance his own position and the position of the people that he cares about in order to, like, expand his own criminal activities? Like, being mayor would open up so many doors for him that he just didn't have, like, quite the same access to before,
Mm-hmm. I hate to call you up, but Cassie Bayo, isn't he trying to get rid of vigilantes? I mean,
is he?
Is that his plan?
Like,
I feel that's more than something like he's doing incidentally.
But I mean,
like, it's a secondary objective, if anything, or a tertiary objective as he's concerned. Like, he doesn't like vigilantes. Position.
Well, again,
to like wage war on them. But
the reason I would imagine he's doing that is for like nefarious reasons of like, I don't want any vigilantes to be around to stop me when it comes to like actually enacting my real villainous plans that being mayor is supposed to be propelling. The problem with that is, like, of course, the thing about making vigilantes taboo in the eyes of the law is that they're still going to do it because that's what they're there for. But also, you can't just ignore the existence of people like the Avengers, people that like are beloved and like public figures in their own right, who act as vigilantes in a lot of cases. You can't just do that.
And are protected by the government, I presume. Yeah.
Well,
Steve Rogers, a man who saved the entire universe, was a wanted fugitive in 2016.
It's like, the thing is with the everything to do with the Sokovia Accords is so messy, and then in She-Hulk they were like, yeah, they were repealed, don't worry about it, and I'm like, okay. So I genuinely do not know what legal standing any vigilantes have at this point. But you know,
which is actually a massive problem in episode 3.
It really is. But also, even if like, you know, if this show is going to be like he's running for mayor and he's campaigning on the basis of vigilantes need to be, you know, put a stop to, essentially, like the days of people running around in costumes taking the law into their own hands are over, then I'm going to be like, okay, so tell me how he plans to do that from a legal standpoint as mayor. But in the way to do that is you know, you have to tell me what even are vigilantes in the eyes of the law at this point post the repealment of the Accords. Like, I need to know these. I need to know this information. The show's not giving it to me.
The closest we've even gone to that is in Falcon and Winter Soldier, where they explain that apparently Falcon and Bucky are like contracted by the government.
Also, I just noticed the Trust-a-Bro van in the background. Trust-a-Bro. By the way, like this is clearly a reversed shot because the logo is backwards, but like that's actually how it is in the show, because we were watching it and we were like, why is it reversed like that? So like, you know, Nando hasn't even like flipped this footage. That's just what it actually looks like in the show.
The logo on the side is correct.
Yeah, which is even weirder.
What happened there?
Yeah, I don't know what.
Who knows?
What the hell? I don't care.
Superhero nonsense. So I do think for him to go out on this limb, it's got to be something more than just like the city is in danger and I love it so much. Especially because in season 1, he like became a public figure and he did a speech that is the kind of speech you would do if you were running for mayor, where it was like, I'm Wilson Fisk and I'm going to help the city. And it's like, this is that again. And he's already
but that was back when he wasn't a fucking fugitive.
Yeah, that was back before people knew that he blew up Hell's Kitchen, killed a whole bunch of FBI agents, like corrupted the senator's office and the mayor's office, the police, killed a bunch of the NYPD. Like, I feel like, you know, cut off a man's head on a car door.
Well, I mean, how
Ben Urich to death?
How can Peter Parker's classmates be asked to know about any of that stuff?
True. How do we know that in this universe 18-year-olds have a grasp of physics that enables them to know this is wrong?
Yeah. Season 2.
Season 2. It's going to be great.
Do this through politics when he's obviously better suited to do it through crime. And I think we'll get more of that. And I love the Vanessa stuff, marriage counseling. Again, we cannot not compare this to Trump, who spends very little time with his wife.
Stop comparing him to Trump.
Oh my God.
Stop it! I want to hear what he has to say about Vanessa.
I think we'll get more of that. And I love the Vanessa stuff, marriage counseling. Again, we cannot not compare this to Trump, who spends very little time with his wife. Now, obviously, we know that Wilson and Vanessa have a very deep love of each other, or of doing crimes together, or whatever it is. It's complicated.
Or even doing corruption.
It is a complicated relationship. It is interesting that Vanessa, much like in season 3, is this big vulnerability for Kingpin, but now he has to make her fall in love with him again, or whatever. And there's some
or whatever. I just like
whatever.
Yeah,
dude. Like, please put just a modicum more effort in your reviews. That's all I'm asking at this point.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I like how they're doing this thing, if that's what they're doing. I don't really know. Whatever. But, you know, they could be doing this thing, whatever. I don't know. Maybe what.
Yeah, we'll see what they're doing.
Videos is hard.
Yeah, whatever.
But the episode is good.
Yeah.
But episode is peak.
I like how
it's paid so much money with sponsors and a streaming service.
I like how they're kind of maybe possibly exploring this thing. Possibly. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're not. Whatever.
Potentially.
Anyway,
maybe, whatever. They could not be.
They could be doing this also, but whatever. It's fine. Whatever.
Fuck it, we'll win it, boys.
If there's any company that like has sponsorships going, please give Sheev a sponsor. He actually deserves it because like he puts effort in his fucking
Is it
videos.
really this easy to make a video and get hundreds of thousands of views and just like reap the rewards? Like, could I just have been doing that this whole time?
Yep. I think about that sometimes.
No, because you've got integrity, Sheev.
No, I don't.
I could make slop and get more money.
Yeah. Oh well.
But I can't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm what's called a principled person, so I can't do that.
Principled? Yeah, that's like the people who work at schools?
Yes.
Yes, Sheev. Good job. There you go. Well, pat on my head.
Pat on the head for you. Gold star.
Guy who she was with before, who he's not supposed to kill, who he's definitely going to kill in like 2 weeks, and like a very gruesome way.
Okay.
I don't know what's it gonna be, like a cinder block or something smushing his head. I don't know. His head's gonna get smushed is what's happening in this guy, and this is great. The idea.
It's this weird thing where it's like
and this is great.
It's almost like I get this sense of like social awkwardness where it's like, yes, I'm on camera right now, and I haven't actually taken the time to structure this analysis in any way. I'm just doing this off the cuff. So I find myself rambling, and it causes me to just like talk over my own points and just kind of like not make any, like, you know, be very muddied with what it is I'm even trying to say. Because now he's just like, yeah, and they mentioned this Adam guy who is like maybe gonna get killed, probably with a cinder block or something. Yeah, his head's gonna get smushed. And I'm like, what do you do? Rein it in.
I think he's trying to go for like I'm just a guy, you know, whatever.
I mean, I've done videos like that before, like my nostalgia critic videos, but in those I still like had notes that I went through to like make sure I focused on specific points, and then if I went on a tangent, I just cut it.
Well, the only time I've ever done like an off the cuff sort of review of a thing was when Across the Spider-Verse came out. I immediately went home and just like recorded my like initial thoughts, right? And I preempted in the video. I was like, this is just off the cuff. Like, I haven't scripted anything. This is just what I immediately thought. And even then, of course, like, I tried my best to, like, structure my points, and I edited around any, like, negative space. And, like, again, I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I at least think it's a decent video. Like, I don't think it's anything special. Like, it's just kind of there. But it's not, like, a bad video. This just feels lazy.
Oh, it's exceptionally lazy. I wish I made that kind of money off of this shit.
Like, I'd be fine with him being like, whatever, let's all wing it if he had like actual points, but he doesn't. So
No, I refuse.
Yeah, no, whatever.
Andrew's back. Andrew, you missed the bit where he used the Adam and Eve and the building failure to do building properly to defend Fisk in this show.
That's crazy because for my Kingpin video, which is just delayed right now because Minecraft movie, I bring up that comparison as a bad thing because they did it poorly, and like God, there's so much they do with that thing alone in one episode for Eve's character, and they can't even do anything remotely near that in an entire show. Like, they haven't come close to that within, like, what? How many episodes are we at? 6? 7?
7.
Oh my God.
How many episodes?
Well, 8 as of tomorrow.
No, I don't want to think about it. No, don't make me. Don't make me watch more.
Dating Fisk's therapist, and he's gonna find out and feel betrayed, and obviously, like, she's not doing anything wrong. She probably, if she wants to date Matt, shouldn't do this, and she seems like she's doing okay. But also, like, how are you gonna turn this down? This is super interesting, and this will be good for him, so maybe this will, like, help the city overall. And either way, it's complicated. That's what makes this cool. And then Fisk training strong arm.
Really?
It's complicated. That's what makes it cool. I'm saying.
I don't know. Whatever. I don't know.
Whatever. It's cool. The thing about the therapy scenes that I don't like is that there's not enough yelling and screaming.
True. Where is that? That was just crazy. He's like, you know what? It's whatever. It's cool. Can I move on?
It's like you clearly don't have anything to say about this. You don't have to talk about something if you have nothing to say about it.
It's complicated. It's cool.
Got it. Good.
Got it. Trying to formulate like an intelligent conversation about this, but I'm just sitting here being like, the man literally just said, whatever, it's complicated, it's cool, fucking whatever.
Hey, whatever. Like, what are we doing, Nando?
Here's the thing, right? Like, this guy's putting no effort into his video. Honestly, why should we be putting effort into this stream if he's just gonna be so fucking lazy?
People.
Yeah.
Because Mavika's just been silently staring into the void while we've been talking. Mavika, are you enjoying this level, this insight into the bar at which the Born Again discussion is publicly at?
Oh, absolutely. I have started playing Lego Batman on the side while we do this, just to, give myself something of substance to occupy my time.
Yeah, me and C are just on Minecraft.
But yeah, I'm
after people here have given up.
Yeah, no, this guy's videos are so fucking lazy. I can't even be bothered to give effort to
I started playing Block Blast on my phone like an hour ago. Like I don't care anymore.
always Block Blast.
You said Block Blast, bro.
To be fair,
I'm paying attention. We're still putting in more effort than this chuckle fuck.
To be fair, I have started brushing my hair.
I'm loving that
That's not
the
true.
title of the
Bubbles.
video. I'm loving that the title of the video is "Episode 2 is good," and like more than half of the things he's brought up is just like, "Oh yeah, this is probably a setup for something that'll happen later." I don't know. Whatever. Let's move on.
Anyway, hey, it feels like the scene in Lego Movie where it's like the scene where in Lego Movie where Vitruvius is like, "All right, you're gonna have to write all that down because I'm not gonna remember it anyway." Here we go.
The Morgan Freeman ad lib, yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. It's
All right.
such a bad video, guys.
Because again, very, very relatable political problem, administration turnover, kind of thing you see a lot of. And obviously, you know,
Yeah,
some
the kind of
the
thing you
cops,
see a
I guess,
lot
would
of.
like to work for Fisk, but
It's one of those infinite time loop things you hear about.
This feels like just cooler talk. Like this man is just at a water cooler right now.
Yeah,
with his
it's like I'm shooting the shit at like a family gathering, and someone's like, "Hey, what'd you think of that Daredevil show?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you know, there's like stuff happening
You say
in
that,
it,
but
you know."
Chief, if I was at a pub with some mates and I was asking them about Born Again, and this is the level of response I got, I just shut that conversation. They'd be like, "No, this is tedious. We're gonna move to a different subject."
Yeah, I'm not talking to you about this fucking show. Oh, Southpaw's here.
Like, no offense, man.
Look who decided to show up.
I was like listening to this in the background. Sounds like you guys are struggling with this video a bit, and I don't. I actually haven't been watching most of the stream, so I just kind of like, why is everyone like tune out now? What's going on here?
He's making such
It's just so stupid.
stupid, lazy arguments. It's getting to a point where like if he's not going to put effort into this, why should we?
Well, it's not even
there's
like
just nothing to grapple onto. That's the thing. Like he's not even saying anything that we can. He's just going, yeah, whatever, man. I liked it.
Hey, it's great. Whatever. This happened.
much.
It's interesting. It's cool. Goodbye.
All right.
It's not even like we're not responding. It's more like I don't have like. It's so easy to. It's almost like, I don't know, stealing candy from a baby. It's like, not only can I respond to this video, I can also play Minecraft on the side without any like difficulty in formulating sentences.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's see what you guys are talking about.
All right.
Play the
A lot of them
tape.
would hate him because he keeps
Well, actually, I'll just show you the clip that we just laughed at. Hang on.
wrong. She probably, if she wants to date Matt, shouldn't do this, and she seems like she's doing okay. But also, like, how are you gonna turn this down? This is super interesting, and this would be good for him. So maybe this will like help the city overall. And either way, it's complicated. That's what makes this cool. And then Fisk trying to
Just like, okay.
It's cool. Shut up.
Goodbye.
He understands now.
Game the fuck up.
Bros quit.
I wish I could be in his position right
All
now.
right, let's go.
Whose idea was this again? This is your fault, Madvocate.
Madvocate.
You proposed these videos.
Would you have preferred 50 minutes of fucking Colin?
Oh, that's true.
No, I wouldn't.
Actually, we need to be
Right.
careful what we wish for.
I'm killing
50
I will
minutes of
say
Colin
about
is the same
the-
vibe as 18 inches of Venom.
We could have done Spider-Man Unlimited. That's the other thing we could have done. But anyway,
But 19 inches of Venom has Riz though.
True.
At least Nando seems like a nice guy. We know for a fact Colin is like the human equivalent of a shit stain in a gutter.
penis cancer in human
Yeah.
form.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I will say, Bavika, you could have suggested these videos before I rewatched Deadpool and Wolverine.
I'm so glad I didn't watch Deadpool and Wolverine. That being
You
said,
watched a
it's
9
not
out of
something
10. What are you complaining about?
Yeah, you watched Peak.
It wasn't 8.5 before, but after thinking about it, I think it's a 9.
Someone said Colin is the
11
human
point
equivalent
yeah.
of Born Again.
Oh my god.
Remnant is asking, who is Colin and why does he need to get a job?
Don't
Don't worry about it.
don't worry about it, honey.
Don't worry,
He's
kitten.
got a negative
Okay,
attitude, and it's
yay.
stopping
Don't
him.
worry, kitten.
strong.
all right, we need to get through this video.
I think
Please.
that's very fun because again, very, very relatable political problem, administration turnover,
What?
kind of thing you see a lot of. And obviously, you know, some of the
What do you mean
cops, I guess,
relatable?
would
You're
like
not
to
Yeah,
cause,
what?
But a lot of them would hate him.
Maybe
because
he is.
keeps murdering them. So,
As a child, I yearned to be a cop.
what are you
Wait.
gonna do? And then he solves that problem in a very Fisk way. Little monologue that blew my mind when they started talking about cheesesteaks and
That blew. I'm sorry. That blew
What
your
the
mind.
Fuck?
You were blown away by the cheesecake.
I love
the
how he
cheesesteak
acknowledges. He's like, "Yeah,
conversation.
naturally the cops are gonna all hate you because you've murdered a lot of them." And it's like, "Yes." And he's like, "So Fisk gets around that by talking about cheesesteaks." And I'm like, "No."
Okay, so this is going to be so stupid. You guys are probably going to hate me for just bringing it to this, but back during the pandemic, when my friends and I were bored as shit, we played a lot of Minecraft, right? We had like this cave, and we had a shrine dedicated to cheesesteak because my friend said there's nothing funnier than cheesesteak. So basically, he gaslit us into thinking cheesesteak was the funniest word ever. So when I hear cheesesteak, I automatically start laughing. So shout out to my buddy Connery for doing that.
Thanks, Connery.
He's not watching this. But like,
You know
Connery,
what,
you're
see,
the goat.
that entire story was more meaningful, impactful, and coherent than the scene is. So
More than anything else in Born Again, to be honest.
Chat, can we have five? Chat, can we have 5 cheesesteaks for Connery?
Yeah, can we get 5 big cheesesteaks in the chat?
I'm sending this to him.
Just clip this. Just clip this. Yeah.
and stuff. And then they talked about like King of Prussia being a little outside of Philly. I'm like, that's like a 30-minute drive, dude. But I think scenes like that are fun.
What are we talking? Like, stop talking about.
Even
Okay.
more problems for Fisk.
What are we doing?
This cop is gonna be a huge problem for Fisk. And now
Is
it's
he?
another...
He hasn't
the
shown up
every
at all
YouTuber.
since episode 2, right? No, he was in episode.
Well, no, he was
6.
briefly. Yeah, he was briefly in episode 6.
But not as like a foil to anything Fisk was trying to do. He was just reporting on what they know about the serial killer that they somehow didn't fucking know about until some painter or some fucking power washer found. That's a whole other thing. I don't want to get into that shit right now. The point is, this guy has not been
started on power
This guy has
washing.
not been a fucking foil to Fisk the entire show. He hasn't done shit.
He hasn't been in it apart from like 2 literal milliseconds.
Yeah.
He means nothing to him. He's a bacteria.
All right, let's go.
Sword hanging over him. But then the episode ends on this very strong moment where
Very
Matt
strong.
ends up fighting and I think killing at least one of these cops that are here to kill.
He also interpreted that as a death, which okay, I'm gonna be curious what he has to say about that then. Hang on.
The other witness. First of all, love how smug Matt is in this scene when the cops come in and there's no one there. Because Matt Murdock is an asshole a lot of the time. Like, that is something that feels completely in line with how his character would react. Especially in a situation where he's getting one over on crooked cops. He's psyched to do that. And especially in a situation like that where he's like, well, they're not gonna like shoot me. That would be insane. I'm the guy's lawyer and I'll get shot here and they'll trace it back to us and web of corruption. I mean, this kind of thing happens every season on Daredevil. And also, like, they don't know who knows he's there. It just is a horrible idea that they're crooked cops. They're going to do it anyway. We get a very brutal fight scene, a lot of yelling, and then I think that really
a lot of yelling.
Get Free by the Vines. Cool. Good energy for the show. Like, I like how
he's not even going to talk about the killing at all.
No, he's not going to address it.
I mean, he did.
This is pure vibes.
The cop wasn't killed, but like he thought that happened. It's like, okay, what do you think about that? What do you think that means for Matt's character that he just committed another murder? You're not. You just no. Fuck vibes. It. There were cool vibes. There was some screaming. That's a good fight.
There was some yelling.
Ignore the
that was yelling.
Is that all it takes?
The terrible shaky cam and the fact that the 180 rule was broken for no reason.
And the fact that like they cut every like 0.2 milliseconds basically.
Yeah. Screaming is good enough.
Yippee! I'm starting to wonder, like, if this man is representative of the average person's engagement with the media, this is perhaps why we're making so little headway. Because if that's true, then we're effectively like, scientists trying to explain nuclear physics to squirrels.
Oh, this whole thing is just pissing in the wind.
Yeah.
Rimdecor says, "Really wish I could watch whatever Daredevil show this guy has been watching." Yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta get Rimdecor on one of these streams one of these days.
We do, yeah. But this is the thing is, like, that entire like part of him covering quote unquote the fight is just him rambling about just whatever. Say
That's
something.
the whole video so far.
Maybe
It's just rambling.
Say something.
Say something. Release
Say
me.
something nice.
Say something nice.
I want to be free of this pain.
Oh,
he couldn't even.
Does
He couldn't even do like the most simple thing and say, "Oh, this this scene is indicative of him relapsing, like all the normies are saying.
I guess. I mean,
He had
he
one
did.
job,
He did
the
like
bare
off,
minimum.
He did like offhandedly mention that idea earlier, I think. But like he didn't obviously expand on it in any meaningful way because, God forbid, that I review the fucking show in my review of the show.
Well, I mean, he could. What I'm saying is, he could have mentioned it again here to add something to
really
it
tie it
instead
all
of being
together.
like, yeah, cool vibes, a lot of action. The cutting to music was cool.
That would get in the way of the lazy summary of the plot's events, and then in with a couple of interjections. Whoa! Cool, and I like this.
It's like, what are you doing?
I like dusting.
I feel like Magneto and Apocalypse, where I'm just like, is this all there is? Is this all I am? Is this what you want from me?
Nando owes us money.
High energy. Obviously, it's got that
still
very
here,
slow
just to
pace
suffer.
you would expect from what is trying to be somewhere between like a legal drama and neo-noir, obviously superhero action, but like, a lot of that is very chill. There's people talking in the room, planning a defense, stuff like that.
Just says words.
But is punctuated by this very big moment. I think was very effective. So listen, if you're watching this, that means you probably watched both episodes. I think there's a version of this season where you just skip episode 1 completely. Like you get this introduction to Matt and you start and you're like, where's
Oh, he's doing the Phantom Menace argument now. Like you can just skip that one. Just go right to episode 2.
I mean, he wasn't wrong. The showrunners themselves were like, yeah, episode 2 was supposed to be episode 1.
Bruh.
I mean, this time I'm okay with skipping episode 1. I see it as an absolute win.
I think you skip episodes 1 through 9. That's the best way of going about it.
Yeah, if you just skip the
don't watch
entire
the show.
season. Well, I mean, we keep on being told that season 2 is where it's all going to make sense. So yeah, just skip season 1. What's the point of season 1?
Let's go to season 2.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to make that.
Twitter Barry was right all along.
It's and
Twitter Barry was a hero.
Was a hero.
I just couldn't see it.
And here's Tired Moon Rabbit coming again. It's being a normie to point out what's happening in the show. It's
motherfucker.
Dude, please.
I mean, yeah, I mean, first of all, yeah, kind of.
Yeah, but
like,
I need you to. I need you to please.
To a discussion is to badly summarize it. Then yeah, that is fairly normy.
I'm hang on, please. I need to get through this. I really want to stress in the nicest way that I can that you need to please just engage with the words that are actually being said to you instead of just deciding they mean a completely different thing that we didn't actually say. Like, for the love of Christ, for the love of everything that is good about this world, I need you to actually interpret words as they are said definitionally. Can you do that?
That requires effort.
I just want you to think.
What you are saying.
Yeah, that requires effort, and for whatever reason, some people just don't want to do that.
I will not change my mind. Then you will die, stupid.
It's like, because like seriously, Tired Moon Rabbit. I'm not trying to just single you out, and just keep bringing up your chats, but like this entire stream, it's just been one thing after another where like. We're like we make a point and then you just take the worst possible reading of it where what you've interpreted us having said just makes no sense, and I'm like, are you actually listening to the words we're saying, or do you just want us to say, or do you want to just assume that what we're saying is somehow wrong because you don't like that we don't like the show?
At a point it comes down to like, are you masochistic or are you just disrespectful? Because those are two equally possible outcomes to come from that.
Are you late or are you slow? Or are you going to be on my fucking time?
It is
fucking see me.
You are a normie if you get in front of a camera and all you do is just lazily summarize vaguely what happened in the show without providing any actual commentary. Yes.
Unless your channel name is Man of Recaps.
Yeah,
then you're cinema.
If you are presenting yourself as a film channel who talks about movies and like sometimes you review them, then you have to put in some effort, at least a little bit. Otherwise, no, you're a normie. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Someone said I think he's just trolling. I think he is just trolling.
I mean, to be
regardless, I'm tired of giving him attention, so let's move.
Yeah.
Yeah, move on.
Foggy, where's Karen? Where are the rest of them? And I'm sure they're going to show up eventually. And they'll
Well, not Foggy, hopefully.
Yeah, in season 2.
Yeah, did he forget what happened?
But I like this cold open.
No, he's saying
Does
that
he know?
you can just skip episode 1 and just go, this be the start of the show. So, and people are going to be confused because where's Foggy and where's Karen? But, I'm sure they'll show up. And it's like, okay, well, but also I hope not for Foggy because he's dead. But, whatever.
He is free.
Yeah.
Did the season 2 bit.
I saw.
Actor and just like, this is the problem. This feels like Daredevil now. This does not feel like bridging seasons of Daredevil. Like, this feels like it could have come right after season 3. And I find
this is one of those things where I'm like, do you really think that? Because I ask people like this all the time when they make claims like this. It's like, do you actually not see a difference between this and the Netflix show? Like, in any way?
Well, you know what's funny is that the writers clearly did, because this is an episode that was made before they decided to bolt it onto the Netflix continuity. So this was made expressly with the intention of not being a continuation of the Netflix show. Like, this episode that we're currently talking about was not meant to be linked to Netflix.
Yeah,
it
but
was built on that premise.
But that's beside the point. The point I'm making is, like, if it is the case that you earnestly can look at something like the Netflix show and then something like Daredevil Born Again and not see any difference, even in like basic things like production value, directing, anything like that, not even getting into like things like the writing and the directing and the themes and everything like that. Like, if you actually cannot see a difference, then like we're not speaking the same language. They are night and day.
The whole question I was confused about earlier, which is like, what are you, not just with Nando, like, what are you getting out of watching his content? If this is how you television, like, what are you getting out of television? Like, what is it that you're looking for? Like, what experience are you hoping to get when you turn on the TV and you pull on Disney Plus and you put up the show?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be like rude. I'm genuinely curious, because if it's not to like get an artistic experience, and it's purely just to get flashes and bangs and wallops and crazy things and all visual, then like, why is television the medium you're gravitating to? Because there are much better ways of getting that. I don't know. I'm puzzled. Yeah, TikTok. I'm puzzled. I'm puzzled by the internal logic that's driving your actions.
And even if that's just what you want from television, that's fine. But what's wrong with? But at that same thing, what's wrong with us wanting more from that and criticizing people for not providing that?
Well, because the thing is, like, you can have both, right? So in a television show, it's always presented binary of like, oh yeah, I either want the entertainment. I'm like, no, you can. You can have both. Like, ideally, you have both. So when we criticize this thing's lack of artistic integrity and the way it just doesn't make any sense as a piece of art, I really just don't get the people who are like, yeah, but turn your brain off though. Like, but okay, but why can't I get the thing I want out of this as well as you get the thing you want out of this? They're not mutually exclusive. Surely you should want us all to be having a good time together, right? Even if it's for different reasons. Why are you so keen on me only having a good time if it's on your time?
Well, yeah, there is something of a selfishness that I do see with some of these people where they're like, well, I got the thing that I wanted out of it, so I don't care if you didn't get the thing you wanted out of it. And it's like, okay, fuck you. What? Because I want us all to be happy, but for some reason, it's fine as long as you get what you want, right?
Yes.
Capitalism.
Way more.
And you just take the stream, Jolly.
Weekly. It's one episode a week. I think maybe 2 the last week, but definitely, 1 episode for the foreseeable future. But I'll be doing weekly reviews for the episodes on this channel. And if you want to check them out early.
All right. That's the end of that video.
Cool. He didn't continue after episode 3, so I guess, in fact, he did not. He did not do weekly episode reviews.
Yeah, maybe they're all up on Nebula.
If he's like, I wonder if he doesn't like the show now. Maybe he's one of the people turning on it, which, by the way, he will not be forgiven.
Unless it's only exclusively on Nebula, and we just haven't checked.
I'm not looking. I'm not subscribing to his Nebula. I'm sorry, Nando.
He gets brands, sponsorships, and deals like that, and we get nothing.
What puzzles me is like Nebula, like from what I understand of them, are like a pretty good service, and like they have some really interesting people on there.
Yeah,
I'm just curious as to why this guy got put on there. Like, what was he contributing? Anyway, whatever. I guess before we move on to the third video, if we're happy to.
Yeah, I am.
I'm gonna go get a drink. Okay, I'm gonna go get a drink and bash my head against the wall to prepare myself for the next onslaught. Whoever is remaining, would you mind pointing to the fundraiser again while I'm away?
Indeed. I suppose I'll take the reins on that since it's my stream.
I'll be back in a second then.
So yeah, just to recap for any of you guys who are just joining, we established this at the beginning of the stream as well as a little bit earlier when we finished this first video. The reason that the stream is happening at all is because, like originally, was because we wanted to promote the GoFundMe stream that you can see linked at the top of the description of this VOD, as well as linked in the chat. We wanted to, because basically what's been going on is like Jolly has been rendered essentially homeless thanks to his landlord being a piece of shit and not doing his job and making sure that he has like proper living conditions. His roof has a big hole in it now. Fisk would be proud. I guess Fisk would hate it. Do you think Fisk would fix it? Do you think Fisk would fix Jolly's roof if he saw it?
Yes, it's not rocket science.
Is my audio better, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah, it's better now.
Yeah, it's better.
Yay!
So yeah, that's happening, and so we set up this GoFundMe and we promoted it on our socials, and it got a lot more traction than we were expecting, to the point where like now, like yeah, we're still accepting donations, of course, for it, because you know Jolly's gonna need all the help he can get in putting down a deposit on a new place to live. But really, the reason this exists now is just to basically say thank you to all of you guys who were so generous with your money and decided to put it toward what I'd consider a worthy cause in helping my good friend have a roof over his head. So yeah, that's what this is for. Just thank you guys so much. It means more than I can even put into words. And yeah, we've decided to reward you by torturing ourselves and watching some guy talk vacuously for several minutes at a time about just absolutely nothing, which I think is worth it. It's for a good cause.
I will say a part of me is glad that we are watching the his third video, because I was like, because part of me is like, no fucking way did I watch episode 3
for nothing. No, your hard work is going to pay off, Sam. Don't worry.
I don't know why, but I just pictured the episode 6 of season 2 of Better Call Saul, what is it, 5-0? Yeah, where he's like, he killed him for nothing. I'm just imagining Sam just being like, I watched it for nothing.
I watched Daredevil Born Again, episodes 1 through 3 on my day off, and I did not enjoy it.
I did actually watch Deadpool and Wolverine on my day off, and it meant nothing.
And you did not enjoy it?
I watched it for nothing.
So, Sam, if I'm understanding correctly, you're going to then invite Ryan Reynolds to a special event where you cook for a bunch of rich people, and then kill them in the end. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically.
Does he represent the ruin of your art?
He represents the ruin of my own sanity.
Yeah, fair. The menu's really good. You guys should check it out.
That's the guy with Jabba the Hutt's son, right?
No, that's the bear. That's the bear. I was confused for a second.
Close. They both cook. They go.
They do chef thing, and they go, "Ooh, I am chef."
Chef thing, Jabba's son.
Jon Favreau reference.
Ah!
John.
To where, Ben?
Fucking Aquaman. Jolly better get his sweet ass back here. We got to get this video started.
What if we all?
His ass is sweet.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. What if we just all are silent for the next however long, and even when Jolly gets back, we stay silent, so that when he's back, he thinks he.
Your
fucked up, Andrew.
Your plan has been foiled.
You had one job.
I was saying,
so, I was listening to you the entire time. I just had my microphone turned off.
Oh my god!
This guy.
Let's kick him. I've been exposed, cops. I'm running.
Ship it.
I can't go back
You
to
forget,
jail.
Andrew. I know where you live.
Oh my god! I'm gonna lose my mind.
Don't
A tired moon rabbit.
No.
Something is objective. It's undeniably true, but their statements are subjective because other conclusions could be drawn.
Yeah,
we're not doing it. We're not
I
doing
was
it.
I was specifically going to mention that in the chat to you guys because I didn't want you to address it, but then you fucking beat me to it.
You know what? Fair enough.
Yeah, we're not giving him any more attention. Whatever. Moving on.
You know what, tired moon rabbit? Deep down, I really love you.
Yep.
You just
I
want
Who
like
made
the
this moon rabbit
moon,
tired?
and I like
Why is he
rabbits.
so tired?
All right, guys, one more video, and it's 14 minutes long, so this is going to be a journey. Let's fucking do this.
We'll power through it.
Wait, this one's longer.
It's shorter than the episode 1, though, so...
Probably not. True.
All right, we just watched the third episode of
Maybe he'll
Daredevil
have something
Born
to actually
Again,
say in
which
this
I
one.
believe is called In the Hollow of
No.
His Hand.
Hold on,
given by
pause
the
it
Mormons.
first. What does he mean, we?
I guess he has, like, a significant other, maybe, like, a brother or something.
I don't believe that.
There's a kitty cat.
Oh,
that's
that's
also-
not affiliated with me.
I searched up.
My internet may be playing up. Sorry.
Wait, sorry?
My internet might be playing up because it's not letting me watch the video when you guys play it.
Oh.
Fuck.
Maybe leave the watch together and come back?
What if we all refresh?
I might have to reboot the internet and be back in 5. Sorry.
Oh, damn.
Um,
Would you like us to carry
give
on
me-
with it, or just wait for you?
yeah. No, just carry on because I'm sure he's not going to say anything. If you can fill me in when I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can fill
Also,
you in
I
if we fill
found
that
this.
hole.
So I searched him up on Nebula. Like, what does this guy do there? And he has a class there.
Whoa.
Class?
It's called Getting Paid to Be a Fan. And it
Huh?
looks like this.
I'm ending it all.
This is not real, dude.
Oh my god. His name is Matthew Kelly. That's his fucking name.
I don't trust a man with
He's
two
not
first
Nando.
names. You're telling me he's not Nando?
Lies.
I've been lied to.
Yeah, like use your real name. I mean, my full legal name is the Sea. So,
Yeah.
like,
True.
The Nandalorian.
I totally want to give him money to lecture me on basically shilling.
I mean,
Mhm.
that's the thing is, like, Rimnacor said in the chat, and I kind of agree, like, I would take that class because clearly clearly it's working for him, so maybe we'll see how he does it.
Yeah, I want to know.
Hell yeah, I could pay for my student loans.
It's
Woohoo!
working! It's working!
Also, this cat is not affiliated with me.
It's a good kitty.
True.
Regardless of
But it
whatever
is,
of
because you're a
Nando's transgressions, this is a good kitty cat.
Here,
Nope,
is not just because one of
actually.
the characters in-
Okay.
The
Please.
We
the
just
cat.
Please,
You know
please
what?
hold all comments till he makes a point so that I can get through this goddamn video!
Yeah, white boy.
the third episode of Daredevil Born Again, which I believe is called In the Hollow of His Hand. Anyway, by the way, Mortimer is here, and that is not just because one of the characters in the show is called a white tiger, it's just because...
When he said we, did he mean me and the cat watched episode 3 of Daredevil Born Again?
That cat
Maybe.
ain't watching shit. Also, I like how he's like, I think it's named this. Brother, check the episode. You have Disney Plus.
Please put just
It truly
some
is just
effort.
off the cuff.
He is not real.
Here's the
No,
thing.
no notes.
If you're gonna do off the cuff, you could at least jot down like, okay, generally these are these are the points I want to make, and this is the structure I want to do it in.
No. Notes are for chumps.
Just do a little bullet point. That's all you have to do. You don't have to type out. Like,
no.
Huh?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
True.
Uh-uh.
Nope.
Nope.
He loves to be on my lap. But if you remember last week, my thoughts on episodes 1
do you
and
mean
2
by that?
were mixed. I think
do you mean
episode
by that?
1 was messy. I didn't think it looked great. It didn't have a great flow for me. It felt like the purpose of the episode was just to reset a bunch of things and to give fans what they wanted. Episode 2, I believe, was much stronger. This introduction of Hector Ayala, this more complicated trial.
By default, I
I was gonna
guess.
say technically it's much stronger, but that's not because it's good. Yeah.
Matt being forced to be a lawyer for
It
someone.
has one less dead Foggy.
What? The thing is, we've said this on streams before. I don't even think killing off Foggy is a bad writing decision intrinsically. It's just the way that they
No,
did
I'm
it.
just memeing.
But apparently, killing off Foggy was a good thing because his story was played out, and you can't just retire a character. So, fuck
No,
it.
he has
we
to
had enough of
die.
them.
Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny moment.
Pretty much. I was actually thinking of Mutt earlier whenever he made that argument about Foggy, because I was like, you didn't have to kill off Mutt in Dial of Destiny. You could have just said he was like married and settled down with kids or something, or just something. He doesn't have to be involved in the story to still be alive and active in this world.
Yeah.
It's not how that works. Like,
yeah, no.
You can get
Disney
rid of
writers,
characters without just killing them off. Like, it's not hard. It's not rocket science.
No, kill your darlings.
Yeah.
Disney writers seem to be incapable of understanding that really basic fact that characters can just do other things, or you could recast them, or you could find something new for them to do. There's a lot of options, honestly.
I want you to think
about what you are saying.
About what you are saying.
To make you think. To make you think.
And Southpaw is back.
Yeah, I saw that apparently he made a video titled Daredevil Born Again just dropped a banger, episode 3 spoilers.
That's the one we're commenting.
I have a lot of things to say
this is
about any suggestion that this episode is it even like scratches like a couple of tiers below banger. I'm actually like impressed that someone could think that this is like peak television. The episode where no. Hold on, man. Wait, hold on. What were you gonna say?
I'm saying he means it by a literal banger, as in Hector gets his head banged in.
Yeah, exactly. The episode where Matt Murdock pulls a Mysterio and unmasks a superhero and gets him killed. But
he won the case,
violating attorney-client privilege and the discovery process.
I don't think you understand. He won the case. So,
and you know what? I mean, the judge did call him out for it, and Chambers was like, "Hey, you shouldn't have done that." I can't. It's not like I can call it mistrial. I was like, you absolutely can, and you should, and you would, and
you'd have to.
Anyone in your position would at this point. What are we doing?
Retrial.
Nando, why do you like?
Let him cook.
Nando, do you like any legal dramas? Do you like things like 12 Angry Men, Juror Number 2? Do you like My Cousin Vinny? Why do you like these movies? Why do you like anything that has legal drama in it? If the legal process can just be fucked over like this?
I feel like he's hijacked my stream
because it's funny.
Sorry.
Bro, we haven't even heard his points, bro.
Yeah, well,
let him cook.
Here's the thing that needs to be said about this going in is just going off of the first 2 videos we've watched. I don't think you're going to get what you want out of this because he's not going to make any actual points. He's not going to commit to actually saying anything substantive about the legal case or anything else. He's just going to be like, yeah, like those scenes were kind of fun and they were cool and like there was some yelling and screaming.
It was interesting. It was cool.
I don't know. It's interesting. It exists anyway. Moving on.
They made the show square. I mean, come on.
Fuck. I hate when a show's square.
I love how he doesn't.
I love it when they're squares.
He doesn't know what an aspect ratio is, but clearly he changed the aspect ratio of the show to fit this 16:9, full screen that he wants for his own video. So I'm just imagining him.
Every time I think about that, it gives me a heart attack.
Yeah, so I'm just imagining when he was editing this, he was like, "Why the fuck are there black bars over and he had to go and fix it in post.
I'll say I love Southpaw. How Southpaw is. I'll just say I love how Southpaw was like. Daredevil videos. I sleep. Episode 3 is a banger. Real shit.
This cannot stand.
Has very similar opinions to him about being a superhero, but in this case is doing it instead of not doing it like Matt is.
I don't think he does have similar opinions about being that's the whole point of their dynamic, isn't it? That Matt
it's almost like Matt has a different opinion to him or something.
As a bad thing that he needs to not do, and that Hector's theoretically supposed to be no, there's
Nando.
What did I say?
Do you actually? No, I said Nando. You actually? Sorry. Do you actually watch the shit that you were reviewing before talking about it?
I see. The way you said Nando, I thought you were correcting me as if I'd said something wrong, and I was like, I wasn't even talking about Nando.
No, it's just addressing what you say, they think the same thing about superheroes. No, they
don't. That's the point.
Obvious.
That's
Did you like?
that's literally
did
the
you
crux
watch
of their
this-
conversations about being a vigilante. What do you mean?
Did you watch? Did you watch this episode with like the sound and the captions off, by chance?
No,
Did
he
you
watched this.
just like assume.
He watched this while listening to fucking generic copyright-free Puerto Rican music.
Exactly.
I'm sure that there's lore there that I just don't understand.
You've seen the show. That happens on the show. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Oh, that shit. Okay,
Yeah.
right. No, sorry.
Yes, but did you even watch the show?
Did you?
I guess I deserve that.
You know, I feel like
Hypocrite.
Nando would like our stream because there's been a lot of screaming and yelling. Like that's the one thing
True.
going for it there.
It's
Who's
pretty
the
cool,
mayor?
yeah.
How is he going to be the mayor? How is this going to affect his relationship with his wife? And then how does this affect his relationship with Matt and with Daredevil and Vigilantes more generally? So, like I said, episode 1.
I mean,
not a
they
huge
don't
fan
really.
of. I think they're
They don't really have a relationship in this show because they straight up just are not talking to each other at all after that moment in episode 1.
I kind of
They don't.
I'm starting to get
Go ahead.
I'm starting to understand why he didn't make any more videos after this one because he's just repeating the same points he made already, and realizing the show's not actually going to do anything, which means I can't just keep milking it for all it's worth. Because there's only
Okay, I feel like
I feel like
I'm
he
in
could have
a
done
time
that
loop.
and no one would have noticed.
Andrew, you checked his nebula. Does he have episodes 4, 5, 6, and 7 on there?
Oh, true. I don't.
Does he have
see-
integrity?
I just want you to know if he does, I am not watching those episodes. I'm out.
It's not showing up for me.
Oops, shit.
A lot of these posts that showed up during, like, that are coming out now are, like, from 2 years ago. So I think he might have stopped posting. Oh, wait, here's one from 24.
Has he not put out any videos in 2025 on Nebula? It's
Well,
April.
besides these ones, I imagine.
Not that I can think.
Are these on
not,
Nebula?
Not that I can see. I'm on Nebula. Wait. Wait.
That was not my
what's the
question. My question was, has he posted
The-
any videos on Nebula in 2025?
Um,
I'm assuming these ones as like early access, no?
I don't think
Yeah.
these are on Nebula, are they?
they are.
Oh, okay.
Or is it
So
just his main?
It's
Oh,
the same video, and I don't see any new video.
okay. So I guess Shiva's right.
Yeah, all 3 of his videos show up here. Nothing else. So he has not made any more content about the show.
I was promised weekly episodes, weekly video of the episode that came.
You're a
out.
fraud, Nando.
Oh, was there any doubt that he was?
Well, I didn't know what to expect from these because, like, I don't really watch Nando. And I think I watched one of his videos a long time ago and realized why, like, you can see why I didn't stick around and become any kind of, like, channel member. I don't remember which video it was. I don't remember any of the points he would have made in it, but, like, I guess it was just like this one.
Malcolm Rodriguez is asking when will Sheev talk Stir Part of the Rise of Skywalker, and I assume that's due in 4 years, isn't it?
That's in a while. Like, it's not happening for a bit.
You're
Yeah,
doing
we've got
the
Revenge of the Sith and the OT to get through
and,
first.
and the Last Jedi.
And The Force
The
Awakens,
Force Awakens.
and fucking, I don't know, Rogue One probably somewhere in that.
I cannot wait for the Force Awakens video. Good God.
Well, you're gonna have to.
Have you done a solo one?
No.
I'm excited for Solo because that's my guilty pleasure stupid movie.
Same. I love that movie. But I'm still gonna rip it apart when it comes to it.
Yay! No, don't worry. I'm excited for that.
The Chewies. Yeah, I think it'll be great.
stuff there, but overall, I think messy. Episode 2, much clearer and closer to what I think makes great Daredevil. Episode 3, one of the best, I think, in the series. And I say this because I think there are a lot of things
In the
Daredevil
series?
seasons 1, 2, and 3, and this is assuming they're all one series, because obviously Born Again is kind of its own thing, but like,
Hold on, so is he trying to say that like episode 3 is one of the best episodes in just Born Again, or like including in Netflix?
Oh god, he better not be including the Netflix show in
No,
that
no.
equation.
I thought.
No, okay. So here's the
meant-
thing. One of the here's the thing. Take a shot. Okay. Anyways, so one of those interpretations is fucking insane, and the other one says fucking nothing because only 3 episodes have dropped. There's not a sample size. One of the best episodes.
I kind of here's something that's fun about these videos though is like he's obviously playing clips from the Netflix show as well as Daredevil Born Again, which means you really do just get the juxtaposition of just like how much better the other show looked. Like look, I go back to hang on, I go from,
and I say this because I think there are a lot
this
of
shot,
Daredevil seasons 1, 2, and 3, and this is assuming they're all one series because obviously Born Again
to this shot. I'm just like night and day. Holy shit.
So I think that he is saying that they are all one series.
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, I think he's saying that this third episode is one of the best episodes in the entirety of the Daredevil TV, rather than just Born Again.
God.
You think that this matches New York's finest? You think that this matches Karen?
Of course.
You think that this matches?
You think this matches any episode in the original series?
Think of the weakest episode in all of the original Daredevil series. And I promise you, it's better. Fucking yeah, any episode from Defenders is better than this episode. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I feel like if I watched any episode of Iron Fist, I'd be like, that was better than Daredevil Born Again episode 3. Comfortably.
Fucking like most episodes of She-Hulk are better than Daredevil Born Again. The only exception might be the finale, basically.
The finale is basically the only one.
Yeah, it's just the finale that's worse.
Yeah, it's just the finale of She-Hulk that's worse. It's like, why are we here? Why is it?
Don't you have a son?
Why is it getting this bad?
I can't.
All right, let's carry on.
I just can't.
But like, assuming it is Daredevil season 4, there are things that Daredevil did really well, right? The Punisher confrontation on the roof, some of the ultra-violence associated with the Punisher, the fight scenes with Matt, the romance with Elektra, right? Like, they're a really great moment.
The character development, the thematic through line about Matt's crisis of faith and his respect for the safety of life, and
screaming.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm glad this way he gets out of TV shows in stories and art. This is wonderful.
That showcase the different facet of Matt and sometimes other characters like Frank's personalities and what makes their life interesting, right? Because these guys aren't all Spider-Man, right? They're vigilantes who take the law into their own hands. Some of them have superpowers,
like Spider-Man.
some of them don't. But like, these are A, adult characters, and B, characters with very strong beliefs about, God and Catholicism and guilt and vengeance and justice.
Does he?
So
I wouldn't have known that from Born Again.
It's like, I have nothing to say. Fuck it, he has nothing to say, so I have nothing to say.
Daredevil did a great job when it comes to focusing on specific elements of Matt's life. However, the one element of the Daredevil story, Matt Murdock's life specifically, that I always felt was lacking was the lawyer stuff. We very rarely.
What do you mean?
He said this in the fucking last video too. He thinks.
Yeah, he did.
For some reason, he thinks that the Netflix show doesn't almost ignores the idea that he's a lawyer most of the time. Which I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
It's entirely recency bias because it's like, okay, season 3, sure, he's not doing any lawyer shit because at this point in time,
he's presumed dead.
Yeah, he's presumed dead. He's just Daredevil full time in that season.
Well, hang on. Even then, he does some lawyer stuff because he pretends to be. He gets Nick Foggy's ID.
Very end.
Yeah. Well, and also, but he Nick Foggy's ID to pretend to be a lawyer to see a guy to get information, and then at the end he does lawyer stuff. Yeah, before the final confrontation.
Okay, but otherwise, like, yeah, sure, season 3 has very little lawyer stuff, but like, what are you talking about? Season 2, like, okay, so the Punisher after Frank gets arrested, like, he doesn't realize that Frank is in the rest of the season, right? Every single episode of season 2 still has really good shit with the Punisher, and all of the shit that happens with the Punisher, like up until like what, episode 9, is like between episodes 4 and 9 is all lawyer stuff. It's all Matt being the Punisher's lawyer. And
counterpoint, not enough screaming.
What?
No. See, this is what I said, Southpaw. Like, you're not going to get what you want out of this video because you want him to make an argument in defense of like anything that actually happens in the episode so that you can push back against it. And I'm saying no. What's actually going to happen is he's going to make a bunch of broad, sweeping statements without substantiating any of them, very like vaguely and lazily summarize what happens and say that was cool, and then just like that's the whole video. Like, you're not going to get anything else out of this. Temper your expectations.
Let's push forward.
So he's an idiot.
Actually try a case, and when he did, it was always and means to an end to, learn something about another story or to further the plot of like The Punisher or something like that to show.
What? No, it wasn't.
He took Karen's case because
a woman was in danger.
Needed his help.
Yeah.
Is he actually complaining? Is he actually complaining that the lawyer stuff in the original show would tie
intertwined with the rest of it? Yeah.
Would be relevant to the rest of the story. Is he actually going to well, this is the funny thing too, is that like episode 3 of Born Again, like the lawyer stuff is intertwined.
Yeah,
with
it
the main
is.
plot. But like, no, Nano, you need to save this for episode 4 with Leroy the caramel corn thief. Okay,
the thing I don't understand, right, is that like, so this is almost like when you have a show that like picks up with the character like every so often in time, right? Like, I mean, Doctor Who would be the prime example. Sorry, Andrew. Like anything that's like an example. I think that's a show where like the character is doing stuff between episodes that we don't see, right? We only see the things that are relevant to us as an audience member to see for the story that is being told. Like, so we don't see Matt going to the toilet every couple of hours because we don't need to be in with him in the toilet when that happens. It probably still does though, right? Yeah. Well, it's like, so season 2, we literally go into their offices and there's a whole bunch of people there, like, they've been paid in like a fruit pie, like, we get a reference to when Foggy goes to see the biker guys that they helped out a biker with his like VA benefits. Like, they're doing this stuff, it's just off screen because it's not relevant to the plot line we're seeing. So we see the legal stuff they do that is relevant to that plot line. Now, sure, in a kind of abstract way, maybe it's interesting to see Matt just going about his daily life and, getting paid in fruit pies. And if that's what you want, cool. But you know where you can find that? Comics. Not a tight television show. Because it's just a waste of the time.
Unless what he's trying to say is that it doesn't, like, bleed into, like, the rest of the elements of the show. So, like, the characters, the thematics.
Hang on, but he's saying the reverse of that. He's saying that, that we only ever saw stuff that was related to the plot, not stuff that was just him being a lawyer. For the sake of being a lawyer.
Yeah, I'm just like, what?
I'm like, yeah, because this isn't a show about a guy who's just a lawyer. This is a show about a vigilante.
Like,
do you know what you're watching, Fred?
It seems like what he's advocating for is literally just, I want to see Matt Murdock do a legal case that has no bearing on anything else in the story, just for the fuck of seeing, like, him be a lawyer. I'm like,
I mean, that's literally why Twitter normies were praising episode 4. They're like, I just want to see him do reckless lawyering and taking on irrelevant cases.
Oh look, he gets to haggle this conviction down to like
serial thief
to a week, yeah.
Like, isn't that fun? Okay. Isn't that cool? And I'm like, okay, but like, this is this is at the expense of, we have an actual plot that needs to be happening right now that we've just essentially put on pause so that Matt can go do lawyer shit for no reason.
We have 9 episodes, so we have 4 fewer episodes than a season of the original show. You guys need to lock the fuck in, and you need to actually like stay focused on the actual story in the show. We don't have time for C plots like this.
No.
Mm-hmm. No, this actually, sorry, this isn't even scrape C plot. This is a Z plot at best.
If all you want is the legal stuff, like boy, do I have news for you. There are films that will itch that, scratch that itch for you, like Juror Number 12 and 12 Angry Men. Sorry, Juror Number 2 and 12 Angry Men.
2 Angry Men.
I was gonna say, shit, did they make like 11 sequels to No. It almost makes me go like, you know what we didn't see enough of in 24? We didn't see Jack Bauer have to take a shit.
Yeah.
And having to deal with IBS.
You know what I really want to see is like more of Peter Parker just doing his schoolwork. We don't see enough of him just doing his schoolwork, his homework. Fuck it. I want to see him solve geometry problems on a piece of paper in his classroom.
You say that, Banana would totally praise that.
Oh my god, he would.
We didn't get to see enough of Walter White actually teaching in high school. I thought like the whole point of Breaking Bad is like he's just a high school teacher, but it's like I don't know, I just can't really believe that he's a high school teacher.
I want to see the 10 minutes where he walked down to the corner shop to buy milk.
Yeah. We don't see enough of Barry Allen ordering massive quantities of pizza.
Well, I mean,
fuck Barry Allen. I want to see that a day in the life of the pizza guy has to keep on making these fucking pizzas every
Okay,
5 minutes.
yes, but I have one counter to Nando, which is that you understand that there's a technique in film called the montage, wherein
The concept of montage.
The concept
One of the
of
earliest
concept-
cinematic developments.
Where the concept of montage.
He was also on Nebula,
Oh,
by
the
the
bar
way.
is in hell.
Do you want these episodes to be 4 hours long and really fucking boring?
Snyder cut.
Yes.
I just the bar for critic for film discussion on YouTube is in literal fucking hell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah. Like every time I find a new YouTuber that I don't really watch it, like I know of them, but I don't watch them, and then I finally check out one of their videos for one of these streams, I'm always like, oh. And how many fucking subscribers does this guy have? Like,
You can literally
a million.
he has 306,000 on his main channel. This is on his second channel with only 72,000.
Still, you can literally just yap and speak absolute nonsense, and you can get a following.
I'm gonna start.
We're doing this
What
thing
have I been
wrong.
doing wrong?
We should become equal.
You haven't been yapping enough. That's what some say.
Bro's fluent in Japanese.
Exactly.
You've been trying too hard. You've been putting effort in.
Damn it! I shouldn't have put effort in my fucking videos.
Yeah, that's.
I knew my teachers were wrong.
You know what? We don't get. There isn't an episode that shows Mando shining all of the parts of his Beskar armor, so it's always shiny.
Honestly,
Honestly,
the
I'm
3 hours of
surprised.
methodically polishing the Razor Crest.
I was going to say, honestly, I'm surprised there isn't an episode devoted to that, considering how much that show loves wasting time.
True. Speaking of, let's try and press on.
How Matt's relationships were
Nice segue.
fractured, but we see very little of Matt Murdock just being a lawyer for the sake of being a lawyer, because that is an avenue that he can use to get justice, right? Especially because season 1 was all.
But that's what he's trying to do when he helps Karen, or even whenever he represents the guy who killed Regoletto. Like, he's using that as an avenue to find out more about the guy who hired him for the job, in this case being Wesley. But, like, still. And even with Frank Castle, he was like, yeah, I mean, they're going to fucking execute him if we don't do something to help him with his sentencing. So we're going to represent him.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna describe to you this very simple rule. You only show the elements of a story that are relevant to, like, the story itself. We can assume that between seasons of Daredevil, Matt is still, he's being a lawyer, and he's like, taking on petty crimes and whatnot. He's not, doing anything significant during that point in time. But, like, he is still.
Well, that's what
doing
we're
a day-to-day
shown.
Life. He still has a job. Yeah.
At the beginning of season 2, we are shown Daredevil just out doing, a night in the life of Daredevil, basically. At this point in his
That's a
career.
goddamn job.
Well, it's the exact same. It's the exact same. Like it's on the same principle of the inciting incident, right? Where it's like this happens at the start of the story because this is what causes the rest of the story to happen. It's like we're watching these parts of Matt's lawyer life because they're relevant because they're intertwined with his double life as a vigilante, and it's relevant.
I feel like I said this.
Yeah, we did. We're just kind of retreading this now.
Yeah, maybe Patrick Willows was onto something when he said audiences aren't reasonably intelligent.
Oh my god.
About like nailing Fisk. What's the deal with Fisk? And that turned into kind of an investigation. Whereas this, it's not an investigation. It will be eventually, but it's just about.
So then, what do you
trying to
want?
set this guy Hector Ayala free because.
So it's bad when the Netflix show did it, but then when this show does literally the exact same thing but worse, that's good because of huh?
Shut up! You're wrong. Counterpoint. You're wrong. You don't know writing.
Okay.
I'm losing my mind.
Nando, please, for the love of God, script your videos. I am begging you. Fuck it, I'll do it for you. I don't care.
According to Matt, he didn't do the crime that he's being accused of, and clearly, he's complicated. Matt loves to take on cases where he sees something of himself in the defendant. So in this case, it's obviously that he's a
Stop with the
vigilante
flash
who's
frames.
very concerned with right and wrong. And that's not why Matt takes the case originally, but a lot of the times in stories like this, what makes this interesting is when the person that Matt is defending is some sort of foil for Matt himself. And I just thought everything in this episode.
You guys will notice how he didn't say anything there just now? That entire word salad, and he didn't say a goddamn thing?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
If it wasn't 20 to 2 here right now, and all my housemates are asleep, I would say I'd make his day because I'd give him the screaming of a lifetime.
Please stop screaming!
I understood that reference.
No, it'd be like the opening of Zack Snyder's Justice League with the Superman scream.
So well done. Like, first of all, obviously, Charlie Cox is so good, and I think he's great as Daredevil.
You're just repeating points you made in the last 2 videos.
But I think he's also
Why do people watch this guy?
and is able to bring something really fun to these court scenes.
I think this is
Not
going to be my
only is he
supervillain
able to lay
origin
it on
story.
thick drama, but he is able to tell a story the way that a great lawyer can. He is able to spin maybe a witness that's being difficult.
No, he's not!
Oh my god.
That's literally something that doesn't happen in the show!
He does remember how to treat a witness as hostile as he
This is crazy.
testifying against him.
He gives one witness cocaine and then fails to treat him as hostile when he behaves in a hostile manner.
Cinema.
Therefore, he knows how to spit. Brother, you did not watch the show.
Supple.
I'm
Season
going
2.
upstairs to a bathroom that has a lock on it. And no one can tell me that it doesn't.
I feel like after the stream we're gonna have to tie Southpaw down and sedate him just to make sure he can sleep.
Just like fucking frothing at the mouth, just like.
Yeah, it's just Peter in that cutaway gang in Family Guy who's just screaming in a straitjacket like, ah!
This is the section of my video that I definitely enjoyed working on the most because this episode fucking aggravated me. Oh my god!
You don't know lawyering.
Southpaw, there's an alternate universe where you're a lawyer, and that alternate universe is terrifying. I'm glad I don't live there.
What? He could be a good lawyer.
No, I think he'd be a good lawyer. He would just be a really angry lawyer.
We need more anger in the world.
He would be a passionate.
Screaming at everybody he gets his hands on.
Well, he would naturally from there he would become Daredevil because he'd be an angry
he would
lawyer.
He would be like legal, and he would like go through shows to see if they're like good or not. In terms of their,
then he'd get to Daredevil Born Again, and he'd be like, "God damn it!"
Yeah, well, instead of being like, "Yeah, the show doesn't quite nail it," he'd just be like, "This show sucks! Oh my god,
fucking hell!"
I'm just imagining, the Southpaw version of like declaring a witness hostile. Where it's like, permission to declare the witness hostile, Your Honor. I was like, granted. Pulls out a gun and just fucking blows him away.
No, fucking. I mean, no, Navigate would have seen how I've treated a witness as hostile. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Okay.
You know.
Did you kill him?
I killed him.
I kind of did. I kind of metaphorically did.
Requested to treat the lawyer as hostile?
You start beating up, and then it's just a brawl. It's just a duel to the death.
But he is able to tell a story the way that a great lawyer can. He is able to spin maybe a witness that's being difficult. He is able to create a narrative and really sell some sort of theme. In this case, it's because Hector Ayala as the White Tiger.
You're describing
does the right thing
Netflix
to do,
Daredevil,
so why don't
though.
we do this, bring in the testimony from the different officers. It felt so good, and I think Charlie Cox.
Turns out bro's
really
watching a different show.
Imagine he's actually watching Netflix.
He's not too confused.
Like, honestly, of the two lawyers that are in this episode, the only one who I think is decent at crafting a narrative is actually the prosecutor guy. He was really cooking all the way
until
up,
the train.
all the
To a
way
point,
up until
yeah.
he says, like, here's the kicker. You're still alive. You don't actually die until they back the train up, and then your body just bursts. I'm like,
what a fucking liar, dude. What a Weasley little liar, dude.
What fucking experiments did you want to learn this?
Sorry, can I just have a 10-second rant about that? Like, who writes that? I think, yeah, this is fine. This makes complete sense. This isn't fucking stupid and nonsense.
Sam, I really want to see the version of the show where he says that, and there's just silence in the courtroom, and then one of the jury members just goes, "Wait, what?"
Say that again?
Say that again?
What the fuck are you talking about?
There's literally a shot in My Cousin Vinny. I'm gonna find it, and it's gonna be like way too late when I do get to it. But like literally, like it's the stuttering attorney clip that I show in my video. And there's one juror who's just like looking with like his jaw dropped at the public defender who's fucking like spinning while stuttering basically. And it's so fucking funny.
It's like a like he's giving that little speech, and then one of the jurors looks over at the judge, and the judge is just kind of doing like a like the Josh Gad in the Oscars audience meme of just like, no, like shaking his head.
Yeah. Oh, I just oh shit! I found it. Hold on, I'm about to pop it up in chat. One second. Give your.
It's just how do you write that line?
Right here.
Fine.
Right here. So this is exactly the shot that we needed in that episode of Born Again. That's what it's in my cousin Vinny.
I don't get it. How can you write that line and think like that's fine?
Sam,
Standards,
you'll
are they?
Sam, you'll get the British reference. It's a cheeky Nando's.
Sam's entire mental state is just fucking deteriorating into nothing.
This is my supervillain origin story.
So, for Americans who don't understand, there's a restaurant chain in the UK called Nando's, where it's like Portuguese food, and like one of the jokes is they have like the mild, like they have a sauce that they think is really like spicy and substantive, but it's actually like, really mild and weak and pathetic. It's like the whitest person's hot sauce you'll ever come across. And so like going for really bad food just becomes like it's just like going to get cheeky Nando's, and I'm like, yeah, if you want bad criticism, go for cheeky Nando's.
Tired Moon Rabbit. I have ignored you this entire time because
no.
We are purposely ignoring him. We're purposely ignoring him. He's stupid. We know this.
Shut up! Shut the fuck up!
Yeah, it's the other cop.
And I'm all right. I've muted him on my end because like he. Listen to what we're fucking saying, buddy. Are you done?
Right.
I was gonna say, someone in chat said Shiva's gonna be charged with criminal negligence for what he's doing to Sam.
I can see that.
I don't think it's negligence. I think it's kidnapping and torture at this point.
Sold what I think
I want to die.
Performance there, right? Because obviously we see Charlie Cox playing Matt Murdock, then we see
Charlie Cox.
Charlie Cox.
Get a replay of that.
And I think
That's
Charlie
so mean.
Cox really sold what I think needs to be the performance there, right? Because obviously we see Charlie Cox playing Matt Murdock, then we see Charlie Cox playing.
Who would win, Charlie Cox or Kinkin?
Who would win, Charlie Cox or Adam?
It's a cuck-off.
Oh, God.
Matt Murdock playing Daredevil, like being Daredevil. Very rarely do we get to see Charlie Cox playing Matt Murdock, playing the attorney version of Matt Murdock. And I just thought it was.
What do you mean by that?
Wait, Charlie Cox playing Matt Murdock.
We've never, rarely before have we gotten to see Charlie Cox playing Daredevil playing Matt Murdock. Is that what he just said?
Exception.
What do you mean?
Playing Matt Murdock playing Daredevil, like really sold. Really, do we get to see Charlie Cox playing Matt Murdock, playing the attorney version of Matt?
Not only, so we've never gotten to see Charlie Cox playing Matt Murdock, playing the attorney version of himself.
No, I think I know what this is. There was a comma, and it's very hard to tell because his editing is not very good. But like saying like Charlie Cox playing Matt Murdock, playing the lawyer version of Matt Murdock. I think that's what he said.
Yeah, I know, and I'm confused.
Yeah, no, that still doesn't make any sense.
Oh, so he's playing the lawyer version of the Matt Murdock is a separate thing. It's not a continuation of what he's saying.
That's what I mean. There's a comma. It's not. It's not a. I'm the dude disguised as no dude. No. It's not that. It's just it's actually. It's funny. It's just.
So he's just poorly edited this. Yeah, because like. All you have to do is cut out saying playing Matt Murdock and just keep in the line of saying playing the lawyer version of Matt Murdock.
Well, you need like a slightly longer gap, like by like half a second or something, to make it.
I will say,
that's not a continuation.
Well, the editing in this video, these videos have been fucking terrible. So,
but I'll say, Sapple, you cut in there just at the perfect moment because I was about to blow a fucking fuse. I was about to lose it.
Well, what can I say? I'm a really good lawyer.
Murdock. And I just thought it was great. Then you've got Carmen de los Reyes, who I would say this episode is at least the second lead. Spoilers for the episode. Not going to see him in the future, I imagine. Unless you really flashback, which sometimes happens.
Spoiler, he says that as he shows the fucking clip of him dying.
He's a really good lawyer.
I hate with every fiber of my being that he was like, maybe we'll see you again. Shut up.
I'm gonna parody that in my Born Again video. I'm just gonna be like, spoiler alert, White Tiger dies as I'm showing him get shot.
Do that in the first minute of the video.
No. You do. You have to do that 30 seconds before you see that. Like, you just show like White Tiger being blown away, and then 20 seconds later, oh yeah, spoiler alert, White Tiger dies.
I mean, okay, hold on. To be fair, the title of the video is episode 3 spoilers.
Well, yeah, but if you're putting that in the title, then you have no reason to even say spoiler alert in your video.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
I was gonna. I just realized when I was like trying to make that defense for him. Nando, you make this like so fucking hard to defend you sometimes.
See, I don't even put spoiler warning like in the title of my videos, because I'm like, you are watching this with the understanding that I'm about to spoil everything about the thing I'm critiquing, because it's a long form critique normally. Mm-hmm. So like, you know, people will be like, why did you just spoil that? I'm like, what?
Also,
it's
what
a fucking
value is there in a
4-hour video on
spoiler-free
Kenobi.
review?
Yeah, there's people like, why didn't you put a spoiler warning? And I'm like, what?
I guess that it mainly makes sense to like disclose that there will be spoilers for like maybe a movie that you're going to be talking about that's like that. Well, like a thing that you will talk about as an example of like when something is done right. You know, like it's not the main subject of your video, but you are going to spoil something that people want like some sort of like warning before.
People
I agree with that, but like if it's a review, then like you're kind of going into it with the expectation.
There's kind of a thing where if a thing that has been out for a long time is an example that I want to use, like I don't really feel the need to say spoiler alert. Like I got in a lot of trouble in a video I did a couple years ago where I brought up Hank's death in Breaking Bad. And people were like, dude, I'm still going through that show. And I'm like, I recognize that it's a popular show that like a lot of people are kind of, you know, just now getting into. But also, I don't feel like it's my obligation to just, like, warn you ahead of time. There's going to be spoilers for an episode of television that came out over a decade ago. Like, I don't think that's on me.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, Dr. Doofenshmirtz doesn't take over the tri-state area.
No.
What?
What the hell?
See you, monster.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just to when it comes to showing a clip of White Tiger getting axed and let's say spoilers.
You mean shot?
To quote a much better MCU film, you should really put the warnings before the spell. Also, check chat.
Sam's honest reaction.
Let's go.
The actor, very sadly, since when this recorded and now has passed away, so I doubt they're going to really do too much with this version of the character. However, there's a lot of fun stuff you can do with the legacy of the White Tiger. Either way,
yeah, a lot of fun stuff.
The performance here, I think, was great.
Fun.
Very stoic.
Very great.
Don't say stoic.
He
just said the meme line. He said the meme line.
Was frustrated that he had to be here, that he had to stand trial. Look at all these cops, you know, judging him. And then you got this really great contradiction between Matt and Hector, where Matt wants to expose Hector's identity.
No, we are not. No, don't do this. Don't do this, Nando. Don't do it. Please don't.
Don't try it.
Don't try it.
Don't you dare.
Because he believes
Southpaw, I want to see him cook.
Yeah, we got. I need to see this.
All these cops, you know, judging him. And then you got this really great contradiction between Matt and Hector, where Matt wants to expose Hector's identity because he believes correctly it will be an asset in the trial. But on the other hand, Hector...
I love that little like sneak of the word correctly. Like, oh, he believes correctly that it'll be an asset in the case. I'm like, no. No, buddy.
This is not the win you think it is,
buddy.
Oh,
brother.
Doesn't feel comfortable doing that.
This guy stinks!
Feel comfortable where Matt wants to expose Hector's identity because he believes correctly it will be an asset in the trial. But on the other hand, Hector doesn't feel comfortable doing that. And obviously Matt wouldn't feel comfortable doing that later, which who knows, maybe that will happen to him. Matt's identity has been made public.
Okay, but that's bad though.
Why?
That Matt did something that he knew his client wouldn't want him to do without consulting him. That's grounds for disbarment. That's bad.
Nah, it'll be fine.
You just broke attorney-client privilege, and
but the show treated it as something good.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's so fucking over for Matt after he does this. It's insane.
No, it'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
it's over for man. It's also over for White Tiger and his family. They need to leave the fucking United States ASAP.
You need to leave.
At least once or twice in my lifetime, I think. There was obviously the I'm Not Daredevil sweatshirt. Like, that was a thing. Like, this is comics, right? So there have been times when, like, people will say, oh, Matt Murdock is Daredevil, and then Matt Murdock proves he's not Daredevil, and then he kind of moves on. But, like, Matt Murdock merging the identities of Hector Ayala and the White Tiger to the advantage of both, although, obviously, you know, there would be consequences later.
So not to the advantage of both then.
So it's not an advantage.
He really just says stuff.
What consequences would those be, Nando?
And who's facing those consequences? I wonder. Not Matt.
Yeah.
Look, no, you just don't get it. It was to their advantage, both Hector and the White Tiger, to be fucking shot in the head.
Yeah, those consequences are a real banger, aren't they, Nando?
I mean, to be fair, you could argue that it was. You could argue that it was to their advantage because they don't have to be in the god awful show anymore.
Yeah.
True, yeah.
I would have played the Seinfeld theme song
They're
there.
free.
But I just don't have the energy. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go to the store and get some ice cream.
Yeah, that's fair.
CS checked out.
I think we all have. I just want this video to be over.
Let's just get through it, please.
Suppressing this other identity of his own, I found so compelling. But yeah, Comrade de los Reyes, very emotional performance. I
said that already.
I love that this character is like a tragic figure, right? He cannot help himself. He has to intervene when someone's in danger, to the point where even when he knows going out as a White Tiger is going to be really dangerous for him, when he gets acquitted, he has to do.
Why are you waltzing about on the street?
Okay, also, all superheroes are like this. Right? Am I tripping, or is that like just a standard part of like going out and being a vigilante with the intention of helping people? It's like, you can't help yourself when you see someone needs help, even if that means risking your life. Is like, yeah, okay, so you're telling me Hector is just like any other superhero. Yeah, you described Batman.
So many fucking superheroes, yeah, but like,
this is saying nothing.
But that's what I said this video was gonna be, man. It's just him being like, this is what happens in the episode, and I like that.
Chat, I want you to appreciate. Hang on, chat. I want you to appreciate how much we love you, that we are putting ourselves through this to entertain you. I want you to hug that feeling close to your chest. Our deep love for you, that we're doing this, that we're prepared to torture Sam into insanity, just to give you some content.
Some of you may lose your minds, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Andrew is willing to make.
How did you guys get
help me?
How did you guys get through 2 videos of this already?
We had each
Dr.
other.
Pepper.
We suffered. We were bonded by the mutual trauma, you see.
Do that again,
Molded
and
Do
by it.
eventually
that again?
killed for it. So those are the 2 big performances.
Hang
Where
on.
even when he knows going out as a White Tiger is going to be really dangerous for him, when he gets acquitted, he has to do
Why
that
are you
again.
waltzing
and
about in the open? How
I'm
have you
trying
been alive
to
this
hear
long?
that!
he has to
Sam.
intervene when someone's in danger, to the point where even when he knows going out as a White Tiger is going to be really dangerous for him, when he gets acquitted, he has to do that again, and eventually he gets killed for it. So those are the 2 big performances. Obviously.
Okay, so
Eventually being all of 5 seconds later.
couple things. New York is not the only city in the world, or in the United States even. There's plenty
What?
of that.
How
there's
long have
plenty
you
of
sat on this
places
information?
that Hector could leave town and avoid being where the very pissed off New York cops would know how to bait him out like this, and he could still fight crime as the White Tiger.
Of course, we get the added context that I mentioned to Sam earlier and broke his brain even more, that he knew about Muse and about the fact that like someone was kidnapping a bunch of people and killing them. And had been investigating him, and it even narrowed down his location down to the subway track. So I guess the idea there is he can't leave until he's dealt with Muse. Unfortunately, he never told anyone else about all the things that he discovered except his fucking niece. So that's fucking great.
Yeah.
He is aware. We had the same conversation when Matt goes back out as a vigilante. They are aware they can just change costume, right? They can just go and adopt a new persona.
No.
Like that would Well, yeah, there we
Because
go. Thanks, Andrew. I'm done now.
Yeah,
you finished me off.
Because what makes your impact on this world as a vigilante meaningful is that you are who you are and you do what you do, no matter the consequences or the personal risk. You don't, like, obviously the emblem you wear, the costume you dress in can be a symbol of the hope that you bring, but if it becomes tarnished in any way that might affect your ability to save lives, you can just change it and put on a new mantle and then make that the symbol of hope that you're trying to bring. That's a thing you can do.
I'm just imagining he puts his white tiger in the wash with the red shirts.
It's like,
and he's
no!
like, okay, I will become the Pink Panther. I will become the Pink Panther. Tell me when you are ready.
That's pretty good, but it's taken.
Chuck, please help me. I want to be
No,
Pain.
you're in
Cox rifle.
Now, Spider-Man.
Help me.
It's not torture. It's character building misery.
Exactly. That's what God told me.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more.
I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain.
I'm in tremendous pain. I'm in tremendous pain.
Ellie, lama sabachthani. Just a kid, please, my God. Why?
Help me!
A little bit of Fisk in there, and the other lawyers.
Yeah, you
but
get a little
more
bit of
or less,
Fisk.
it's those two performances.
And the other lawyers,
the
we don't
plot
care.
of this episode was very smart. It really played with the different legal maneuvers and the different legal maneuvers. Getting him there, getting
just
him arrested by the cops by fooling the other cops into pursuing the van.
No, not arrested, killed. They were going to kill him.
Yeah, and also
you realize that.
Not only are you badly doing it, but all you were doing is summarizing the plot and saying it was kind of neat.
And I mean, like you said, badly doing it, but like inaccurately doing it. You're recapping a version of this plot, and I'm just like, did I watch?
Where's Man of Recaps when you need him?
Did we get like a different copy of this episode that he did or something? I'm so confused.
Let him cook. He's got 8 minutes left.
I just need this to be over.
Instead of the taxi.
No, well, I mean, we have to be like transformative to some degree. Obviously, we can't just like fucking
why
and not react.
Why do we have to put effort into this?
Hang on. We do Southpaw, but we don't have to do it every 10 seconds.
Okay.
Right.
Well, no, I'm taking it even further. Why do we have to put any effort into this if he's not going to, and neither is the show?
Because principles. Right.
No, I'm gonna be bad. I'm gonna stoop down to their level.
We are
We've
evil
been
now.
Transformative enough for 2.5 videos. I think it's okay if we let it play a little longer for the rest.
Yeah.
Sheev, what about Hope?
Oh God, don't give me that. What do you talk about? Santa Claus? What?
Wait.
Don't give me hope.
She put a dancing monkey on screen to get past copyright.
Okay.
No, let's get the dancing cows.
We will
play pool.
Hang on. We will pause and make points when and where needed, but like we gotta just please. I need to get through this fucking video.
Finding the witness, getting him to testify, then he doesn't testify, then Matt calls an audible and reveals Hector's identity. Like, it was just so compelling. I really think
it's
why?
Did you say? Hold on.
He did the thing.
Did he say audible? What?
He calls an audible. I don't.
It's sponsor for today's episode.
I don't know, but I just wanted to point out he did the thing I said he was going to do, where he summarized the events that happened and said, "Man, that was compelling." It's like, okay.
Man, that was interesting.
I am begging you on my hands and knees, Nando, make a point.
I get the sense that like people who like the show are like just looking down. You know how Netflix is doing the thing now of like, oh, characters have to be describing what's happening on screen because people who are watching our movies, they're going to be just like looking at their phones or something. Like they watch us for like background noise basically. And I'm just thinking, like, could it be the case that that's what's going on here with Nando? Just like he's just looking at his phone and he's got this playing on in the background or something. And
he just exposed his identity. That's cool.
He's not paying any attention to like how this is actually being executed or whether any of this makes sense or just any fucking details that might.
Fulky's dead? Hell yeah!
Hell yeah!
Yeah.
Like Foggy dies, and he's like, "Yeah, that's what I'm talking about."
Chat, can we have 5 big boobs for Falky's death?
It feels like that scene from Good Will Hunting where he's just like, you see how... I wish you could see how easy this shit is for me. I feel sad for you.
Yeah, no, it did. Watching this kind of criticism does make me feel like that's like, you see this? You see how easy it is for me? Easy it is for me? It's a joke. It's a fucking joke how easy it is for me. And I'm sorry you can't do it. I really am, because I wouldn't have to sit here and watch you fuck around and fumble and fuck it up.
God,
what a joke.
Wish we were watching that right now.
You can't conceive of what I'm capable of. I'm so far beyond you. I'm like a god in human clothing. Lightning bolts shoot from my fingertips.
I think that, like, even though, like I said, we're probably not going to get very much more of the Hector Ayala White Tiger, this is one of those.
I don't think we're going to get very much more. Yeah,
many
you're right.
Versions. There were many different, you know.
Really,
Tigers, 2, 3,
I didn't
4,
know.
5, whatever. Obviously, Ava Ayala, the character that a lot of people will recognize from the Spider-Man cartoon, probably the most well-known of the White Tigers. But I think this episode is important because it builds a very strong foundation for like what it means to be the White Tiger, this kind of uncompromising vigilante in the world of Daredevil and Punisher, where everything is very complicated. You have this one figure with this very black and white, good and bad morality, and that helps clarify things for Matt. And just like little things like I love.
Frank and Matt both have quite black and white morality systems. It's just that they don't share the same one. Like, Frank is very black and white. He's like, if you do bad, I kill you. You can't, it is harder to get more black and white than that.
I beat pedophiles with a brick.
Oh, you wanted to sell me child porn? Well, I'm gonna fucking kill you now.
Well, unless
Frank is
however,
so...
if you produce it, however, and distribute it, then it's like, oh, whatever.
Nah, it's fine.
Like
Frank is so black and white that his costume is black and white.
Yeah. I think it's something like he's so black and white he's a panda or something. I don't know why.
He's so black and white that he's a white man with black hair.
He's so black and white, he's Jolly Chap.
The way that Matt used Hector not having the amulet, when I was watching that and Matt makes that case and starts talking about, you know, it's assault.
Oh yeah, the amulet that definitely gives White Tiger extra sense.
Southpaw, I need to hear him. I need to hear him actually make the point.
Let
him respond to it.
I'm gonna institute the rule, which is that only Sheev gets to pause the stream.
Yeah.
I love the way that Matt used Hector not having the amulet, when I was watching that and Matt makes that case and starts talking about, you know, he assaults these people, but why wouldn't he use his magic amulet? I was also like, oh yeah, that's a good point. I was just surprised that
okay.
Oh yes, yes, very nice. I agree. Yes,
I am clipping that.
Look,
that does make a question. Like, it's just an amulet, right? He doesn't have to have the White Tiger costume on, like, in order for the amulet to work, right?
I don't imagine so. No.
So couldn't he just be wearing the amulet like under his shirt or something, and just always have...
I'm just stuck on the so-called free thinkers.
Oh yes. Ooh. Ooh yes.
Oh yes.
I like that.
Another.
He would have watched the bear get eaten.
This guy.
Can we have 5 big yeses?
Yeah. This is like.
I'm sorry.
That was the most. That was the most unironic, consume product thing I've ever heard. Like, yes, I like that. Like, you are a kindergartner. You are not even in the first grade.
Jolly,
this man just thoughts for the first time in his life.
Jolly, Sam.
Stop.
Sam. Do you guys?
This man just formed a sentence.
Do you guys remember, Jolly and Sam? Do you guys remember when we were watching Sleep No More? And I just we got about halfway through, and I was like, I can't take any more of this. I'm so fucking close with this video to just being like, that's it. That's the end of the stream.
We're barely halfway.
Come on. We're gonna get through it.
We're over halfway now.
Help me!
Yes.
All right, shut up and let's fucking do this.
Well, they did the courtroom drama stuff, and I'm sure, you know, there will be videos, perhaps by Legal Eagles and such.
Dog, I'm
on the courtroom stuff here.
Store. Oh my! I had to hear.
I couldn't hear him.
Oh my god.
Everyone silence.
We done? I feel like the teacher is scolding the class right now.
How they maybe introduced witnesses wrong and stuff like that. But compared to other courtroom dramas I've seen, I just feel like the drama of this episode worked really well. Mortimer really wants to kill him. So he keeps hearing me talk about the white tiger.
I hope that cat eats you alive.
Other things I like.
Oh, good kitty.
Episode.
That's the most substantive thing he said in the entire video.
Sassy Matt in court. I talked about that officer's black eye. Very fun. I love how Matt, when he thinks he's nailed it, folds up the little cane. He has that little.
What? You're just pointing out things that are happening. Fuck!
That's
the thing happened that I liked.
I actually can't believe this.
Oh my god.
He folds his cane like he's like believing the college like, no, I'm pretty sure that this is just a thing that he does whenever he has to sit down.
Oh my god, this man isn't real. Dude, I'm so soundboarding that. Yes, I like that.
Andrew, I beg you, please stop referencing that because I'm gonna just fucking not be able to do it again.
Yes, grilled cheese. I like that.
All right.
Okay.
Me when I see chicken jockey. Yes, that's from the game that I like.
Yes, I like that. Ah!
Flint and steel.
It was here that I realised my life isn't a tragedy; it's a comedy.
Please just say one thing about the actual show.
The way he just like points and nods kills me, bro.
You cannot just say things and expect them to make sense. You have to think about what you are saying.
Unironically, I've had to put my like hands over my mouth like a paper bag and breathe to stop myself from laughing to the point of like being unable to breathe.
Yes, I like that.
I can't even laugh.
I'm genuinely worried. I think I might have just woken up my house.
My goal is not to kill Jolly.
I would kill to have this guy in some Among Us sessions with.
Wait, do you know? Oh my god, this just unlocked a memory. You know the Skeksis from the Dark Crystal? This guy did that. He was like, yes.
Guys, I think we're losing it.
We need to do this.
I can't take any more of this.
That feels like
I can't take anymore. I just want to die.
I call it a little flourish.
Sorry.
On like it's almost like an end zone dance for him. I mean, obviously it's not in any situation.
He was just folding
like,
his cane.
Yeah, but it was a little flourish.
He's just folding his. No, he's just.
Let it play.
Down.
I'm killing myself.
I didn't pause it. Chief did.
Because you were talking.
The really quiet courtroom, and that's cool. I also love that the cops are the bad guys in this episode, and it feels like now we have a story. We have something that we're going to follow. Because originally,
now we have a story.
The way that he was like that's cool. That just sounds he sounds like he's sarcastically praising the show. He actually sounds like he is literally trying to find things to like about it. This is the sort of thing that like that's the sort of delivery that I would give for like when I'm trying to like find like positive things about something that I am like really negatively reviewing. Is like, yeah, I like this really minor moment that has nothing, it's really inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. But I like that. That's how he delivered it right there. I think he's trolling us.
You know what I think? I think we've earned that 3,000 quid.
We're not near it so far. We're only at 27.95.
We've earned that much. It is.
We have earned that much, yeah.
This is killing me. Slowly but surely, it is killing me.
I have to go record a video after this. I don't know if I'll be sane enough to read words.
After this, I'm just gonna kind of go and clear my head. You may not hear from me for a couple of weeks.
I'm gonna go watch some Vox Machina after this and just have a chill time.
Oh yeah, Vox Machina, a really good show.
I'm getting unbelievably wasted.
The Hector Alec trial, it can't go that long, and it's over. But then in the background, you have the story about these cops who idolize the Punisher, have Punisher tattoos, take justice into their own hands. We're gonna see Matt deal with that, and probably
Are we?
This is how this will go.
Are we?
We didn't.
Are we though?
We haven't.
Well, this is the funny thing is, like, in my video, I also say, like, yeah, we know that, like, you know, these cops killed Hector, and this is probably going to, you know, like, bleed into the next episodes, and then it just fucking hasn't. We've dealt with Caramel Corn and Miss Marvel's father, and Irish bank robbers, and what the fuck happened in episode 6?
That was the first Muse episode. The first of 2.
Oh yeah. Episode 6 and 7 are just Muse. But the Punisher cops are just they've just fucking disappeared.
Season 2. They're in the task force now.
Season 2, hands raised.
Because he believes Frank did it, because that will be what the reports will say.
I don't think he believes Frank did it. I didn't get the implication from the end of episode 3 that he was going to think Frank did it, right? Like, I just thought...
No.
He definitely wouldn't believe that Frank did it. It's just like, why would Frank go after Hector of all people?
Well, because first of all, he's basing this off the assumption that, like, I guess there would have been witnesses around to see the Punisher logo, and then which didn't happen. And that's a whole other can of worms in terms of how Matt was able to then connect this murder to the Punisher, that we've gone over on various other places at this point. But like even if there had been witnesses to the crime and they saw the Punisher logo on the guy, and that had been in the official report, and Matt knew about that, he wouldn't be like, man, I can't believe Frank just fucking killed White Tiger. What the hell? He'd be like, okay, these corrupt cops who like have like a kind of a subculture in the police force for worshiping the Punisher to the point where they've branded themselves with tattoos of him, and who have a specific vendetta against White Tiger, just went and killed him. Like, that's what he's gonna think, because obviously.
No.
Nah.
Season 2.
And then we'll find out, like, no, there's these other cops that are...
He knows about
Punisher
this.
Name, and we're gonna get that arc.
Like, okay, yes. Matt can't see. That is true. And the show refuses to accept that, but it's true. He can't see. But there's going to be other people that are like, yeah, you know, there's like a subculture of cops that have like Punisher logos. Like this is known.
They are, yeah, they're demonstrating. They have it tattooed on their necks. You're not hiding this. Like,
Yeah.
it's public knowledge. It's, well, it certainly is amongst the cops. Like, they all know. And Fisk knows.
Surely Cherry has told them about it, right? Having been a former cop who's probably had to deal with these motherfuckers. Like, come on.
I presume.
No, he kind of forgot.
It's like how in Shang-Chi, all of Wenwu's assassins have like the 10 rings tattooed on their
because that's
the known
wrists.
terrorist
Just
organization.
No one is aware they exist. Just no one notices tattoos in this universe.
Don't worry about it.
Season 2
be great.
It was kind of recent. It was clearly a response to the fact that a lot of cops have the Punisher symbol on like their cop cars and stuff.
It's
and
commentary.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense in this
It's
universe.
commentary on the real world.
But whatever.
Trump is Fisk.
Dude, I am Rex-ploding right now.
Punisher symbol, when in reality they shouldn't be the Punisher. And if you don't believe me,
Nobody should be the
Punisher
Punisher. That's what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, man thinks he's being insightful when he points out the most fucking obvious things ever to be known by any human ever. My God, I'm losing my mind.
The entire
What are you doing?
fucking point of Frank's character is that nobody should be him, and like he believes that he's doing what he has to do, but like even he recognizes nobody should be me.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to say again
right now.
I would like to say again, he has manifested his first thought right now.
Oh my God, he's doing commentary now, guys. Let's hear it.
in a comic, so I don't know.
Dude,
what to
the
tell you.
Punisher's
And I
like
just
bad.
really like that. That's the arc of the season because I think that's pretty bold, especially.
You think the arc of the
No.
season is that nobody else should be the Punisher except the Punisher? Is that what he just said?
Yeah, basically. And I don't know where you're pulling that from, friend.
What the fuck is happening right now?
I just have a thought. Like one lone, maybe he didn't. It died of loneliness. Who knows?
in our current political climate, rolls eyes, but like having to think about this as the opening Daredevil story, like there's definitely safer stories that you can tell about, you know, Daredevil fighting.
I'm sorry, this is the safest way of doing political commentary I think any show has
Yeah,
ever
because
taken.
they're not doing it. They're gesturing
They're
at the idea of
vaguely
doing,
gesturing
like,
at the
safe
idea of
political
it.
commentary.
Yeah.
I would rather
indeed.
it just be about Bullseye and Daredevil fighting rather than doing quote unquote political commentary, like doing it in such a nothing burger, cowardly way. Like it almost makes it like worth less than nothing. Because
this
like
is just like the kind of ticking exercise. Like imagine the Minecraft movie just had like a throwaway line about how like we need to build more houses in the real world, and like then they just moved on, and someone was like, "Oh, the Minecraft movie is social commentary." I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
I love how nonchalant Bullseye looks in this frame.
He's just doing it for the love of the game. He's unbothered.
He's like, oh boy, here I go killing again.
Another villain who hasn't really showed up, although we're getting like little, hints of him. But instead,
Does he?
The opening arc for this Daredevil show, I think is really brave. Let's talk about that other villain, Muse. We haven't really seen any of him yet. He's an art villain who does Banksy stuff, and then also
Yeah, I think it's a Banksy.
Yeah,
It's a
Banksy.
Okay, so unironically, this is like one of the most like we've used the word normie already, but this is what I mean, right? Like if you see graffiti and your only point of reference for the artist is Banksy, like no others, that's all you know. You're maybe not qualified to talk about graffiti art, maybe.
Yeah. Which Banksy's the only one I know, but that's why I don't fucking talk about graffiti art.
Yeah, this is a bit like someone being like, "Oh, I'm going to talk to you now about this artist character." It's like, it's like Vincent van Gogh, and I'm like, "Okay, do you know any other painters?" No, just Van Gogh.
Da Vinci. I'm sorry, Da Vinci.
Da Vinci?
Da Vinci?
Da Vinci.
Jackson Pollock.
You got issues, Squill.
And I don't know what they'll do here, because right now it seems like he's just doing Banksy stuff. Like he's the Punisher, so the trigger.
Oh no, what is he going to say about that?
Like, when is he actually going to show up? I imagine.
No, of course he's not going to comment on it. Why the fuck would he?
He's about to make a prediction that's going to that will age very poorly. Let's see it.
Let's hear it.
He's going to be an antagonist. Now we know that this season is kind of split up into 2 flights or whatever you call it of 9 episodes. So maybe he does show up more in the back half. But either way, I don't know. I think he's a cool villain. I like how he's going to marry these 2, obviously Daredevil, vigilante stuff, and then you have Kingpin, not just crime and mayor stuff, but like art stuff. The Kingpin is always...
What?
He's into art and stuff.
Art stuff.
He bought a painting one time.
Yeah, if anyone has like any appreciation for art between them, it'd be Vanessa, right? Since she was a curator.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
Which I guess there's a connection there, except the show obviously doesn't do anything with that, because why bother actually doing anything with Muse? But even then, that feels like such a thin connection of like, well, I mean, Fisk and Vanessa both have appreciation for one specific painting, therefore.
Well, how interesting would that have been, by the way, if they'd had to go to if Fisk had to go to Vanessa to get her to analyze the painting, try and break it down psychologically to give him hints about where Muse was.
That would be so interesting. Oh my god.
Yeah, or maybe like the scene where he's informed, Vanessa is in the background listening to it, and then after whoever the informant is leaves, she then just goes on an explanation, just like a rant about what the art is and what it means, and like she's like, "Hey, the people aren't fucking happy with you, man."
If we're committed to this whole like Fisk and Matt paralleling, do you remember when Matt went to her art gallery, and even though he's blind, she was like explaining it through her own eyes and like talking about art in this really interesting way to give him the experience, even though he couldn't see it. Like, imagine if she just did, we had a parallel of that where she was doing that for Fisk, right?
Yeah.
Oh well.
No.
Whatever.
Not allowed.
Season 2.
So obsessed with certain pieces of art. He's married to a former.
He's not obsessed with certain pieces of art. He's obsessed with exactly one, and it's because it's related to a woman he loves. That's not.
Yeah, he doesn't care about the art itself.
Dealer who is now running his criminal empire and apparently not doing an amazing job. I don't know what to say besides just I love it.
Well, okay, yeah, it's connected to the woman. I should clarify. It's connected to Vanessa, but it's also connected to his traumatic past, because he looks at it and he sees the wall that his father... The point is, the art wasn't what mattered to him. It was the things that he associated it with. And again, it was just the one painting.
I think that's great. So, like, big picture, I think this season is in a really good place, because incredibly compelling story. A perfect
Incredibly
place for us
compelling.
to start with a Matt who is not Daredevil, seeing him be Matt Murdock, the lawyer, and succeeding there, and then seeing that fall apart and he takes justice into his own hands. Like, one thing I think is kind of a shame, when we heard reports of how this show was being retooled and reshot, one of the things that someone said was like, it just didn't feel right. He didn't put on the Daredevil outfit until episode 4. And now I'm seeing, oh, okay. So episode 1 was the reshoot episode, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, like, they all are these beginning stuff that, or I guess the execs were unhappy with because they didn't put the Daredevil costume on fast enough. And if that's the case, like, no, that was the right inclination. Like, I'm sure people would be kind of bummed that they're not seeing Daredevil jump around on rooftops and do Daredevil stuff, but like, this is the show, and it is working.
I wish you were very happy. Go to hell.
It's great. It's working. It's working.
Just,
it's great.
It feels like the thing of like, well, you guys are just mad because he didn't immediately put on the Daredevil costume and start punching people, and I'm like, no, I'm mad.
You just wanted Luke to do backflips.
I'm mad for all the ways in which we got to this point, to where he's not wearing the Daredevil costume and what it means for him and what the arc and the quote unquote arc that he goes on in order to put it back on. I'm mad because of that.
Yeah, actual character stuff.
The more I see this man, the more I'm like, that James Somerton comparison looking better and better.
That's still pretty mean.
Okay.
I don't know about it.
No.
Don't know about all that.
We bully him.
He does look a bit like James Somerton, unfortunately.
Yeah, we brought that up a bit ago, and it was an unfortunate thing we had to just acknowledge.
And I feel really confident that the rest of this season is going to be very compelling, is going to say something. I can't wait for more Frank. I can't wait to see
proceeds to make no more videos about the fucking show. I will be curious when the show is out in its entirety. I'll be very curious to see if he does at least one more, just talking about the whole thing.
He probably. I feel like he will.
I'm not gonna. We're not gonna cover it. I'm not ever putting myself through this again. But I might just put it on and listen to it while I do like my dishes or something.
Chat. If we make it to the 3K mark in the stream, we're doing it.
Hey, whoa. Hey, at least get your bang for your buck here. If we make it to the 4K mark, we'll do it. How about that? All right, balls in your court.
If we make it to the 4K mark, then Sam has to watch the entire show.
I mean, I guess he would if Nando does a video covering the whole show.
You know what? If we hit the 5K mark, we're going to continue the stream until we finish Colin's Deadpool
until we're dead.
No, get out of my skin.
We're so close.
That's the million mark. Okay, Jolly. That's what we will just keep going until we're dead.
I want to be free of this pain.
I
want to get free.
We're close.
Season 2.
We're close.
We're so close, guys. I'm killing myself here.
And I can't wait to see what they end up doing with the White Tiger, because like I said, I really enjoyed the foundation they set up with Hector Ayala, and there's many family members, some of which were named in this episode, that we can do stuff with in the future. Oh, other thing, I think it's funny, I like that they call the Officer Morales was like an officer that's been named.
No shot.
No.
They made a Spider-Man reference and I clapped.
It's most likely not even a reference. Morales is a very common Hispanic name.
Yeah, Morales is like it's literally that fucking meme. No, it's literally that fucking meme where it's like, Breaking Bad fans when they see a cancer patient. It's like SpongeBob staring at Squidward through the window.
Yeah. Blu-ray Angel and Soup's brained.
It's like Morales is a very common name, guys. I promise you. They
did the same thing with Latvian Heritage Day.
It's a Doctor Doom reference.
Latvia?
Say that again.
If I was the actual country of Latvia, I'd have just leaned and been like, "Yeah, Doctor Doom's from here."
That was the single funniest thing I saw. I was like, man, we were just so fucking brain rotted.
It's so over.
Speaking of which, I think it's Latvia that had the world's funniest tourism advert I've ever seen, where they described Vilnius as the G spot of Europe.
No,
what?
I beg your
who wrote that?
Fucking pardon.
Get them. I'm going there.
Boys, we're going.
All right, boys, let's go.
Lithuania, not Latvia, but yeah.
Okay.
Also, I'm back proper. This entire time, Nando has sounded uncharacteristically baked as fuck. Like, dude sounds like he's been fucking smoking like mad. Holy shit.
Hey,
It's fucking
I
great.
want what he's smoking right now. I could really use it.
I mean, if it makes Born Again good, it's powerful stuff.
Oh yeah.
Like, they said there was Officer Morales, and I really like that.
I really
but it
liked
just-
when he folded his cane in victory after saying something.
folded
cool.
his cane.
It's very meaningful.
Daredevil fans when they see blind people.
Literally, fucking literally. This is what this is.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
His
I thought it
IQ
was
is the
so
room temperature
cool.
of Alaska.
People online are like, Officer Morales, that's Spider-Man. Like, Miles Morales
Shut the
is
fuck up.
dad. That means he's gonna be in one of these. I'm like, I'm pretty sure his cousin was just like, I am Miles Morales' cousin. I have a cousin. He'll be in one of these eventually in like the Spider-Man movie. Not that I don't think that's.
He's never coming back. By the way, that was set up in Homecoming. First of all, we actually already saw Donald Glover Prowler in Across the Spider-Verse. I mean, obviously, probably a variant, but yeah, I don't think like Donald Glover is ever coming back in the MCU to do any kind of like Prowler shit. I don't see that
Unless he gets a
happening.
lot of money.
I mean, I guess I don't know.
That's a cool Easter
like
egg.
he's got
I guess it's
plenty.
kind of like if in Iron Man 2, King T'Chaka showed up and just like fully was there and was like, I'm King T'Chaka. I'm from African nation where
Man, we are fucking rambling right now. We are just saying shit.
He is crawling to the 14-minute mark.
He really is.
Christ. You know what? I'm not accepting this. Everyone in the chat, subscribe to my YouTube channel. I cannot fucking believe I make less money than this fucking idiot. I put so much fucking work into my videos. Good God.
Subscribe to me too. I made a really good Daredevil Born Again video. Please.
Subscribe to everybody here. Give us all your fucking money.
I wish I had thought about just sitting in front of a fucking camera and just shooting the shit off the cuff and then just kind of like barely editing it really poorly and just putting that shit out there like baked as fuck.
I
don't give a shit.
I don't have
anymore.
I don't
have a YouTube channel, but you should follow me more than you should follow Nana V movies.
You can just
follow Sam in real life.
You can just kind of ramble about stuff, and apparently that makes money. Like I didn't realize this.
Steve, make that your second channel should be that.
Yeah.
Steve Yaps.
Steve rambles.
Oh, we by the way we hit 3K.
Woo!
Yeah.
Damn.
All right, now journey to 4K.
Oh my god, we did.
Nice.
That is incredible.
Hey.
I'm gonna. So on the way out then. Let me thank the people. But yeah, let's finish the video first.
Well, thankfully, we're probably almost done because like the last 2 minutes of these typically just are him shouting himself out. So
kind of secret and whatever.
Subscribe
and then,
to my Patreon.
Like in, I don't know, Captain America 2 or something, because someone said the name Wakanda.
And he's not even making a point. He's just kind of saying shit right now. So just keep it.
He said Captain America 2. It's Avengers.
I just want to get through this. Come on.
Like, I know because they said it earlier.
They said the thing.
The only thing that's important is this show is great, and you know what else is great?
All right, we're done. Yes, it's over.
My God.
Oh.
That fucking tangent convinced me of the baked theory.
No, it was the bit in the courtroom where he just said like, "Oh, I liked it because it was cool," and like it was the most consumed moment ever. And I spent 3 minutes trying to breathe because I couldn't fucking breathe. Oh,
I'm gonna go make
God.
that a soundboard right now.
I just need something on screen that's like better than this fucking video.
Okay. Oh God. All right. I'll thank the.
Please.
Give me a second. I want to thank
Madam
everyone.
Web right now.
Hang on. Give me a second. Give me a second. I just want to thank people. All right. So, oh boy. See, this is how much we love you, chat. Put ourselves through this for your entertainment. But seriously, yeah, I deeply do love you all, and thank you so much for helping me with my fundraiser. Like the idea that I'm not going to have the stress of trying to find, of not knowing whether I'm going to have a home in a week or two's time hanging over me is so fucking good to not have dangling over me. And not just the guys obviously in community, but you guys on stream with me right now as well. Like, thank you so much for all of your help. I love you all from the very bottom of my heart. You guys mean a really great deal to me, and this has been such an incredible thing to happen on the back of something really bad happening. So Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you to everyone who donated as well in chat today. You're the fucking best. So yeah, give yourselves a good pat on the back.
I was barely here. No, don't worry. I don't deserve any credit.
It's just it's been you know what, it's been a journey. Both this stream and the trying to not panic as I was almost rendered homeless by a dickhead landlord. But yeah, seeing everyone rally around in such a fashion has been I think the best tonic.
Jolly,
despair.
Had your roof not caved in when it did, we never would have been exposed to the wonders of Nando versus movies. So, like, really, it all worked out in the end. Your landlord really did us a fucking solid.
What a monster! What a fucking monster!
Andrew, that means now that we've got to 3,000, you have to kill 3,000 landlords. Do you think you're up to it?
He's dead. Don't worry about that. He's fucking dead. You coward.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get the. Were you guys talking to me?
Yeah.
He asked you a question.
I asked you a question. Andrew, I asked you a question and then you immediately deafened.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting that. Oh, I like that clip. But what was the question?
Yes. I was saying we hit 3,000 on the fundraiser, which means you now have to kill 3,000 landlords. Actually, slightly more, right? Because pounds to dollars conversion. So like 3,200 landlords.
All right, I'll get on it.
Oh god,
it's literally like
I can't gush enough about how fucking fantastic everyone's been. So thank you.
Say that again,
everyone.
Fuck up. No, but it was literally
and
like
thank you guys for organizing it all as well.
Oh yeah, no worries. Had fun. We did a thing today.
Sam, I'm sorry we had to put you through this. It was Madvica's fault.
It was a worthy cause.
And a peace. And a peace.
I don't want to point fingers, but this is really Madvica's fault for recommending these videos.
You approve them. You're the one who skimmed through them.
That's true.
You held us at gunpoint and said, "No, we're gonna watch Nando."
True. I begged on my knees like the sad little imp I am, and you all ran to my defense like the good friends that you. Therefore, I am in the.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you guys for coming on and helping us and supporting Jolly. And I think the biggest thank you of all goes to Nando for making this all possible. He really brought everything. He really brought his A game, I should say, to this whole thing. He was only stoned for like 1/3 of it too. So really, yeah.
Only 1/3.
Great videos. The best thing that's ever happened to me. I'm gonna end this stream and then immediately probably collapse somewhere for a bit, and then I might join you guys later in VC or something.
I probably will not be in VC tonight. I think I just need to collect myself.
I need to reboot my fucking brain.
I have to go record a video after this.
And I'm forcing you to watch Curse the Black Pearl tonight because you've gone long enough without having seen it, you piece of shit.
Woo!
True.
The various social medias of the people on this panel should be found in the description. I will probably have to update that, though. So they're not all there yet. So never mind. Belay that. Goodbye.